Do 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 do.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
In a world. No. This
Good morning, ladies, germs.
Hey, how's it going, man? Hope all's well with you. Oh, you're roboting a little bit. I reckon you're on the way to work, huh?
Indeed. Yep, I'm heading to the office. The problem is they don't just put enough, as much helium in the balloons like they used to.
Yeah. That'd make it a little easier. The curvature ain't
I mean,
as
you know,
close
if
as
they,
the curvature ain't as close as it used to be. The trip to the office would be a lot quicker if the curvature was closer. Like back in the day,
yeah, absolutely.
They changed everything, and now it's further away. You got to drive further to get to work.
I mean, it's just crazy because it also makes time go faster. You know, everybody talks about how 2022 went by really fast, and that's just because the curvature is not as close as it used to.
Yeah, talk about moving the goalposts, man. You're moving way over yonder.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I learned the day before yesterday that Mercury doesn't expand and that time is actually a real thing. So
I found out the other day that there's people out there that believe that time exists inside of clocks, and that was kind of weird.
Yeah, right, exactly. And, you know, see, that way it can be painted red and it can be sped up and slowed down. And
like as though it could be contained and measured by a clock. I mean, to specify, to clarify.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it? I mean, like,
yeah. And maybe they just invented new clocks and we haven't been updated on the new tech. Oh, it's Glober tech. That's why they're not letting the flat earthers use the Glober tech anymore. So we don't get the new clocks that can contain time.
Right, exactly.
Right. Dang it.
You know, your $20,000 Rolex. Well, sorry, you're out of luck. That don't contain time. But their $10 Casio. Now that contains time because it's got the patents of Globitech in it.
It reminds me of that. There was a movie, like a family movie, where they could stop time. I can't remember what it was called, but they had like the stopwatch thing that was like a yeah.
Yeah, there was a really good of the recent new version of the Twilight Zone where a black family had a camcorder that could, when they rewound it, then time would rewind around the rewind with the camcorder.
That's interesting. Weird.
Yeah. The message what the 2020 BLM leftist crowd wanted to hear at the end of it, you know, the moral point of it. But it was really a great story of if you could rewind time, would you do anything different?
There's a lot of good movies and shows that cover that concept.
Oh yeah.
Like Click did a relatively good job, and I don't even like most of that dude's movies, but that was an alright one.
Which one? I didn't
Click.
catch who you said. I guess I'm not familiar.
I don't know why I can't remember. I have his face like
it's okay.
I can't. I did not go to sleep last night. I should have. Instead, I'm drinking coffee like in Riri. I keep on doing this, and I'll be a real Mongo.
Yeah, it's all right.
I think it was Adam Sandler.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. No worries. No worries. Uh,
That was my knee-jerk reaction to think that, but I didn't want to be wrong, so I double check myself since my brain's running like at half capacity. I make sure I'm correct.
yeah. Hey, I had over the weekend, Helio was arguing with people about this Google Earther role. And I thought it was absolutely hilarious. So I said, well, add it to me. I'll take it. And, because the truth is we are all Google Earthers at some point. At some point, we don't know something, so we look it up, and then it prompts our memories and this and that. And so it is an interesting thing. One, because Globetillions do that. You talk to them about something they don't know, and then they go on and do 2 minutes of research, and now they're an expert in the topic. And then, the second part of it is that it's a contradiction that to some degree we all do that.
There's this weird confirmation bias too, because things are on the top of the list. So because it's on the front of the page, they assume that it's the most accurate, best information they could have, and they'll just jump all over that page, which is the one that's put in front of them, instead of digging any deeper.
Yeah. That actually would be fun if we could disguise our voice a bit and go into one of these servers. And then, well, I'm going to do a Google search, and we'll see who's right and who's wrong here. Well, it's the first result from Google, so we know accurate. Google did not build a multi-billion-dollar company to give inaccurate results at the first. So,
I believe that there are
if you don't like
things
that, you
are
can take
specifically accurate, but then the rest is definitely controlled.
Well, I had a teacher in high school that I didn't appreciate this lesson as much as I do now. Now with the internet, that when to talking about bias, his allegation was that you cannot have information without bias. That every information is biased.
I can agree with that, actually. You have a positive and negative bias to the reception of any given information. So you at least have that, whether something's received as being good or bad. And then you build a ton of different...
Oh, yeah, that's... there's no doubt about it that everything is. And, of course, what is Google's bias? Well, Google's bias is to get you to click more.
Yeah.
So they're sometimes going to give you what you want to see on the front page, but sometimes they want you to click 2 or 3 times. So they're not going to give you what you want on the first page. They want you to work for it. They want you to see a few of their ads.
The advertisers, like they want you to click somebody that's paid to be up there on the top of the listings.
Exactly. And so my whole point to that is that's how you do that and if you're a flat earth person, forget about it. They know how many hours we spend watching YouTube videos and such, so they reward us accordingly.
They want everybody stuck on YouTube instead of like actually reading any deeper. Like just watch the videos that they've allowed to stay up there that haven't been scrubbed yet.
They want you to see those ads.
Yeah. Like they'll push things down though that's more relevant to things that are important, and then they'll let people watch the stuff that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and that's when you finally get to it, you've watched a bunch of their ads, you've made them a pretty penny, and there you are.
Yeah. They don't really care if the FE subject gets out there, as long as most people are frustrated by it or see it as a meme or a joke.
Yeah, like one of the things I used to know. Here's one of the things I noticed when I was actively doing flat Earth stuff on Fascist Book, which I'm not anymore. But when I was, I had set up the group Florida Flat Earth. And I put a few questions on there, and I refused to let anybody who either didn't answer the questions fully, or who tried to give me a half answer, or who went on said that they were a globie, if they were out of the sight of the state of Florida. If they were inside the state of Florida, I would dig around their profile, and I would take some screenshots and this and that, and then I would message them privately, and I let a number of globers in. And I messaged them and said, this is not a debate group. This is a group where, it's not really for education. It's a active discussion of active flat Earth people. If you want to watch the discussion, that's fine. But I'm warning you, the moment you post any kind of anti-flat Earth thing, you'll be silenced, because this is not a debate. I've got groups that I'm part of that I can refer you to if you want, and the globies that had that conversation with me, and I told them, I said, look, feel free to ask people privately questions. So then I got into Meme Flat Earth and some other just trolling groups. They were anti-FE trolls and FE trolls. And here was the interesting thing that I noticed. I started a little experiment. I never called anybody stupid. I never called anybody anything disrespectful. All I did was compliment them on their intelligence and their debating skills. And I would do it over and over again. And then I had some pictures of award, like most creative comment of the day. And they would get angry. I mean, like angry. But here was the odd thing that happened. The more I argued with those trolls, the more Florida Flat Earth group grew. And I don't mean just grew, I mean it exploded. The more I went in those other groups, and so then I used to thank them, like, hey, thanks so much for boosting our posts, because it makes all our Flat Earth groups grow. And then, they couldn't handle that, but that was the truth.
Yeah, they get really mad if you tell them that.
Yeah, but it was just amazing just how much the Florida Flat Earth grew when I would do that. That was the thing that got me.
There's something interesting. It's a South Park thing, but it's actually true. I mean,
What's that?
Observed it. It's Trevor's axiom.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yeah,
I don't know if you've seen the clip, but it's on trolling. So if somebody trolls somebody, though, it's going to explode. You can't stop the movement that it'll create. And it's not even about the first or second person. It's about the third reaction that explodes into this huge reaction of reactions.
Oh, yeah.
But there's an image right here that explains it. It's funny.
Yeah, I like yeah, look, that image when I get to my destination here in a moment.
Yeah.
But I really got a kick out of that. But then I started noticing the darker side. Then I would so I would get a troll backed into a corner, and then I would keep asking, and I would come back long after they stopped, after the day after, the week after, 4 weeks after, going back, and I'd go back, and I'd go back, and I'd go back, and I would weird stuff. I would get people respond to me saying, I don't know anything about this topic. I don't even know what you're talking about. And then I would answer them, and then I would show them back their comments. I would screenshot. Look, this is the thread above. This is what you said. Now I want you to defend what you said. And they started saying, oh, I never said that. I don't go on flat earth groups. I have no interest in the topic. And I thought, how freaking weird is that? And then finally somebody sent me a lady who was posting, and I'm like, I know that name. That name from, but I know that name. And she lives in the city where I went to college. Thinking, damn, that's the lady who used to cut my hair. And then I got thinking some more, and I'm like, you know what? That lady that cut my hair, she was a party girl. One who, that was not, that just would not be her thing. And so I kept commenting on the post where she would be at. Hey, it's good to see you. It's been 20. You know, I've never had anybody cut my hair as well as you did. I certainly miss you. And she would never respond to me. So I sent her a private message. And more or less her response to me was, I've seen a couple flat earth things, but I don't talk about that. And the difference there was, when I was talking to her privately, it sounded like a female. When it was on the public boards and such, it was definitely a man.
Wondered if it was like a voice changer or effeminate naturally or unnaturally.
Oh, I mean, it's it's clear. Like, I mean, the verbiage difference between your typical male and your typical female is entirely different. And out a lady who has no interest in the topic. See a few things and read them, but has minimal interest in the topic. Likes style and beauty and fashion and partying and having a good time. She's not the kind of person. So what I realized is that not able to
You kind of cut out at the end of what you were saying, man.
Yeah. No, I said so they turn off the notifications to whatever they're commenting on so that the person who has the account never sees them.
Hmm. I think that there's like a happiness algorithm on Facebook that if interactions seem like they'll be negative, it blocks people from viewing those negative interactions so that their experience on Facebook is almost always more positive than negative.
I think that depends. I think it depends on what the individual user interacts with. If they argue more, then they get more negative posts. If they're happy, they're posting pictures of cats and puppy dogs and stuff like that, then they see happy stuff.
Yeah, it's trying to encourage engagement.
Yeah.
But it also, I think it like micromanages and compartmentalizes what each person sees.
Yep.
I bet you if we got a ton of different accounts and open button and screen, and everybody looked at the same comment section of the same exact area, we'd all see different things. Even if we click the same exact order to make it,
That's exactly what they do. If you notice, they have the most relevant.
Yeah, we'd see something different.
Yeah, that's the point of that most relevant filter on the comments.
I was thinking but beyond that, like I think that they even it's like a shadow banning type thing where they'll push things down. So one person's more inclined to see one thing because that would be a positive experience for them. And another person would see something different because that would be a positive experience for them to see as they're reading the comments.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly, yeah. What they call the most relevant comments, that's exactly what they're doing. Because if you go into top comments or all comments, you see wickedly different stuff. And some of those big discussions, you never see the same thing twice. Yeah.
But on your actual page, you can't. It's just whatever the algorithm's feeding you. And you get that eternal scroll going where you're just swiping and swiping and swiping, and it's giving you the next thing that it knows that you want to look at.
So if you get on there and you even hesitate, so as you're scrolling past and you spawn one for a second longer because you're talking to somebody else, Facebook's going to think that you're interested in that post. So a friend of mine told me that he gets on Facebook and all he does is like train-related things. He comments train-related things. He and when he unfollows people who's not posting mostly train stuff. So that way he wants to just only see train stuff on there. No political garbage, no nothing. And he will he swears that if he stops for a second as he's scrolling, that he'll start to see more of whatever that is. He swears by it.
Like a brain roulette.
Yeah, like so.
Whatever your brain lands on, that's what the algorithm's picking up.
Yep.
That's pretty damn sensitive. Like by the very touch of your finger, like every single millisecond matters to these things that are watching everyone.
Yep.
They know how long it takes for everybody to take a crap.
Yep.
Like that wasn't a joke though. There's literally and I know you know this, but there's literally articles out there on this where Facebook knows when you use the bathroom.
Oh, absolutely.
And probably even if you don't have a Facebook account. Because they have shadow accounts on everybody, even people who don't have accounts.
Now, it's been a few years, but leading up to, I guess it's 2019. Yeah, it's 2019 when the boys were born. One of the things that I kept noticing is I would go somewhere and Facebook would suggest that that certain people, to add. Like it suggested several doctors, and after we leave the doctor's office, it suggested all their nurses. And then we went else, like place I got my hair cut. I left
Ask
out
if you'd
one
like to
day.
leave a review for every location you go to and stuff. Like, how would you
No, it
like?
was asking me the customers that were there. It was asking me
Oh, that's some contact tracing stuff.
yeah, like
Hey, spy on
who
your
all,
neighbors.
yeah, and that's legitimately like, and I was like, holy shit! And so when I went back to the get my hair cut, I told her, I said, yeah, I said last time I left here, it suggested every one of you to add as a friend.
It's just trying to make everybody more connected.
Yeah.
We can all be part of the Internet of Things.
Exactly. And I think they've, I don't want to say I think, I've not noticed that much now because I got off a fascist book for a little bit and then changed my profile. And I just don't want to interact with the bots on fascist book. So because frankly, I'm convinced that the anti-FE stuff is mostly all bots.
Fully automated.
Yeah. And the other thing that I saw at one point was there was this one conversation I was part of where this anti-FE whatever just kept responding over and, like these very simple things that was never actually directly a response to anything that any of us were saying. And so I kept asking, then I started asking, okay, how come you're not responding to what we're saying? Why do you just keep posting stuff? You're not actually responding to what we're saying. And then the next thing I notice is I see like number 47, and then I see something in Russian, and then I see some anti-FE thing. And so I go back and I count this guy's comments, and that was comment number 47. So whoever did the copying and pasting.
Why would automated Russian bots be perpetuating anti-flat Earth propaganda?
Because they're cheap, you can buy them for about $1 an hour.
But if flat Earth is misinformation and fake, why are and Russia bad? Why are Russian bots perpetuating anti-flat Earth propaganda? You'd think it'd be the other way around, and then
100%.
It's
well. Hey, I've gotten here to where I'm meeting with the customer. Yeah, will you be on in a little bit? Like, will you be on in an hour, maybe?
Yeah, I'll be around.
Yeah, so I'll be back. I should be back on about an hour, and I'll wrap with you then, my friend.
All right, and that'll give me a chance to go get myself settled and see what's going on out there. Stay blessed,
yes, sir. Thanks soon. Thanks, buddy. Bye now.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies. back. Please stand by.
Good day, 24/7 community. It's Thursday where I'm at. Whatever time it is, wherever you're at. Hope all is well. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Indeed, good sir. And good morning to you. Been
Yo,
holding down the fort while you lads got some rest.
user, rest up, ready to kick some more glow balls down the street.
I'll probably pass out when a couple more of the boys get online.
Nicely done, man. I hope all's well out your way, brother.
Hey, it's 24/7. It's got to be. It's in the name. We actually had some pretty good conversations last night. Some of them were a bit probably weird, though, because I did not go to sleep last night. And so insomnia, 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. But it was fun. And I talked to somebody that I haven't talked to in a long time. Like, I haven't seen him in a while.
That's fantastic. Making old connections is always a good thing. I heard a couple old connections on the other board. Somebody hadn't spoke to Zanuck in a while, and he was noting how impressed he was with Xanix's progress in terms of what he's been observing. This Glober seems as though he's turning a new page.
Hey. Good morning, old dude. I just noticed that he posted in the live stream voice text. I have two screens. What am I doing? This should be here and this should be here. Now I can see everything.
Everything.
We toys can see everything. So play nice. Woody is so creepy in that scene, though. Like, I would freak out and scream and run away, too, if, like, a toy did that to me. I'd never touch any of them ever again. Nope. You couldn't. I would not go anywhere near a Toys R Us. I'd be the reason why they stopped existing. I'm out. I remember laughing so hard when I saw that scene, though, because it was hilarious. Like, imagine that happening to a kid and then just running away from all of their toys. Like, just hilariously, catastrophically horrified by them. And now all of your toys actually do watch you. And some of them can be remotely controlled. So play nice.
Yo, what do I see on the CB? Congratulations, brother.
Hey, Kiwi. Thanks, man.
You're very well. What guy? I saw the green letters. I'm like, what?
Yeah, this dude got his upgrades.
That's awesome. When did this drop?
2 nights ago?
Fantastic. I'm sorry I'm late. Very.
No worries, man. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, buddy. Making moves.
Let's go.
Get those ranks. Get those roles. Get yourself acquainted. Know who you're talking to up in this.
He doubled down on like that soundboard, going pro with it, and then all of a sudden became a mod.
Bro, this is good to see, man. It's so very good to see. So, man, CB has put so many sound bites into this place that we at least break them back a little sandwich. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got a little break me off a piece, man. Yeah, no.
I got your 10-piece. I got 10-piece nuggets of sauce.
At this point, he deserves a soundbite hero sub.
I'm up to like 360 or something like that.
360 bytes.
Yeah. Bro, that's crazy.
That's a Nephilim hero sub.
It's good stuff, man.
I wonder if that's long enough to reach the curvature.
Yeah, if I just laid him
into the horizon.
Tile by tile.
Just laid him out in a row.
Well, 360 bytes would take you around a 360-degree circle if you assign 1 byte per degree.
Hey,
yeah,
you know,
I guess we just found curvature.
That Antarctica.
Right, where's the Illuminati Masonic soundbite for?
There you go. 369.
Just imagine like mathematic numbers, just random equations, kind of like, and then a 360 right in the middle.
Well, those are the numbers of the universe. 369, baby.
Everything round. Worship the round.
They really want you to.
That dude Gamer Zim, he went back to the Tartaria server last night. I got to talk to him for a couple minutes and listened to him. He was debating with Jin CBR last night. Let's just say that my only line of questioning for him, the rest was just sitting back and observing, was I asked him how he planned to keep mediums contained, and his statement was that gases keep gases in place by a magical force called gravity. So I then withdrew at that point because of the fact that if you know what you're talking about. When you're talking to these guys, if they say gravity, you can withdraw if you understand it. However, if you want to hold them to the wall, which I plan on doing the next time I talk to him, I want to know how he would demonstrate gravity locally. That's my question. Because, folks, if you're going to base your design, your idea of the design of this place on this idea of gravity, please realize that it doesn't take a whole lot to deconstruct the idea of gravity. Thank you. I rest my case.
Yeah. The necessity for gravity is just fantastical. And the evidence for it is equally fantastical.
Man, I'm so heavy here. Well, because of the small size of my body, the gravity here is much more intense than that on Earth. That doesn't make any sense. Shut up, Gregory.
Gravity! And
Imagine
then
a soft-spoken person in the background that's been keeping their mouth shut for a long time. It doesn't make any sense.
That's all of us in the background. That doesn't make any sense.
what are you doing? Get down! A tomato.
I don't even see a curve. You guys keep talking about a curve. I don't even see a curve.
Alright, fine. How's this for a reason? I have an unbelievably powerful space pirate locked within the depths of my planet. That's why the gravity is so heavy here. Yarr! Get me out of here! Shut up, Bojack!
Yarr.
Anyway, what are you here for?
Yarr. Space gravity.
It sounds like Gilbert Godfrey.
Avast me hearties. We've got all the gravity in the universe.
It's like that makes more sense than damn gravity containing air.
I'll sail to the edge of the universe and find even more gravity, and then anti-gravity, so that we can sail further. Arr. Space pirates. Going to a theater near you. In a world where only space pirates can...
Just make sure they're stopping at Spaceys. They need some food.
I want to make a fake like TV show channel, well, a channel, like a kind of make it look like a cable station and have it all premium, but just run it through Discord and make it be free. You just kind of like tune in to one of the random channels, and it's just all FE stuff. Like it's all flat earther content. Like it'd be a cooking channel, right? But it's all flat earthers. Should just have different cooking videos of really awesome stuff. And it's just randomly playing different.
Funny. That would take some effort on our part to put it together, but that would be really, really funny.
It'd be hilarious to do. And there's so many different people, like creative people. You start off with just one though, and make like one 24/7 thing that's constantly streaming stuff, and start creating other sections where it's streaming like particular content. If somebody wants to tune in to watch a random Bible thing, like there you go, your Bible channel. You have one that's strictly just science, like flat Earth and facts. You have that streaming. It'd just be cool. And then we can have one that's live stream where we're doing like a show and actually have like, because some of us aren't actually worried about face reveal and being out. Like we don't care. Like me, I'm so ugly that if somebody does put my face on the screen, it'll probably break their computer if they're not a believer or they don't have any kind of faith. Something's gonna have to hold it together.
Sorry, your computer does not have enough RAM to compute my face.
Yeah, it can't handle the. It's like it's trying to divide by 0 in order to calculate how ugly I am.
Dude, stop! Come on. You're better than this.
Self-deprecating humor.
You can
Go ahead.
You can do better! You can do it!
Jamie, maybe a story will cheer you up. Once there was this barnacle. It was so ugly, everyone died. The end. Didn't help at all.
But yeah, the last piece of that gamerism that I took in terms of his mental set was, yeah, he's very much believing in a subjective reality. Very much.
Most of that's so
I believe.
horrifyingly popular.
Well,
these days.
it's kind of gross. It's kind of gross because again, when you talk like that, and then as Siri displayed the other day, you hear other people talk like that too. All of a sudden, you don't
I'm
think.
actually proud of the fact that the gears started going.
But hold on, Ether. Let me just say that, like, these people who think they're so special, as Miggy says, in their mental set, the way they think. Yeah. All of a sudden, you hear other people talking, saying the same shit you are. You're like, bro, I'm just another lemming like all the others. Sorry, go ahead.
I hope that I was done. I was just kind of yes-anding what you were saying, like agreeing with you. But now, like, I'm thinking, like, I hope he was talking about compiling a kind of Sinclair script type thing that was exposing, like, but with all these people saying the same thing. Now, I really hope he does that because people need to hear people saying stuff that they think is so unique and creative. It's not. You're parroting exactly what all these other people are saying.
ACB, sounds like there's a remix coming. The mental swap. Oh, damn.
Oh, man. No, I just started randomly singing a tune this morning. It was really cool because I just came up with something about, like, how basically people get offended by words because they don't know what anything means anymore. And I forgot the lyrics to it now. I'll remember it later because it will just start playing in my head. But it was funny. And I'm like, why didn't I write that down? Sorry, caffeine kicking in, I guess.
It's all good.
Hyper power for the morning.
Yeah, well, you already said you were running on lack of sleep, and now the caffeine's kicking in. I don't know where we're
snap.
going, but let's go.
Here we go. Let the show begin.
It's Thursday. I absolutely love Thursday. It's my favorite day of the week. So blessings to you on this amazing day, guys. Looking forward to this day.
On a Thursday, finally crafted by a self-existent creator, only flat earthers know the answer to the question, where is the curve? No one will believe them.
In a banana.
There.
It's the only curve available. You want a curve? I'll throw you a banana.
That toilet paper roll curve, man. You just gotta look and you'll see his giant toilet paper roll that you live on, and then the boats go over the edge of the toilet paper roll, obviously.
I'm gonna stroll my aunt. So my aunt shared this video with me yesterday. She shot down to Mexico to go see her son, my cousin. And she sent me this video to wish me a Happy New Year from the beach. Now, my guys, my response to her was, man, that looks flat. I wish you would have held the camera a little more stable, but that horizon line. So this is Mexico, I believe she said, looking northwards. Yeah. I gotta verify, but she's looking north. I think she's in Mexico, she said.
Mexico. No. Welcome to Mexico.
It's crazy, man.
That is a really beautiful beach, and yeah, it's definitely flat.
Well, bro, I just...
Also, she needs to learn how to take panoramic type, not panoramic, but, turn the
camera. Yeah.
Wide angles.
I think
you want to see, like, long. I get it why people hold it that way. It's more secure in your hand, especially on a beat, but wide. Come on, people, have class.
I was chanting up the entire time. I'm like, no, I can't see that. I want to see the horizon line.
Yeah, you can't see any corners of the horizon or anything if it's held that way. It's wide.
No, but I look at this and I think to myself, I drop a straight line on top of that video, right? Like matching it. And I'm thinking, I don't see any drop happening from left to right. And who knows how far out that shot is, man. Damn.
I'm thinking it would be nice to have a metal detector and go there and kind of beep around. Let me get all of your lost, like, Super Mario coins.
I found a boot.
I did a mic check.
Yo, Dave. How are you, man?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir. How are you, man?
Have we said hello to Ayatollah Comedy yet?
Oh no. My brother, thank you for checking in on that.
You told it once, I told you a million times. You gotta look for new people.
I told you. Welcome to the chat. I told you comedy. If you're available, feel free to unmute your mic. Say hello to the crew. We'd love to chat with you, man.
There is a group of people who are not sure God/Allah exists. Can you convince them? It's a free speech server. Make sure you can handle free speech.
You really have to convince people of things?
I don't think I should have to convince anyone of anything. They can just look for themselves and convince them of what they want to believe. Convince yourself of what you want to know.
We're in the business of convincing. We're in the business of
Convince yourself that you want to know. Convince yourself that you want to know. That's a good step to start with.
So, hello, Ayatollah. Are you going to speak to us, please? Maybe. Back to you guys.
Yeah, basically, I told you. Let me check your roles. What roles does he have? Let me see here. He's VC verified, so I'll just go ahead with my spiel. But the main thing is, we can't figure out how you contain mediums without a container. We can't figure out how this flat place is showing a curve that they call for. Where is this curve? And lastly, associating ourselves with stuff that's in the sky, because stuff in the sky is moving, meaning we move, is just outright not smart. Doesn't make any sense. We're not guilty by association. We are strong, stable, and free. Go ahead, Ether.
I was just going to comment on something else, but sort of related. But no, I'd rather we talk about the subject matter of the server, because I'm going to be able to say this later anyway.
All right, cool. I just came up with that strong, stable, and free.
Dude, yeah. Where? All right, if the gas is free, why doesn't it just go away?
Well,
if it reaches all the way out beyond the moon. See, most of these glovers don't even know that. It goes beyond the moon. Your oxygen goes beyond the moon. What? Look it up on NASA.
I remember when they said that, I went and tried to tell some of my friends, and they were like, "Oh, it was just like some random excuse."
No, you're just a dumb flat earther. You know what you're talking about. Dude, go to NASA.
Well, that was dots scattered. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that was one of my thoughts, is that, if you think that it is in fact an open system, there's not you would expect that there would be some, let's call it undulation of pressure, right? There would be a definite, let's call it a breeze, if you want to call it
fluctuations,
that.
flotations, drifts.
There are fluctuations for sure in pressure, things of that nature, but we observe a constant atmosphere, unless obviously there's like hurricanes and storms happening. But yes,
certainly not
breeze coming up from there would be a breeze coming up from the ground at all times.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yep.
It'd be like this.
It would be like 1,000-mile-an-hour winds, or 500,000 miles an hour. Everywhere, because that's how fast they say you're going. In the grand scheme of things, not just rotation and orbit, but the big orbit. 500,000 miles an hour. Wrap your head around that.
Well, you got the equator spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Guess what?
Oh, but it's all a matter of perspective and objective and subjective and deflective.
And I was gonna say is, like, you're trying to land your plane at an airport located, let's just say, South America, somewhere close to the equator. That airstrip, the tarmac, is moving at 15 miles per
right.
Hold on.
Yeah. I got it. I got to bite my
In
tongue. Yep.
miles
Go.
per minute. 14.62 miles per minute based on 1,000 mile per hour spin, man. Think about that. You're gonna tell me the air's moving
Yeah.
with it?
Like as though it's a bucket inside of like water inside of a bucket, a container, or a container inside of a container inside of a container, which I've heard people say. I still want to know how they got past like radiation that's enough to melt your damn eyes out without getting testicular cancer and go to the moon. Oh, we didn't know about those Van Allen radiation belts. You didn't know about it, so it didn't affect you. Cool. I don't know that drowning exists. Can I walk on water? Oh, let me go try and breathe like the Little Mermaid. Under the sea. All it takes is faith and dust. Or all it takes is faith and trust and a little bit of pixie dust. And then I can go fly with astronauts. It's funny that all of these are like meta references to subparts of all of the narrative and like lore of the culture of the truth of things. Like Kubrick sending astronauts to go do drugs with hookers instead of sending them to the moon. And definitely went to space. We need to make that. I need to talk to Mr. Ball Kicker. I haven't seen him in a minute, but we were talking about a like flat Earth introduction, like a 101 type thing, so that we can make an actual video for people where we don't even have to cover all of that crap that we have to say over and over and over.
They're not going to watch it.
It has to be super small. Their attention span's that of a goldfish, so it has to be super small or little bites. But that's
30
it. And if
seconds
they
now. Their attention span is now 30 seconds.
You're right. I remember when the average attention span was like 10 to 15 minutes, and now it's gotten so worse. I'd like to make a serious debate format type thing that involves actually using a Discord bot that you have to pass a certain type of test, that where you have to be serious enough to know what the hell you're talking about to even get into there. Like, all of us could walk right through it easy. If somebody tries to go in there being a clown, being stupid, they're going to pick one of the wrong things and get banned instantly.
It's called the lobby.
Yeah, you guys have it secure here, and that's awesome. I was just thinking about that because I'm thinking about building a actual server for the sake of just streaming different videos related stuff, like make it act like a cable station. And it would be cool to secure that so that only certain people can even get into it. These idiots like to sabotage everything that they can. We keep it private. You got to get whitelisted to even get in there. It makes it different. Because you got the live stream here for public use. Like, this wouldn't be a public use thing. This is for, like, confirmed FE people. I guess you can't really completely confirm anybody. Unless you know them personally. There's no, like, registry that go to the official Flat Earth registry. Myself registered in accordance with the Council of the Flat Earth.
You can go to Flat Earth Society and register with them.
you get like a license to a licensed Flat Earther.
I don't know. Go there and register. Sign up.
You get like a passport so that you can globetrot.
No, you get put on a list.
I'm already on. Wait, we're already probably all on. Different kind of list, but skills and misguided people. Blind leading the blind. I actually checked out that site recently. Like, it's literally the same in almost every way as it was like years ago. Like, it's pretty much the same shit. I was looking at it with curiosity because I'm like, well, they always use that to mock us, so what the hell's going on over there? Because that's where the hell the world's going to go first. That's what they're going to go look at. It'll be on top of the list of the little stupid Google crap when they go look it up. So what are they seeing before they come into here? Same crap that was going on like years ago. I like that you guys have like a no-nonsense rule about things, like the way a lot of the people handle. So, like, no, it's not up for debate. Prove it or get out. Like, the grandiose claim is not the level. It's the curve. That horizon is obvious. The curve, no one can seem to actually point out exactly where it is, or prove it, or measure it. I was pointing this out like earlier a couple hours ago. Like, the whole flat Earth discussion could have already been ended long ago if anybody could objectively, openly prove measurement of curve. And somebody had, like, said something about the force of the line thing, like kind of like that. That's a bit grandiose. Especially since we've already built level things like that. Things that force the line. Still, people will be like, oh, but this is curved, see? It's a canal. It is so damn level that you can go water and all the way down. Then they'll poop out a bunch of excuses.
You know, Ethergris, the government already built one of those things in Lego, like 4 miles long and it's level. You ever check that out?
Yeah, there's already structures that have been built. So having a new experimental structure built just for the sake of proving the flatness of, no, just look at the stuff we've already built. It's already level. Oh, but that's level around the curve, around the gravitational pull, blah, 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 blah. Fucking blah, blah, blah brain. Oh, God. I've been trying not to cuss, and now I'm, like, hyper, so I guess I'm slipping them out. Need to bridle my tongue.
Maybe you need your Ritalin.
Nope.
So I had to step out for a minute. Did Ayatollah comedy ever talk or no?
No, he's not talking.
But
quit being mean to him, Ray. When maybe he'll talk.
Who's being mean? Who's being mean?
I'm just kidding. Y'all go ahead.
No, who thinks you guys are being mean, rather? Is it a globe earther or something? You know, like soccer players will fall down and then pretend to be hurt? That's how I feel like so many globies will come in here. They'll just like literally come in, say hi, people ask them a question, they fall on the ground, they'll be like, why are you attacking me? Like, dude, can you just answer the question, though? Like, get up, nobody's even touched you. Get up and answer the question. We haven't even come near you yet.
Yeah, that does happen.
And sometimes everybody jumps on them like a bunch of hunting dogs that have been waiting to chase a rabbit, but that's not always the case. Sometimes somebody just comes in, stumbling in, and being a drama queen, acting like clowning around. Like, nobody's being mean here, but they're just asking a question. Just answer it. Sometimes hard questions feel like aggression, but it's not. It's just hard. So you got to use your brain to do thinky things. They stare at these little black squares, rectangles, all day, and then use it as a prosthetic brain. And if you take it away from them, they don't know how to think.
Yeah, the irony of that is all they have to do is be honest and say, I don't know, to most of the questions, if not all, you know. Just be honest and admit when you don't know something. Don't try to act like you know something.
Well,
you know what I mean?
The man who says I don't know is far wiser than the man who pretends to know something he doesn't.
Correct.
You ain't gonna bullshit your way to genius.
True.
I did.
Hey, stop trying to black swan my argument.
Black Swan.
Oh man, I feel like I time traveled an hour because I feel like I just looked at the clock and it was 8 o'clock and now it's 8:53.
What time do you go to
Okay,
work?
time is relative to how much coffee you've drank. I'm self-employed and broken or coming out of being broken. I'm trying not to be disabled would be the best way that I could put it. So I work all the time, like whenever I'm not sick, I just do things.
What do you do? What's self-employed? What do you do?
I guess you could say I'm an artist. I make stuff. I can create like whatever I want. You want me to make something? Place an order.
I thought that meant that some other thing. I didn't know.
I honestly, I have gastroparesis and a bunch of other issues, like thousands of kidneys, or well, hundreds by now. They've done laser procedures and stuff. I've been going through a lot of crap, but I'm not trying to be complaining about that shit. Try to stay positive. But in order to crawl out of depression and make myself feel useful, I've been like collecting things that I've wanted to do for a long time. Like I have a heat press to make t-shirts and clothing and stuff with. I have a Cameo where I can cut vinyls and make stickers and the things for the heat press to put on clothing. My wife does sewing and embroidery and a bunch of other things. We're kind of working together to start a company, but don't really. It's hard. It's hard to get everything together when health is, is wishy-washy or unpredictable. But I also have a kiln where I can like make. Pretty much, I guess I can melt anything that you can put in a kiln. Mostly for ceramics, but I've melted glass in it, like slumped bottles and stuff. Let's see. Oh, and I have a lot of experience with graphic design type things. Trinity, I believe that healing is already in the works. Like, I'm doing better now than I was. And it's been like a road to recovery type thing for me. But I know that the healing's there. By his stripes, we are healed. I know that it's coming. Sometimes it takes a little while, and we got a couple thorns in our sides that we got to deal with. But that healing is inevitable if you know that it's coming. Faith works both ways. If you don't believe you'll be healed, you can't be. And that's it. Every verse about that shows that. Keeps pointing you back to, hey, by your faith, because you believed. Yeah. I want to keep working, though. I feel like it's kind of like I wouldn't say that I'm suicidal or anything, but it's more like I've wished that I could log out and just not experience existence anymore without anybody remembering I existed, so that nobody gets hurt, kind of thing. But I wouldn't go anywhere. I wouldn't give up. I love my family too much. Can't take their happiness away. That's why I try and like pour my creativity into things, create things, do stuff, make myself feel useful, do things that I know would please the creator of truth and all things that are. What's the meaning of life? How does one define a question like that? And what do you do once you realize there is purpose?
Don't kill people and don't lie to people unless you have to.
Love the truth and love your neighbor like they're literally you. You don't have to love them like they want you to. You love them like they're you and do whatever you want. somebody to do if you're in their situation. And don't look in anybody's bowl to make sure to see if they've got more than you. You look to make sure they got enough. Life's a lot more, it's much more simple than people want it to be. They want it to be complex and mysterious and so complicated. You have to climb all these mountains of knowledge in order to get to the pinnacle of, like, the peak of, no, love. That's it. And not that fake crap. Like, real, actual, self-sacrificial, true love. Like, this is like all that I've got left of. I have one sandwich. I'll break it in half, and you can have half of my sandwich, so that we don't both go hungry. Like real love. Like, that's my brother right there. I'm gonna go jump and try and shove him out from in front of this car that's coming, and save them with my life if I have to, because that's my brother right there. Real love. For people like us, we're not afraid to die because we know that we have an appointment, so we feel like we literally cannot die until it's time to go. So when it is time to go, you can't run from it either. It's time to go. And you will go. So why be afraid? You don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. Can't do nothing about yesterday. Live today. Keep moving forward. No fear.
If you're
And be
flat earther
forgiven.
and
That's another one thing that people. Go, man. Yeah. If you were saying something that if you're a flat earther and
yeah, so just for the YouTube people, if you're a flat earther and you've killed somebody and nobody knows about it, you may as well give up on being a flat earther because it's not going to help you out.
you cannot hide from the one who sees everything.
Once you do that one
Just being a
bad
flat
thing,
earther ain't gonna save you.
You can't undo bad things.
Yeah, well, you can be forgiven of anything except for blaspheming truth.
You can't be
Blaspheming the spirit
forgiven of
thereof.
killing somebody. I don't care what you say.
But thou shalt not murder or slay. It's specific. You can't set out to go kill somebody like you have this vengeance or hateful spirit, like I'm going to go and you can't set and wait, like, I'm going to plunder this person's loot and take him out if I have to. That's wickedness. It's murdering and slaying. But self-defense type stuff is a permitted type of killing. Like, you have no choice. You're protecting the innocent ones.
That's different. But when you go into
slayers, no, they're evil.
When you go to the death penalty, those people get a free ride out.
I don't like that either.
Because if you're killed, something else goes on. You get to try it over again.
They should have to linger.
If you murder somebody, you don't get to try this over again.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a weird thing because you don't want to. You got to pay them to stay alive, but you also don't want them to be just instantly released. No, they need to stay and think about that until their heart stops. It's like somewhere in between. Yeah.
They don't even have to think about it. They just need to sit there. Nobody cares if they think about what they did or not. You can just sit there for 75 years. Who cares?
Well, there's some, though, that they're so gone that they wouldn't care. They'd sit there thinking about it in exactly the opposite way of what anybody would want. Because they are that messed up. They're like truly reprobate. That's why they're locked away where they are. I don't even want to imagine that level of like how lost one has to become to.
Amazon cutting 18,000 jobs. Goodbye, Amazon
Yeah.
workers.
Wasn't Elon also talking about cutting more people from? There's a lot of people seem to be cutting back on their employment.
Elon, I don't know what he does. He does.
I mean, I just
He's a
knew.
he's a TV guy. Anyway, Tesla is almost at $100 a share from $700 a share. Yes, keep going down to zero. Maybe I'll buy it at $1 a share.
He's a cartoon. Like, he's literally Mickey Mouse. He's a cartoon. Like, that character he traipses around, he plays. He pretends to be an edgelord and acts like he's witty, but he's literally just pushing buttons and making stuff happen in order to generate revenue.
He ain't doing shit.
Yeah, it's like if you give a monkey 2 buttons and one of them gives him a banana and the other one does something else that entertains it. He's just alternating between hitting 2 buttons. He, like, to me, he looks like more of an Edison than a Tesla in every way, and he could never be like Tesla. Even if Tesla's a fictional account, he could never be like that. He's a collector he's a bullshit artist who collects other people's work, pretends, like, changes it a little bit and pretends it's his. I would actually love Elon to become Iron Man. If he actually built an Iron Man suit and flew around, and not just like CGI faked it like he did with the car thing, like actually flew around in a real Iron Man suit, I'd be like, okay, I gotta give him that. That's pretty cool. Commenting on Trinity's comment in the voice sec. No, it's like, these people are literally choosing not to be like Bezos could be Santa Claus if he wanted to. He already knows where everybody is, and he already knows what all these people want. Here you go. Merry Christmas. He's choosing not to be Santa Claus. And let's say that Elon's choosing not to be Iron Man.
Why would you bring up Elon Musk being Iron Man at all?
Well, that's what Trinity said. Like, Iron Man is Elon. Well, that is kind of the President of Mars persona that all of these fanboys have put upon him. That he's pretty much Iron Man, Martian president, or whatever.
What the hell? I don't understand that. You're just babbling to me. Iron Man, Mars president. What does that mean?
Self-proclaimed president of Mars and has the intelligence of Tony Stark to be able to do all, like, they're fantasized about him having these fictional abilities that he doesn't have. It's meme lord stuff. Like, yeah, MK Ultra mind control, exactly. They get these kids to worship him by portraying a false narrative of who he is and make them fantasize about when he's really just an asshole who collects a bunch of people's cool stuff and then remarkets it as his own.
Maybe all those kids should just watch CNBC and then they'll have a different outlook because even they don't like him.
Well, that's the thing that people act like I'm probably on some kind of liberal. No. Out of here with your wings. You take your wings and you cut them off of that bird and we'll deep fry them and eat them. Buffalo style. Pare the bird like a turkey. Put it in the oven. Leave it there to the 4th of July. Blow that up. Let me quit. Deep fried bipartisan wings. Yep. Well, that's the thing, though. They're playing a mind game with everybody that tries and portrays both sides as hero versus anti-hero, but everybody thinks that they're the hero and the other guy's the one that's being bad. Like, oh, they're bad, but they're not that bad. So they're bad enough where we can coexist with them, but you bad. Always pointing the finger, shifting blame. And they want to pretend that the Republicans are any better than the demon rats. They're in the same boat, paddling in the same direction. In fact, I could break it down through each presidency of what they've done systematically to make this country worse and how it all falls in line with one another. They don't work against each other. You look at the Patriot Act. that Bush did, the Patriot Act expansion pack from Obama. You look at this wall crap, and it actually goes back. I keep way further because I could do the Internet Protection Act. It had to do with censorship, not protection of children. That was signed by Bill. Then Trump does this wall stuff, and Biden doesn't go any way against it. He's just kind of, we'll keep on messing with that, I guess. This is all tied into actual full-fledged martial law control type, so they can lock it down whenever they want. And everybody's like, yes, please give us more security. Please. Secure everything.
They tried
Make
that.
us so secure.
They tried that for a year ago, 2 years ago. It didn't work too well, so they gave up on it.
I don't think they gave up. I think they're gonna
They gave up. Listen, they're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to pull it off again.
It's got to be something worse than They won't be able to do that thing again. How many cards do they have left to play? They did already set the stage for certain things related to all the UFO disclosures. I guess they could use Blue Beam to F with people's minds some more. Or things related to that. Your alien overlords are here. Or we have a threat out there we have to unify in order to protect the Earth and Space Force and to infinity and beyond. Because they're going to have to generate more interest in space and push that narrative for the people going out there doing their space tourism. Is Space Force going to leave more crap everywhere? Supposedly they left poop bags on the moon. Is Space Force going to have like a poop crater? They put all the poop in here so that it doesn't drift off back to Earth, burn up in the atmosphere, and make global warming worse. Somebody was asking about that and like joking on us, saying that they're going to have space tourism soon and blah, 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 and flat Earth is dead. They're going to take people up on a freaking glorified Disney trip, make them feel like they flew up and did something. They go stay somewhere and they can't leave because if they go outside, they're told they'll die because there's no air. And then after a while of hanging out there in that weird sense of fantasy, like surrealism, they'll be brought back here through the same means and they'll act like they got brought back to Earth. Or take them to high altitude airships and bend the windows. They do parlor tricks to make it happen in somebody's basement.
The windows aren't bent to fool people. The windows are bent so they don't blow out. They have to be curved. Yeah. It's a stronger surface when it's curved.
Yeah, I know. I was talking about something more than that.
I know. They could put flat windows up there and people would still see curve, if you know what I mean.
They see what they want anyway, yeah. I feel they could take a old school bus, wrap it in aluminum foil, drive somebody around the block with some TV screens duct taped to the windows, and they'd think that they went to space. You see the curve? See? That bump was when we hit a pocket of gravity. Oh, man.
Our friend Ayatollah's in the chat, in the lobby, talking about the shape of the Earth. Can't be... someone asked him about like measuring drop over the distance, and they said something about shooting lasers to the moon or whatever, reflectors off the moon.
Hey, boo-boo.
So wait a minute, you mean to tell me he's got enough gumption to text his answers but won't talk to us on voice? He must be busy at work or something. I just feel like he's standing us up now.
Well, we can just always just mute his headphones, and then he'll be forced to make a choice.
Oh shit!
Radwin and I think
Sounds
a lot.
like there's a moderator needed there, CV.
Oh, wait a minute! I know someone.
Gold
Oh
Plus,
shoot!
Gold Plus can do that too.
Yeah. Let me just read the tag. Don't be shy, Ayatollah.
Do
if
it,
you want to
Radwin.
come on. You can chat.
When you chimed in, Radwin, I'm like, wait a minute. I know that voice. That's the doctor.
Hey,
Yeah, Dr. Radwin.
well, I attempted to send you a friend request, and you understandably have it disabled. And if you'd like to send me one, I'll accept it. Whatever, man.
Are you talking
But
to me?
Yeah, bro.
Okay. Yeah,
Let me
I
read
have
some of
mine
this.
blocked for reasons, and that should be understandable in this server.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have stalkers. That's why
Yeah,
I
for sure.
name.
People always want free medical advice.
They like to stalk me all the time, even in other servers. And if I go in the other server and come back here, you'll see them pop in over here. So as soon as I start showing up and talking and pissing people off, they like to follow me.
Fans.
They use the shared servers thing in order to stalk you and find out what.
Legendary. That's what happens when legends are born.
Hey.
Followers develop.
It's the paparazzi. It's just following you around
They
from
want to know constantly, where do you work? Where do you work? Where do you work? You're not going to find out. I don't care what you do.
Oh yeah, because you do the physics lab, right? Because their whole shtick is no flat earther has ever completed any level of schooling beyond the 5th grade.
Correct.
So you're like, dude, I work in a physics lab. Prove it, and they start melting down because their full worldview is now in challenge. Because they planted the claim. They said, if the Earth is a globe, no flat earther has ever passed the 5th grade.
There you go. I'm going to post something for you guys. I make sure I don't give you too much info here. Hold on. But we got some leak tests coming. We got some physics tests coming. I have about, I don't know, about 40 that come in every minute. 40 different tests that come in. And that's only because we got 40 machines that I'm able to read right now. We're still connecting them. But these are actual leak rates. These are actual physics tests. I wrote that. I didn't write what you see. I wrote the test that gives you all those numbers.
Nice.
Oh, didn't give it to you.
Oh, was it? Yeah, where'd you post? I thought maybe you posted in locker room.
Oh, it's in the lobby. I can post it in.
No, I got it. I got it.
Okay.
So those are real tests happening right now as of 9:15, 9:14, really. I don't know if the time's on there. I got to make sure I know what I'm cropping out because I can give out too much information. So as soon as I bring this stuff up, the Globers just get pissed off and they fucking freak out. Because I do that and I do this.
You can't be smart and be a flat earther.
And it's game over. Dude. I can't do vacuum leak rate tests without a vacuum, and you need a container for that. So I also need a pressurized container for the helium to go into, and you need a container for that. So you need 2 containers to do these tests, just like that picture shows.
Holy shit.
You study mediums, right, Doctor?
Check this out. So, BuzzFeed. I just clicked through the articles to find a story. BuzzFeed dropped a story on the 3rd of this year, 2023, talking about journalism's thing he did on Netflix. Watch Flat Earther prove the Earth is a globe. It starts out with like all conspiracy theories, and the conspiracy theories get always debunked. But watch as a conspiracy theorist debunks their own conspiracy.
Of course.
Like this is like let it go, dude. 5 years they've been spiraling about that because Netflix platformed flat earthers.
That made it onto mainstream somewhere because I've had a few numbnuts tell me that one.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be talking about this. Is gonna be the talking point for like a week. It's like the globalist, the stimulus response.
The two idiots I know that can never answer one of my questions, that is their main example of why the Earth is a globe. That's their go-to example now is, oh, look, the flat Earth guy proved it was not a globe.
I always tell them, like, how do you feel that you couldn't prove the globe, but the flat earther did? How does that make you feel?
About that. The same thing about the curve. And again, pay attention, people. Everyone that claims they see the curve wears glasses. I'm telling you now. The only people that don't wear glasses and say they see this curve is like Professor Dave guys that go, oh, it's too big or whatever bullshit. Everyone else says, oh, I looked out the window or I looked here, I looked there, and I saw the curve. They're wearing Coke bottle glasses. Almost every fucking person. I've been paying attention. It's one thing that's overlooked for some reason. Big fat ones too, not skinny glasses, like serious thick glasses. You know, it's like, dude, you have no business talking about curve, man.
Dumb shit up.
And the Ayatollah, I had undeafened him. I undeafened the Ayatollah. He's typing in the lobby and complaining because he got deafened. Type in the live stream, and I'll.
Anyway, the next guy that brings up that Netflix thing, I'm going to tell him to go cut his cable.
Yeah, he's VC verified, so he's got a mic.
Yeah, he sure is. He says surveying equipment isn't.
Isn't it heavily edited as well? Like, I mean, it's pretty obviously heavily edited.
You don't use surveying equipment to measure things.
Yeah, the whole I can't remember. I didn't see who was talking there. Your voice sounded new about the glasses and stuff.
I think that was Agave, maybe.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Ayatollah, don't be shy, man. We'd love to chat. No one's trying to punish you or anything. We'd love to hear from you. So it's more of an invitation than anything.
Yeah, I was just reading some of those messages. Pretty interesting. Notably, curvature drop over distance doesn't determine the shape of the Earth, dear. Curvature drop over distance can be present on a parabolic cone too. Interesting. I'd love to have a chat with you, man. Love to. Especially about your observations of level. How that all unpacks for you, but yeah.
It's like you can clear the floor. The floor is yours. Present when ready. Just start talking. Everyone's gonna be listening. And silence.
Yeah, keyboard warrior. Keyboard warriors tend to be NPCs, non-personality characters. That's right, I just called you a keyboard warrior NPC. Thanks, my friend. Words only.
See, they want people to be convinced by their arguments, but they don't make any.
Wait a second. Does this guy seriously think that everything that goes against our narrative is studio background?
That's the part I was laughing at too.
What? Who at all thinks that? What person alive thinks that?
Not me.
What?
They don't understand, dude. We don't have a narrative. The narrative has already been set, locked in place. It's on TV. It's on the news. There is a narrative. We don't have one. So it's not what goes against our narrative, but what goes against the current mainstream narrative.
Listen, Globers, y'all narrative goes against itself, okay?
Yeah.
That's the point, is we've checked into the narrative that you guys have been believing and you guys have been told, and the narrative doesn't check out. This is why we don't believe in it. This is why we fall back to our stable observations. Fools. Thank you.
They always want to lean on those like blanket statements. Oh, you flat earthers just deny science. You can keep believing that, but first you need to go figure out what science is.
Those globers, they just deny reality.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're baffled by technology. They're baffled by the simplest thing. I've seen somebody get fooled by the background that the person was putting in their camera. You use your web camera and you have the little backgrounds that you can put on, and the person thought they actually lived in this wonderful house that they had behind them. And I'm like, this is the kind of people we're dealing with now. They believe anything that's in front of them on this little square screen.
Oh yeah, there was we did a watch party once with the lunar rover, the current one. They were doing a graphic representation of it, and the globalist was like, "Would you look at that? Would you look at that right there?" And you're like, "Dude, you don't see the bottom corner? It's like, artist rendition. It hasn't even landed yet. It's not to Mars. It's still like 3 days away or something. Like, you think that's a real time feed that they're showing you?" And the guy was like, "Oh shit. Yeah, right. Look how easy it is to fool you guys, because you want to be fooled."
Yeah, kids love Santa Claus. They want to believe. So no different.
Yeah.
Speaking of Santa, I just pulled out the most red strawberry out of the bushel. Yummy, yummy.
I turned my volume down a little bit, so it should make me sound quieter.
When it comes to Santa Claus, you don't want your kid to be one of two things. You don't want your kid to be the first kid that tells everyone that Santa Claus is bullshit, because that kid's an asshole. But you don't want your kid to be the last kid that figures out that Santa Claus is bullshit, because that kid's a moron.
It's like, yep, pretty much. We're just if you have to be an asshole for going around and telling people the truth, then so be it. That's what you want to look at me as.
You think I would be able to put a billboard up that says Santa Claus is not real and get away with it near Christmas this year?
Dude, let's do it.
And then put like the Discord QR code on the screen for this Discord.
Yeah, like the discord.gg/flat earth.
No, I'll just put the QR code. I won't even see it. They won't even see what it says. You just put the QR code on.
Scan it and take it. Yeah, take them right here.
BC check-in is full of angry parents.
That would be great. I got to think about that. It's only like $2,200. Maybe I'll do that.
Happy holidays. We do it every year. It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Yeah, Santa's a really good talking point, because like the globalist says, it's not possible for everybody to be in on it. And I'm like, so you still believe in Santa Claus, huh? Because how could all the parents be in on it? You're talking about parents who've never met each other? They're all in on it?
Parents that never met each other all agree on Santa Claus when their kids are 5 years old.
Yeah, they all got together, even though there's no proof they've ever been in, anywhere in the same like state or region or building.
Who is this Santa Claus you speak of?
What's up, Meg? And it's not just the parents too, is it? It's the malls.
Good morning, man.
The radio ads, the commercials.
Oh yeah,
the businesses. It's not just the parents either. It's the schools.
Well,
and everything.
I have to admit, we do take the Greyhounds to go see Santa Claus. Got pictures.
But even NORAD claims they're tracking Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Hey, let me show you some clips of some guys who actually believe in things like Santa Claus.
Good day, Mickey.
Weather in here, Glover.
What's going on, guys? Here, check this out. Now, this guy is pretty crazy. Look what he has to say. Oh, that doesn't work. Give me a second.
Who is this Santa Claus?
Who is this Santa Claus you speak of?
I do not know about this Satan's Claus.
I did that wrong. I think this is the way you're supposed to do this. Let me see. All right.
Yes.
Okay, so you're 100% sure. So would you say that the globe is 100% sure? The Earth is a globe, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely, 100%. Okay. So the first question I'm going to ask you, because you went through reality pretty good, so you know yourself well. All right. So who has measured the
philosophy?
Yeah, that's fine. Who has measured the curvature of the Earth beginning in any time in history?
Do I need another name?
No. Like here's the important bit, right? If you can describe to me in detail who has measured the curvature of the Earth, that'd be fantastic. But if you don't know, the intellectually honest position is to say I don't know, and I would respect that more than you just rambling on and telling me something that you have no idea. Is it this one Roman guy from 7,000 years ago? I don't need to hear that. Just tell me you know or you don't, and then go into detail if you know.
Yeah, I know that the Earth is round.
All right.
And here's why.
So now we're going to ask the primary. I'm
Look,
sorry, Gabriel.
I don't.
Yeah, we're trying to get clips of them saying things, so they know 100%.
Right.
100%. All right. So let me see.
You had a guy go through this yesterday. It's like, well, I know what it is, and then you start asking them details, and it shows that they don't know, and they don't like saying they don't know.
Yeah. Oh, there.
No, because if they think they're highly educated and they can't say I don't know. Are you kidding me?
He said, "Do I have to know the name?" Well, dude, if you know something, then you know it.
Yeah. Look, here's the second part. There's 3 parts to this. What's this? Say, Mr. 100% knowing the Earth's a globe. Let's go. Put your cards on the table. I need to know drop over distance. I need primary source. I need a demonstration, and I need a citation. All of it in live stream voice text, and you need
hold on. Look, I came into this discussion saying that I don't have that type of stuff on hand.
Oh. Okay. He's not ready, right? Not prepared, but he knows it 100%. Well, let's see what we got to say about all that. What are the lovely words that I love to hear from the people that don't have their information together? You guys know what
I left it in my locker. I forgot it.
Exactly. You guys know what I'm after. You know what I want to hear. I want to hear it. I want them to say it from their chest. I want 10 of their little piggly wigglies to be on the ground when they're saying it too. I don't want nothing to be missed when we hear that special words. So here's the replay of that. There you go.
The conversation should have.
No, it's not going to divert. Sorry, it's not going to divert. We're going to go right back to it.
But
if you don't have it on hand, then you need to say I don't know, or else you can sit there in silence.
Those are the 3 specific words you want. Is it like I don't know?
Yes.
You know or you don't.
Yes.
How many times have I said it another way? I don't know the measurements.
You need to say I don't know. That's it.
I don't know the specific measurements right now.
No. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay,
That's
but
all you have to do. It's like pulling teeth sometimes, gamer. But
I don't know why they can't just be upfront and honest about it from the jump. It's not like you're automatically in a losing position if you don't know certain things. Shoot, when I was a glober, I didn't know what size the globe is. I didn't know the radius. I didn't know how gas pressure works. So just be humble, be honest. You'll learn things in the process. But if you start doubling down and stuff, you end up looking like a fool. Of course I know. Oh, okay, tell us. Well, I don't have that information. So then you don't know. It's just so simple.
the numbers, the figures.
Yeah. But there's fossil records.
Once you water it down to them, they have always come to the same denominator, which is, oh, there's NASA and I trust their numbers and blah, blah, blah. So it eventually comes down to trusting some guy in a lab.
Agave, your mic is hot, bro. You're way over the. You blew me out my damn chair, bro.
Turn me down. I got a $1 microphone. I'm usually the guy you can't hear. Let me check and see.
Thundering, bro.
I haven't changed a thing.
You're right, Miggy. Miggy, you're right, because I have him already at 80%, and he blew my speakers out.
Good night, dude.
Can you guys fix that?
Great and powerful laws. I'm like, geez, Louise.
Can you fix it for me? Is the question.
I think you just backed up just a hair, because.
Oh, I found it here. Which one am I looking for?
Or turn down your input.
There's input, 60% input.
Yeah, you can drop
That's
that
the kind of mic you need when you Glover's going out of control. You just want to thunder right through them.
You might want to take the bass out of your tone.
You're asking for things I don't know how to do. Yeah. Is that better?
Well, I mean,
80%.
I said to one guy one time, it sounded like he was boxing with his microphone with his tonsils.
Whoa.
Like eating it. But I think you're coming through a little bit better, man.
Yeah,
that's 50%.
I think you're picking into it.
Yeah, you're okay. Yeah.
Lower?
Yeah, you're okay. This when you were talking, you were like, "Hey, everybody. Hey, yeah, I disagree with that guy." I'm like, "Geez, Louise, bro." You
This thing was pegged out. I'm not sure why, but it was pegged to the limit, so I've never touched it myself. I got it at half.
Yeah, you
voice settings, right? Am I in the right place? I think so.
Bro, I'm just contemplating like some of these experiences we've had with people, Mickey, especially with you. Like they'll take the long way just to say something at the very end. You know, you have to twist their arm for an hour just to say, "Okay, you're right. I don't know," and then they'll be like, "Well, of course I don't know." It's like, what?
You know, I'm usually
so
like the guy. I'm usually like the guy from Friday at the end of their spiel, man. We're playing with my emotions, Smokey. Big worm on me, big perm. Yeah, like, cause, dude, man, I don't want to hear it. Don't tell me about your. Oh, I'm feeling some kind of way about this. We're having a civil discussion before you entered, Miggy, and you're just ruining that civil discussion. I'm like, give a shit, dude. Tell me what the damn information we've been. I mean, you're like, well, we were just having a conversation about Cavendish just a while ago, but you came in the door, and now we just got to start talking about the truth. Oh, that sucks. And it's like, I know, Puddin'. I know you feel bad because I'm here. But, all I got to say to that is, too bad. And of course, at the end of all that, and it was weird because Helio was in here telling him, dude, we don't want you here. Get the hell out of here. Like, he was being as rude as he can. And then after a while, he was like, Helio, it don't matter, bro. I think you're pretty cool, dude. Don't worry about it. But Miggy, he's an asshole. I'm like, dude, what's up, bro? Why I gotta be all that? Like, because I want to talk about truth, and Helio doesn't care about you, and you love that guy. Do I gotta be that way? That's weird.
Gamer Zim. He's
And the freaking guy comes in when I'm not here. Wow.
he made his way over to Tartaria last night. I was telling the guys earlier. He gravity. I asked him about his thoughts about containment of mediums, and of course he rendered gravity as an explanation. And yeah, his reality is definitely subjective, which is concerning, of course, but it's on him.
You put up the reality check?
Oh no, he actually Jin. We engaged Jin for an event last night, so he debated with Jin for a bit. But my initial, I just went in for just before the show started and just asked him how he contained mediums, and he rendered gravity. And I said thanks, and I let Jin go at him after that.
Well,
that's really his line of questioning. He definitely brought up the fact that he kept saying, I believe, and you can believe these things, and believe. But there was definitely not any renderings of objective-based reality. It was a subjective-based discussion.
We have a guy who could probably answer the question if the Earth is a globe or not. We got Bob Weber in here, and he just left right now.
Well, he left. He left as soon as you mentioned this.
There he's back in.
Oh.
So everybody, we do have Bob Weber who could answer the question. You know what, Bob? You do have control of your mic. You could unmute your mic, but I'm looking at your information on your account. It was saying something that the guy Ayatollah, you on the About Me section of your account says there is a group of people who are not sure God/Allah exists. Can you convince them? And then there's a Discord link, and it's probably the one that you guys have or host or whatever. But I don't know why that's really high on your burners, because religious topics are, whatever somebody believes, right? That's their faith.
By the way, Miggy, this guy is Ayatollah of comedy, because I copied his shit. If you look up, you'll see that it's Ayatollah has the same About Me, same exact everything.
That was weird. That's what I was saying. It looks similar to the other guy that was just here. That's why I mentioned that.
Yeah, that's why he's not talking.
Yeah, but Bob Weber, jump on the mic, man. Let's have a talk about why you think the Earth is a globe. Because I haven't spoken to you, so I think it's going to be kind of interesting. Don't you agree, Bob? Yeah, just if you're having trouble with Discord, it's that little microphone button at the very bottom left. You can just click that and unmute. And go ahead and do that. Who else we got in here? We got a Robot.
Oh,
we got a Robot. Robot just jumped in here. Robot, how you doing? Robot, how you doing? You just popped into the Discord. What's going on, man? Robot, are you there?
All right, then. Keep your secrets.
Man, I know you can hear me. You just going to leave me hanging, huh? Robot, are you there? Robot. Maybe if I don't stop saying your name.
The Earth is a globe.
Hey, Robot, can you help me with this? I have kind of a question here. If you enter Discord and somebody asks you a question and you ignore them, do you think that's rude?
It's in the eye of the beholder, but since humans have feelings, that is considered to them rude.
Freaking glad, dude.
Kick him out. Kick him out. Kick him out.
Kick him out. Yeah.
If they don't answer, kick them out. They can listen on YouTube if they're not answering. Seriously, that's what I think.
Well, let me disconnect Robot if he's not going to say anything. I'll give Robot, I don't know, 10
Goodbye,
seconds.
brother.
Robot, you got 10 seconds, man. You can say something, jump on there, and I'll just leave you alone. It's up to you. Sorry, robot, but yeah, thanks for playing.
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here!
I like that one. Bob Weber, back to you. Are you there, Bob?
Clean the guest house out.
What we're looking for is somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe. So we got 23 people watching the live stream. If you guys are out there, come on in. Water's fine. No sharks, I promise. Let's go.
Why is everybody scared? How come no one wants to talk? We're friendly, aren't we?
The problem is we're getting better and better at this. We're getting nicer and nicer. We're getting, it's easier and easier for us to convey the fact that the Earth isn't a globe. So we're going to get less and less people who believe in the globe that want to just come make fun of us. We're going to see a lot less of those. So it's going to be the honest people coming in with, you don't have to have balls to come in and talk to us. Just be curious about what we're talking about, right?
Listen, I'm not scared of these guys. These guys think they intimidate me, and they think that I think that they're scared. Oh well, if they're scared, that's all I know. I'm gonna bring the pain to them, and that's all it is. Then we go say how tough you are, tough guy. I like tough guys.
That's all they are. Tough guy. That's all they are.
I like tough guy.
I love tough guy.
I love a tough guy.
Was that was Tyson, right?
Yeah, Tyson. Hey, check this clip out.
The conversation should have.
No, it's not going to divert. Sorry, it's not going to divert. We're going to go right back to it.
But
if
you know the
don't
answer,
have it
Maggie.
on hand, if you don't have it on hand, then you need to say I don't know, or else you can sit there in silence.
Those are the three specific words you want. Is it like I don't know?
Yes.
You know or you don't.
Yes.
How many times have I said it another way? I don't know
You need to,
the measurements.
You need to say I don't know. That's
I don't know the specific measurements right now.
No. Okay, that's it. Oh, music to my ears. That's all you have to do. It's like pulling teeth sometimes, gamer. But that's all I want. That's all I'm looking for.
It's okay. The best thing you can say is I don't know, because we're asking questions that, frankly, I wouldn't expect anyone to know, right? So just tell us you don't know, and then we can move forward.
You know what, though? He said, I've said it in many other ways. Did you hear what he was saying when he was trying to say, I've said it in many other ways.
Right. I've said I don't know in so many other different ways that aren't me saying I don't know.
That's a real sleazebag way of trying to say that you said something, right? Dude, that's slimy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Isn't that the way that you're supposed to, like, I don't know, tell your wife and stuff, like, I love you in many different ways? There's not many different ways to say I don't know. You just say
words.
Yeah, I guess, dude, that's a great song for that glass.
Well done.
You're like, dude, all you gotta do is just why are they allergic to that? Just say you don't know, man.
Well, like I said, man, the media is always gassing these people up, so they're expecting to come here and just steamroll and win every topic. So when they go, oh, wait a minute, he's got me here. I don't want to say I don't know. So I'm just gonna make it seem like I'm gonna do some lawyer speak and make it seem like I do know, even though I don't know. Like, this isn't no one's first rodeo here.
But he's trying to say, I've been honest. I have been saying I don't know. I just in many different other ways. What the hell? Do you need to get a sound clip of that one Asian guy that always says, what the hell?
I'll see if I can find that.
Emotional damage. That one
I do have that one.
Come on, Bob.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. He doesn't want to say it.
I don't know, man. There's just 12 rounds in boxing. Okay, you don't have to. You can go back and after losing the first round, sit on the stool and get a pep talk, and then come back out for round 2. They don't realize this. So, like, it's okay if you lose one round. What do they say? You may have lost the battle, but you haven't lost the war. So,
That happens a lot. I love these new guys though, because they got the gumption and the gung ho. Even after so many years now, we still have fresh people that jump up like, "What's this flat Earth all about?" It's like, shit, dude, where have you been? Like, you haven't heard about it yet, and it's like they come in here now. It's like blasting as if they're like the only person that's come into this thing and tried to tell us that the Earth's a globe. It's like, dude, where have you been, man?
That's one of my bigger pet peeves is that they think they're the first person to have this conversation. They don't realize they're person number 27,000.
That's what I mean. It's just funny. And like you said, you press them for the evidence, and where's the curve? Show us some curve or whatever, and it all goes flat real fast.
So you say things like, all right, go ahead and tell us why the Earth's a globe. Why do you think it's a globe and why? Have you guys ever thought about the Earth like a beach ball? And we're like ants. And then CB's just like,
I'm like,
you
hell
son of a bitch. All right, go ahead, man. Finish with because like I'm gonna interrupt you in like 2, 1. All right, so
You're fucking melt.
That's what it's like, dude.
Do you have any info that didn't come from Discovery Channel?
Yeah, that's it every time, man. Don't be reading off. Well, you see, we're like ants on a big orange, and therefore, it's like no. Don't start that on here.
Have you ever seen, Dragon Ball Z, King Kai's planet? I mean, come on, man. You guys got to visualize.
Yeah.
Freaking hell. Where are you globers at, man? Why you guys don't want to click that link on the description and come tell me about why you think Earth is a globe? That's all you got to do. I mean, obviously the Earth is a globe, isn't it? You should be able to have some preponderance. I think the gentleman said before, well, there's a preponderance of evidence. He comes in here saying that, like, that's something to say. Well, why do you believe the Earth's a globe? Well, I believe the Earth's a globe because of the preponderance of evidence.
There are
so much
volumes of proven data.
Numbers. Figures.
Numbers. Figures. There are fossil records.
You guys, we just want to see the fossil records, man.
Have you seen these fossil records? Huh? Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures? Well, no. I mean, no. Oh, interesting.
The Earth is round because of numbers and figures.
They're really hoping that's the case.
Yesterday, I had a debate with a guy who wanted to tell me that GPS proves as existence of satellites, and then
GPS.
Yeah, because planes nowadays fly with GPS, right? Funny enough is that we had a plane like the Concorde, for example, that flew faster than a bullet, and he wanted to tell me that the old ground-based navigation system VOR was less efficient as GPS nowadays. And let me tell you this, man, if a Concorde that flies faster than a bullet is able to use VOR without a problem flying from New York to Germany or France or whatever, using a ground-based system, I don't see any necessary need for anything to shoot up into space to navigate airplanes. I'm unbelievably retarded to believe in this. GPS is still a ground-based system.
Clay, and that's interesting, brother. But check this guy out, Tim Smith, on the YouTube live stream text chat. I'll read a few things and I'll just clip it out because I think this is important. Tim Smith, don't leave. Click that link and come in here. Don't be a little candy ass, dude. Click the link, come in here. I'm going to call you out because you are being a little pansy. Click the damn link. Echo chamber my ass, dude. You don't want to step foot in this server because you know you're wrong and you don't want everybody to listen to you spiral. I'm going to post this so that everybody can see what you're saying.
Don't be a
the bitch. And the posers, they get here, the cameras bothering them.
Little YouTube chat skank that you are. Click the damn link. Come in here and talk to me specifically. I want you to come in here, stand on your 10 little piggly wigglies and tell me why you think the Earth is a globe. And if you want to, if you have some feelings, I have a shoulder you can cry on.
This is too bad too, because if you're this afraid to come in and talk to somebody on the internet about something like this, when you puff your chest up, you probably shouldn't leave your house the rest of your life, partner. Life might get a little rough for you.
I don't think you're applying yourself, Smokey.
Smokey?
Another keyboard warrior. Another keyboard warrior.
Yeah, look, check this out.
Don't talk about warriors like that. Warriors actually do shit.
No. When you sit behind your keyboard and can pound out messages 4 lines in length, I'll tip my hat and call you a keyboard warrior because you just sit there and pound keys all day. Warrior, keyboard warrior. You ain't got no emotion behind.
Tim Smith, I'm going to put you in the same realm as Bobby Steele's, Flirt Williams, and all the other clowns that sit there and type their little life away, and keeps talking about, ha, 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 oh, look at me. I'm a little chat skank. Yeah, that's all you guys are. Freaking chat skanks. Yes, you don't have the gumption to come in here and speak about what you think you know, because you're afraid that we're going to expose you to have the content to expose you to whoever listens to the content, right? Continuously. And guess what? You guys are wrong, and you don't want to admit that you're wrong. And when you set foot in here, I'm going to have you say the words that I have everybody say. I don't know. And I'm going to hound you until you say those words. I will be the bane of your existence when you step foot in here, until you are intellectually honest, which then we become friends at that point. But if you don't do that, I'll be your worst nightmare. See, like, what I do is I keep the trolls in where the trolls belong, in the little YouTube live stream text chat. That's where you guys belong, where nobody can hear you. So Bobby Steele's, yeah, little freaking chat skank. That's where you belong, with the rest of the people that aren't man enough to step foot in here.
I don't take no shit from anyone. I smoke my okay anywhere I want. I don't have to find a hideout place like you.
That's just weird.
Hey, Tim Smith, quit typing stuff in there and get in here and talk to me. I'm gonna give you a platform, dude. Only because you control the mute button and peanut gallery. No, you are the peanut gallery, you freaking moron.
It's like this.
Come in here and say something about it. Why don't you come here? Come here, mate. Nobody needs to go over there. This platform here is set up so that we can speak truth. And you got your little platform. Come in here, Tim. Freaking clown.
Here's how.
That's all you do. That's all you do.
Don't let him get you mad. Don't let him get you mad. Listen,
let me get some content going, bro. Let me get some content going. All right. So we got Tim Smith, guys. We got Tim Smith, who thinks he knows what he's saying. I know what I'm doing. I'm churning up content. So that's what I'm doing. All right. So we're not going to get Timmy to come in here because he thinks he knows what he's talking about. Calm down. I am freaking calm. But what I'm not is putting up with your garbage, because you and the other chat skanks like to type away and think you know you're right. But you don't want to come in here when we got 26 people listening to the YouTube live stream text chat. They want to know why you're scared, Timmy. Ha ha ha. And Bobby Steele's, I gave up on him a long time ago, but maybe there's hope for you yet. Go ahead, click the link. It's in the description. Or you know what? Nightbot has it also. So, yeah, I don't think you're going to come in here, are you? Freaking clown. Stay there with the rest of the mouth breathers.
So,
you're Flirt Williams, Tim Smith? No, I'm freaking
They can't even hire new people on. Uh-oh.
You have to change your name.
So another thing I find interesting is if you look at modern airplanes, the very antenna for the ground-based positioning system, which is VOR, is located on the tail of the plane, on the highest part, which is kind of weird because they put the antenna for a ground-based system on the highest part of the airplane, while the antenna for GPS is just on the roof. I wonder why is that.
Well, in that case, if you're Flirt Williams, then I know why you're chat skank. So continue chat skanking. Because you guys are too scared to come in here. You know what, Bobby Steels and Fluff Williams, and you might as well be all the same brain because you're sharing the same community brain. So I'm already used to it.
Don't talk about people with brains like that.
What this boils down to is in life, you've really only got two things: your name and your word. And these guys have neither. They're nothing. And they gave it up themselves, all because they found a topic on the internet that they don't understand, but spiral about it anyway.
Hey, Conspiracy, check this out, bro. Like, this is what he put in the chat. Watch this. I'm gonna post it so that you can see. Oh, he's giving his reasons why he didn't come into the chat. He says, I deleted my account from my devices to stop coming in listening to this dumb bullshit and play with the peanut gallery, but I can't. I'm addicted.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Like,
he's got a mental illness, this one does.
Listen,
yeah, he's on. So he was on meds, then went off the meds. So get back on your meds.
Yeah, listen, that's at least 3 cognitive deficiency diagnoses right there.
I'd say.
I mean, what he needs to do is show that to somebody he thinks cares about him. Says, hey, I know this guy online. I've been trying to talk to him. He's deleted his account multiple times, but he just keeps logging in to listen to this podcast. How can you help him? See, it's like, and then once the person shows like, oh, that person's deeply disturbed, they need professional psychological help. I mean, that is not a healthy individual spiritually, mentally, or physically.
Yeah, like, listen, I don't want any of the people that hang out in the YouTube chat bagging my groceries. I don't want them alone with my kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, those people are deplorable and they're oxygen thieves.
Guys, why do you invest so much energy in these people? If they would really have anything to say, they would have been here already. But since they have nothing to say,
I'm sorry, Clay, for the time that I have to repeat myself when I say this, and I'm gonna speak to our group now. Every single time I talk to these chat skanks, I do it to churn some content. And I'm doing it so that others can see that they're never going to come in here and that they are deplorable and that we can talk about them because they give us content. You guys, I love you guys, but this is the reason why I do this. And I'm churning up content because usually people are like, hey, I know the Earth's a globe. I'm coming in there and telling you what's what. That's why I'm doing this. If you don't, you don't know me by now, you will never.
Yeah, I got what is the content?
Clay, come on. I mean, come on.
It's okay. Listen, Clay, all we got to do is poke the bear. They come here to act as if they can get under our goad instead of focus on the information. Oh, they're going to have it turned around on them instead, and the audience is only going to see that they have zero evidence to back their claims, and all they are people who didn't get enough attention from mommy and daddy.
Yeah, they're entitled, man. They think they can say whatever. That deserved a damn.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. Probably accurate. You're not going to catch me spending 20 hours a day in some globe Earth chat, just hanging around. The hell are you guys doing? Go be with your people.
Yeah,
they probably don't.
Yeah, trust me, Bobby Steele. This isn't hate. You don't know what. No, hate is something different. I ain't got hate for you guys. I got nothing but love for you.
Right, that's what they don't understand.
Guys,
go ahead. No, you go ahead, man.
Oh, okay. I'll say a lot of these guys are atheists, and they've been ostracized by their families, so they really don't have any place to go.
Well, I mean, I think it's just, I don't think it, for me, I think these guys love the lore. That's what it looks like to me. Because whatever the globe is providing them is like a binky. All right? Then when you take the binky out of their mouth, they're like, wah, my binky, wah. And so Tim Smith, aka Flirt Williams, and Bobby Steele's and all that, they don't like their being taken away from them. So they're waiting for the knight in shining armor to come in there because they're little gammas and they love to stick to little skanks on the YouTube live stream text chat. So their little their brave white knight comes in there. I'll protect you, my Flair Williams and Bobby Steele's. Don't worry about that. And then when I tear them to shreds, when they come into here, and I say, I need you to tell me that I don't know. Wait, but I do know the Earth's a globe. And then they're like, please, Flair Williams and Bobby Steele's are cheering in the background. You know, they're just like, oh, please don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. He wants you to say it. And I'm like, I'm going to do this especially for you guys. Every single time, I'm going to crush these globers so that you can hear that repeated message over and over and over again. So if you don't want to come in here, then go ahead and sit there and listen to how no one has the answer. And I'm going to have it repeated to your ears every single time. That content will be produced always. So
y'all do it to yourself, YouTube chatters. You guys.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You're just hoping that somebody comes. Tim Smith, I don't give a shit about anymore going anyone to disprove you. You do. You're waiting for the freaking Dave Farina or whoever to come in here to save your ass. But no one's going to save you from or escape you from me. No one is. No one can save you from that. And it's like a nightmare. Every single day you wake up and come in here, I'm going to have it replayed over and over to you guys. And that'll just be it. So that's going to be tough cookies for you guys. I don't care what you say about no peanut gallery. This is you love to hear you just what's that word that people that love to get abused? What's that? Like they keep getting abused, they just love it.
Masochistic.
Masochistic. There you go. They're masochists. Bunch of masochists, you guys. But no worries, because we got.
I'm sorry. I'll real quick. It's actually masochistic voyeurism. So it's a type. So like when people look at pornography, and they get their rocks off. Well, there's voyeurs who like to just watch other people do stuff and watch them live their lives and such like that. So that's a voyeur, and they get their jollies, their kicks and giggles off of just watching and engaging with other people that they normally wouldn't. And then it's this, the second one is masochistic because they keep getting destroyed, right? And that's gotta suck, but it seems that they like it, so they keep coming back for it. It's like it's like the person that likes to get spanked over and over and over because it's sexual. It's basically the same thing.
Damn, that's pretty disgusting. Glad that these guys like that.
Takes all kinds, don't it?
It does kind of paint a picture, though. The character that's actually behind the screen, probably freaking Cheeto fingers and sitting in his drawers. Like, you can just imagine, like the freaking, ew, dude. Never mind. Disengage.
Chest. Some basement dweller with Cheeto dust all over his chest.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I'm talking about. Man, I need to fist bump that guy. That's Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
He basically pegged Tim Smith. That's what he's doing, man. Him and Poppy Steels. They got nothing but Cheeto dust all over.
You're a stupid person. And you've always been a stupid person. And as far as I can tell, as far into the future as I can see, you're going to remain a stupid person.
I know, Jordan. That's them guys. Ugh, man, Jordan. He just gets me. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, there's nobody that jumps in here. There will be, however. Bus will be along shortly.
This is funny. So I'm reading through Airbus's A320 navigation PDF. And it says here, the Global Positioning System, GPS, is a satellite-based radio navigation aid. Worldwide, 24 satellites broadcast accurate navigation data that aircraft can use for the precise determination of its position. But let's read this again. It's a satellite-based radio navigation aid. So you're going to tell me that it was necessary from a navigation that already worked with a Concorde, for example, that was completely radio navigation ground-based positioning system, where you had like little towers on the ground sending out a signal and creating routes that you can follow by that signal. Now going into having 24 satellites necessary going around a not existing globe to give accurate navigation purposes for aircraft. Man, this smells extremely fishy and is extremely fishy. But who I am to question this. The reason why I bring this forward is I think it's just funny what people claim nowadays as a necessary thing that only the globe can provide. Especially the people that have been indoctrinated in the aviation industry. Is a satellite-based radio navigation. Why even switch? If the other things work with a stupid Concorde, why even switch? And you want to tell me that 24 satellites were enough to simultaneously have thousands upon thousands of planes on the ground and in the air, giving correct positioning system? I mean, come on, that's completely, utterly BS. If we look at the amount of airplanes sitting on ground already being connected for the 8 years with GPS signals, and then we look at the amount of airplanes simultaneously being in the air, being tracked by these 24 satellites, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I'm not saying that this is it could be outdated, that it's not 24 anymore, but in the time where you would have built A320s and flown these A320s, still, this would be a crazy low amount of satellites regarding the immense use of GPS already during the time of an A320, because the A320 back in the days was is still one of the very best automated airplanes that there is. So again, very, very suspect, very, very weird.
Sorry, boys, I have to push the nose down to deal with the curve. What are you talking about? Guys, we're going 500 fucking miles per hour. There's 8 inches per mile squared down there. I have to buckle this thing down a couple hundred feet, in a fraction of a second.
Oh man, this is good. I love how people think that an airplane flies over a globe. Absolutely, and even pilots, and then you have these wicked, pathetic pilots like Wolfie lying about their glass, their cockpit glass that is literally on ground, creating the same curve that he has in the air of 40,000 feet. While it also is inconsistent with when they claim there's a curve at 40,000 feet with all the other claims that you can't see any curve at 40,000 feet. Like, the inconsistency and the spiral within this heliocentric religion is unbelievable. It has come to a point where they themselves can, as if there's no line in logical thinking. It's just all inconsistent, all relative. It's it's all relativity in their belief. Oh man. I guess no one is really up to having a discussion about this. Sorry, guys.
All right, I'm back. What happened?
I just
No, Clay, I was listening the whole time, man. Clay, I agree, buddy.
Okay.
I agree. Whatever
Yeah,
I
sometimes don't know if people are actually interested in what I say. Maybe I'm just, saying something people don't want to hear.
Well, you got something there in the live stream voice text.
Yeah. So what I said in a short form is if you read the description of this navigation manual by Airbus for training, it says in the description, the global positioning system is a satellite-based radio navigation aid. Worldwide, 24 satellites broadcast accurate navigation data that aircraft can use for the precise determination of its position. So you want to tell me that 24 satellites during the time of this training script has been made were enough to have perfect, accurate, think about the data and the traffic necessary to keep up with this logic. For some reason they switched from a perfectly working navigation system like VOR that you also used for the Concorde, which is a completely ground-based system, now saying that you have little aluminum cans flying around a not existing ball, creating the necessary need of now a satellite-based radio navigation aid. That it would have been absolutely unnecessary regarding the fact that we already had a perfectly functioning navigation system. So everything about this is
Perhaps the archives are incomplete.
everything about this is just very sus. And I will definitely go deeper into it. I literally want to find out when they introduced all the GPS bullshittery.
Yeah, I like to solve the puzzle.
Yeah. What's the argument against this? Like, are you saying something about that it's not this, that it's something else? My thing is, if we bring up points to say then we have to back it up with something, even as a flat earther, Clay. So if there's something that you're saying that is against this, you can't just hand wave dismiss it. You have to provide evidence as to why it's incorrect.
That's true.
Okay.
That's true.
Is there something you brought against this within the way of why this isn't correct? Because
I'm not saying,
and I'll tell you so much to say is not just talking about the globe, but cause that we already can get to. But I mean specifically this.
Yeah. I would say it's a very weird kind of jump from the necessary from something that we have already established, right? All over the plane they built ground positioning system VOR, which is like a little frequency dispenser that made it even able for the Concorde to patch the Atlantic Ocean, flying faster than the speed of a bullet, with no problem regarding navigation, to a system that now requires rockets shooting up tiny aluminum cans where we have no real pictures of, now flying around the globe that doesn't really exist because of the measurements we did. Now are the main data transferers for making airplanes fly through the navigation over the plane, or having navigation possible, which is kind of weird by looking at the fact of all the past decades of perfectly ground-based positioning systems, which was the VOR that has been used. And I think the only thing they did is just upgraded the technology to simplify this logging into these frequencies and navigating through it, and just put this GPS thing over it to further
all right, yeah, I've heard enough. I basically
Merry Christmas!
Okay, you're a kitten. I don't know why that was needed. All right, so what I'm listening to is we're not going to listen to you do that again. I caught you before you did it. So you're a kitten, basically. Before you do that again, sorry, Clay, I had to stop because your kitten was going to play something. So you just played the little Merry Christmas thing. That's wonderful. But if I unmute you, will you be able to talk to us? Because this is a intellectual forum. We'd love to have you on here and talk to you instead of playing some. There's only room for one of us for sound clips in here, and you're not the person. So can you please just, if I unmute you, go ahead and have a conversation with us? I will respond to you, Clay, because there's something interesting that I wanted to tell you. Well, never mind. I'm not going to talk to your kid. Anyway, so just kind of like what I'm hearing is it sounds to me like a false dichotomy that you're setting up. And I'll tell you why. And if you answer this honestly, okay? I would say answer what I'm about to say honestly. So, is there a possibility that we have technology in the sky without it going to quote unquote space? Yes or no?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I was reading something.
Is
Sorry.
there technology that we can put in the sky that we know we can do? Like people can actually put technology in the sky, or
Yes.
is there only technology in the form of the idea that it's going into the vacuum of space, low Earth orbit, and such? Clay.
Can put satellites in the sky. That's what I know.
That's what I'm saying, though. It's either can we put technology in the sky?
Yes.
Yeah, it flies
I
every
know
day in the
whoever's
sky.
answering is not Clay. I'm sorry. Like I know it's. I know. Sorry.
Yes,
sorry.
yes,
but I'm
yes
asking
is
Clay.
the answer. Yes. In the
Yes
sky,
is the
yes.
answer. Okay. So if yes is the answer, then whatever can be happening to attribute the idea that that can be the case, then it could be that they're using some sort of technology in the way of saying that that is the GPS or global positioning system that they're using, right? So what we're doing here is we're not saying we understand that global is not the term to be used because it's not a globe, but that's where we need to talk about. The thing that is you're saying though is that it's not a technology in the sky, it can only be technology in the ground. So that you're putting a false dichotomy up, and that's not what we need to focus our mind on. The idea is the underlying premise that it's happening over a globe. So it should get everybody's mind back to the reason. It's not the actual technology that you're arguing or should be arguing, because I think that's what it sounds like. I think you're arguing it should be ground based, and it's not. You're saying that it needs to be all ground based like they used to have it before. And I'm like, well, before they were still doing technology in the sky. As far as I remember, that they've been trying to put these satellites up in the higher limits of our sky. They've been trying to do that. So it starts to become like something that you're speculating on, which this is why the correction is coming, is because like that's your assumption. And if I was to press you on, like, are you sure? And if you can tell me that you're not really sure, you don't know, then you're bringing up a false argument to a conversation where they could actually do this to you in a conversation and make you look like you have egg on your face because of the fact that of what you're arguing. It's not the fact that you were talking about the globe per se. You were actually arguing about the technology that they're using, which is what I heard you say. So I just like, it's just a refinement of your argument to like, instead of it being the technology, moreover, it needs to be like the underlying premise, which they think they're working this technology over a globe. And that's all. It's just like a refinement of how you're saying what you're saying. And that's it, Clay. That's the only thing I say from the standpoint of like what we're listening to. So. Did you hear me, Clay? I don't know if I.
Yes, I said yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's important, brother. Like when we speak these things, like we have to know our audience, and our audience is going to hear us say things like, "No, it's not the technology in the sky; it's technology in the ground," and we're just arguing. From that point, it's like, well, there is technology in the sky. I mean, we all know this. Like everybody does. For someone who's siding on the flat earth to say that's not possible, then they're just ignorant, right? Because you even admit it, like there's satelloons. So it's like, we know that. They call them satellites, however. But there's a caveat, right? Because to satellites, they think of low Earth orbit or, the upper limits of the sky. So they're calling it something else than what we're saying that it is. So the distinction should be where you come out and say, this is why I think this technology can exist in the sky and so on and so forth. So it's not the fact that it's happening. And what they're saying is it the low Earth orbit part, because there is no such thing. Vacuum of space and all that nonsense. But well, that's what you have to really make them understand at that point. So the technology is just fine. It could work the way it does. As a matter of fact, you look at the what's their name? Project Loon. Look up Project Loon, and it tells you exactly, to the precise way of the way they even operate these balloons. They've been doing this for a long time. Most of the globalists are like, they plug their ears when you're saying this, because their citation. Yeah, it's right there. This isn't some kind of conspiracy theory. It's exactly what they've been saying all along. They know exactly how to use this technology. They can raise and lower the balloons at certain altitudes, and depending on the winds that they're up there above the sky, they're going in different directions. There's different currents, and sometimes you could even set them over a location and have them stationary. So they're doing exactly what the globalists would think a satellite is doing. Only the fact that they've understood how to manipulate like the currents up there above our head so well that they can make them do whatever they want, like at certain altitudes. So I don't see anything wrong with that. I think it's not as prevalent as ground-based technology, but it is still something that's possible for sure. Absolutely, there's nothing wrong with that. And to say that that's something wrong with that, and that can only be ground-based, would put you in a bad way in the conversation. Like, you will not win that argument at all. Hopefully that kind of, because I care about the community, man. I just don't want you to go out there and argue with said person saying that that's not possible. It's only ground-based, because that's not good. However,
I'm saying that's not possible. It's only ground-based. I'm saying no matter how far you would go with the conversation, neither party can prove that the signal that you call GPS is indeed coming from somewhere in outer space, right? It's just something you can read out on a receiver.
No, it's not outer space. I just mentioned that, Clay. It's not outer space.
Yes, but it's what they think, right? They think that they're, yes. So I'm saying there will never be a conversation where you can either side can fully prove that this supposed signal that only a receiver is receiving, which is at the end just numbers, can point out where directly the signal is coming from. That's only what I'm trying to say. So either side cannot 100% put out there.
But like,
yeah. But I'm saying, regarding looking at the past decades of aviation, we can see that it also worked for a very long period of time. From the official side of statements with ground positioning systems. Then, for some reason, they changed it into the GPS.
Yeah, you're starting to argue the point that it's only ground-based once again, and it's not.
No.
So they have been, even the past decades, they have been using satelloons, man. So they've called them satellites in the past. The satelloons, they call them satellites.
Yeah.
So they were using this, and so if they point their things to the sky or certain locations, they're still going to receive a signal from that direction that they're. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that there are getting signals from the sky. Like, this is not like something like, ooh, it's kooky. No, they probably are, because there is a way that they figured it out, but it's not in the place where they think it is. But they're still pointing their equipment to a location where they could be receiving these signals from. And this is where I think flat earthers are like, if you're dug in on this position, bro, you're not going to go it's not going to work well. Like, the argument's just going to fall apart.
You don't understand what I'm trying to say.
I know what you mean, but like, you're arguing. That's why see, Clay, that's why I'm telling you that the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because I can see your position. I know what you're trying to say, but it sounds like when I'm listening to you, and probably when somebody else hears you, is that you're denying the fact that it's possible for that. You're going back to, we've been doing it for decades. And then, like, when I'm listening to you, I don't see any citations popping up like to where it only says it's ground-based only. Like, it's what I can see from all the data that we've all researched, and just everyone has been putting information up, is that they have been using this balloon technology for a while now. It has been something that they are just not. It's not just something they tested. They are definitely using something, and it's not.
And I said that's probably a probability. I'm just saying neither side can 100% prove that whatever frequency they're receiving, because it's just numbers on the receiver at the end, where the 100% the source is coming from. That's all I'm saying. Neither side can do that. I had a discussion yesterday with someone about this. And I'm saying I'm not positioning myself and saying that I fully know and can say that GPS is not from satellites. Does it make sense?
All right, so
to
then
you?
why would this, if it's a non sequitur, if you can't reach a conclusion, why would it be an interesting conversation to have if you're not going to go anywhere with it? That's my point. Why would you bring it up if it's a non-point? If it's a non-point, then it's a non-point. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't. It's almost like talking about flat Earth documents in the Vatican or the. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're just gonna spin everybody's wheels. Like, that's what globers do. Like, don't. Focus the energy on something that is concrete, that you can bring somebody to say, I don't know. But other than that,
yeah,
it's just you. Sorry, Glad, go ahead.
No, I interrupted. Go.
But no, I'll say you posted something too, and like if it's a non-point, you have information that you're posting as if it were. Do you feel me, Glad? Clay?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so check this out, Clay. Just like in a courtroom setting, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Mm-hmm. So I know a lot of stuff, but I can only prove so much of it. That's the thing. So it's compelling, right? It's compelling, the stuff we've found out about satellites and satelloons and all that, right? But it's not proof of anything. It's not evidence of anything. It's super compelling, but it's not evidence. It's something we know, but we can't necessarily prove it. We got to stick with the things that we have smoking gun, we know we can prove. Now, last thing I'll say, Clay, it's super interesting, dude. The satellite stuff, it's like, wow, well, since we know satellites aren't up in outer space, they're doing a lot of stuff otherwise. And it's interesting to find out how we actually are communicating with each other around the world, right, across the world. So that's cool. But I'm just saying, in the sense of an argument per se, it's still only compelling. It's not proof of anything.
Hopefully that makes some headway with your future discussions, Clay, because that actually, what Glad's saying, falls under many different categories that people want to bring up. But it's useful because if you don't have stuff that you can then provide evidence for, then we're really just talking, our ideas. Well, this is what I think. We're not in this for what we think. If that were the case, man, we'd just be talking all kinds of crazy nonsense. Like, well, I think that you're wrong because I think you're wrong. Like, we can't do that.
I also have a question.
You also?
Yeah, I would like to ask. Do you think that the sun is also flat?
Right. So Newbie's a new guy. So when did you join, Newbie?
Yeah. I joined, I think, a week ago.
Okay. Well, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You might have got a little introduction before, but you're gonna get the red carpet this morning. So the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord welcomes everybody to come in here, whether they think the Earth is a globe, whether they're on the fence, or they know the Earth is flat. Either way, we want to hear what you think about the Earth, shape of the Earth conversation, and also it's interesting to meet new people and understand what they think the shape of the Earth is and why. So those are the two questions that I think I want to ask you, Newbie. What do you think the shape of the Earth is and why? Go ahead, you have the floor.
So at first I thought that it was a globe, just like everyone else told me, and just like, everyone says this, and so that's why I thought it was a globe. But then after I became a little older, when I began to understand something, I searched on the internet and made some research, and I looked, and then I don't really felt like the Earth was a globe. I think it's really like flat, because it's like a random egg in the space which is floating, and you don't even see that the curve or whatever they say. You see that it's flat. And another reason is that many people say that when the people went to the moon, they had a picture, but I don't even think that the moon landing is true, and that's why it all could be just propaganda. just like the moon landing was fake. It could also be fake that the Earth isn't flat. The picture could be like Photoshop or something.
But Photoshop was invented 2011, I guess, like something in the century of 2000, not
Who's this other
1940.
person speaking? I
I'm
think
sorry.
we're having
I'm
sorry. This forum is curated by the people who are in here, and there's a VC verified person talking. So another VC verified person is jumping in as if they were a part of the administration. I'm sorry, but maybe people don't know the rules around here. I'll give you a quick rundown. Usually, the people that have curated this forum are the ones that respond to the new people that join. The rest of the people who have VC verified tags usually get an introduction. So we haven't spoken to Rostin. Rostin, I think.
Ross, it's a Y at the end.
We will speak to you in just a moment. Trust me.
All right, yes.
But so it's everybody's taking their turn, and we respond in the way that the people who are responsible for curating this forum are the ones who handle all the introductions and the questions. But if you have any questions, we'll open this up to a later discussion where this person could want to continue the discussion if they so choose. Okay, back to Newbie. So Newbie, we do want to talk to you about like what's happening here with your idea. But so you don't think the Earth is a globe currently? You don't know what it is. I would say you're just kind of like in limbo trying to figure things out. Is this correct?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Well, and I would say that there's many more questions that you might have because the first one that you came in here was kind of interesting. So let's get to maybe, and now's your chance. You have a bunch of people in here who have been in this forum for a while, and perhaps they can impart some knowledge to you and, maybe share some things. But what was the very first question that you came in here with? Because I think I interrupted you and to go into this like introduction. So what was the first question you had?
It was if the sun is flat or not, because you see that it's round.
Okay. And I'll see if okay, I'm gonna give the floor to the panel. If we can respond to what he's saying with maybe with not so much bite. So if you guys can jump in here and maybe explain to him what his question was, or maybe something he needs to know. All right,
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Go ahead, Lou.
So to give you a very direct answer right away, we have no way of knowing whether the sun is flat or spherical, or and you do see it as round from here, but round is a two-dimensional shape. You can't really see any depth. Now, but that doesn't really matter, does it? Because we're not making claims about the sun. It could be anything. We can't go and test it. It could just be a point source of light. Like it might not be physical at all. We don't know. We can't test that. Our claim is about the Earth and its lack of curvature, sphericity. What you're looking at in the sky has no bearing on what it is that you're standing on or what it is that you're trying to test here on Earth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of.
Cool.
But I mean, are other planets also flat? That's because, you can't just say we don't talk about this because, it's, you see them.
Again, it's the same answer. We can't go up and test anything. We can just see lights in the sky moving above our heads. The ones that they call planets, planet means wandering star. They go in a different pattern than what the majority of like the stars in the sky are doing. So that's why they have a different name from a star, but otherwise they're the same. They're just a light in the sky. You got to take yourself out of this globe, this heliocentric space paradigm. We don't believe that there is no vacuum of outer space and all of that, and there's nothing beneath us. Earth is flat. It's like a realm, like that. It's conceptually anyway. The way I picture it is that the Earth is the floor to everything, and what you see above your head, whether it's the clouds or the stars, or the planets or the sun, whatever. There's something different than we are. You can't equate one to being like the other. You have no reason to think that. There's no similarities as far as we know, as far as we can tell.
Yeah, all right. I think I know what you mean.
Sweet. Yeah, I would have said the same exact thing he said. So it's great. Yeah, newbie. If you got any more questions, man, like now's the time. Like the floor is yours at the moment. Before I get to another person that's in here, but yeah, there's
no, I don't. I just wanted to listen and ask this question.
Yeah, if you think of any more, please like ask some more questions. There isn't any dumb question. We want you to be curious about the things that we talk about in here, and there's always somebody on the panel that will answer your questions. Unless they start getting pretty ridiculous, then we're going to say, hey, come on, bud, knock it off. But other than that, like, there really isn't a dumb question until, you start trolling and such. But I don't think you're doing it. Yeah, so let's see here. Newbie's in here joining us this morning. We got I. Roston that also popped in here and was answering Newbie.
Yes.
It's curated by us. So, all right, I. Roston. Sounds like more or less you have a beat on what the server's about. Is this correct?
Well, I know you're talking about if the flat is Earth or a global. So that's what I know, and you're just sharing your thoughts about it.
My thoughts?
Yeah, thoughts about
What did you say that you didn't know what?
So Newbie said the moon landing would have been fake. Like it is fake because like they showed a photo.
I don't think he said that. I didn't hear him say the moon landing's fake.
Can I ask him?
I said that.
No, we're not gonna ask. Yeah, no, he's the question. Like I think I said this before. Like whatever Newbie thinks, he hasn't. I asked him if he's gonna have any questions. He didn't have any more at this time, but. What I'm asking you, however, because you're a new person, you need to introduce yourself to the panel.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
So it's
I'm Irossi.
So
yes,
yeah.
I'm Irossi, and I think the Earth is global because like I've read many books, and I also go to school, so I know what.
Oh, you know,
like about physics and everything. And
data.
Who is talking right now?
Okay, so and I just gotta say, I love to hear that sometimes. Like, and I was hoping that somebody would come along and say they knew, because you know what, Roston, for over the many years that I've been doing this, nobody really knows. I know I've spoken to many people, from the most intellectual to the most common, so no one really knows. Like, and that's all I get from them. But I finally found somebody that knows. I love it. Sounds great. Well, it sounds like we're gonna have a great.
I'm not trying to insult someone or like anything, but
no,
like I was saying that you guys don't know, but I want to say like the reason for I think that the Earth is global because like it's like a circle, it's global but shape of a circle. You know what I mean?
It's
like
global,
a ball.
It's global. It's global, but it's in the shape of a circle. I mean, that makes the sense of what you're saying is profound. Okay, so yeah. Sorry about that, but yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and just ask you a few things because I think you're pretty much sure about it, right? You said you're 100% sure, right? Totally positive.
Yes.
Earth's a globe. 100% Earth's a globe. All right, let's get right down to it, shall we? Gonna ask you 3 of the main questions that I know everybody, like nobody passes this, but it sounds like you might. All right, so if you're being honest, yes.
Yeah, continue.
All right, so the 3 questions that I have to ask you, they're pretty basic. I mean, everybody should know this if the Earth is a globe, and especially you, my friend, you sound very confident, so I like that.
Yes.
All right, so the very first question, if you pay attention, and here's what I'll preface this with. You can say, I know, and then after that, you're going to have to tell me everything that I'm going to ask for, which is the primary source of where that information came from, a citation from where you got this information, and also a demonstration of how anyone can actually do the thing that you're saying, so that we can discover what you're saying. So 3 things.
I hope so. I hope so.
Me too. Especially if you say you know, because I'm a hound. I will hound you so long as you.
What do you think? What do you think?
But here's the thing, right? If you want to be intellectually honest, you can say I don't know, and I will respect that. I will say, you know what? The guy is being honest. He doesn't know. I'm not gonna say, dude, you're not honest. Like, don't worry about that. So only thing I need to hear, 2 things.
Then I can
right?
change.
Yeah,
then I can change. I say 90%.
Rostin, just listen for a second.
All
right?
right. Yes.
So all you got to do is say, I know, and then you could tell me everything I need to know, or I don't know. And then I'll just go to the next question. I won't even bother.
All right. Yes.
All right. So the very first question is simply this. Who has measured the curvature of the earth from ancient times? And what I need is I need diameter, I need the circumference, and I need the radius value. How did we measure that? Now, I know or I don't know. It's up to you. Go ahead.
Well, I think what you said, like the people who went to the moon are like still in some like rockets, like doing this. They're going through the earth, over the earth, and like seeing that it's changing. Imagine being like in a rocket.
No, we're not imagining. I'm sorry. I change my modes when I'm asking questions now. So I become an investigator. So what I'm gonna do is, it's gonna sound harsh, but I don't mean to be. All right. So what I need from you is either I know and then tell me how you know, or I don't know, and then I'll just move to the next question. So do you know or not?
No, I don't know.
Thank you. All right. So next question, right? The axial rotation or the spin of the earth. How have they measured the spin of the earth or axial rotation? You can tell me what device they use, or if you don't know, say I don't know. But if you do, I will press you on all the 3 things that I told you I would find.
You know that the earth has gravity.
Axial rotation, the spin of the earth. Earth spinning on its axis. Yeah, spin of the earth. Now, how have they been demonstrated to understand how they measured the spin of the earth? Because, okay, I'll give you an example. At the equator, they say the earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour. So, how do we figure this out? With what device did they measure it with? So, I know or I don't know would be sufficient.
Actually, I don't know.
Thank you very much. The third question. This is the last one, I promise. It's painless.
It's actually okay. It's actually okay.
Yeah, I know. It is okay. All right. So the vacuum of space is said to be adjacent to the pressure air we breathe, right? And what I mean is, you can look at it as a pressure gradient, because as we know, 14 psi down here where you and I are breathing, and as you rise in elevation, the air starts to thin out, so it's not as much air going. Like if you're on a mountain and such, you need oxygen mask to breathe. But so we understand that there's a pressure gradient, but the Earth is said to be an open system where matter and energy can be transferred, meaning that rockets can leave this Earth, right, and go to the moon. Rovers can land on Mars, and so on and so forth. Satellites can go to low Earth orbit. But we got all of this happening in the way of like it being a globe with an open system, and gas pressure, right, does not need containment on a globe. Gas pressure. So the thing we're focusing right now is how gas pressure, we can have gas pressure without a container. So can you tell me, is there any way that we can have this gas pressure without containment?
Round 3.
No, actually not.
Okay, so it's either I know or I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so let me go ahead and just put it in perspective for you. So the 3 questions are the main tenets of the globe, propping it up so that it could be something that you actually know is the fact. So I would say this, all right? So just kind of hold on for just a moment. When you came into this chat, you were very confident and said, I know the Earth is a globe. But my friend, after examination, with the idea that I put you through these questions, which actually prop up the globe, in that it has curvature, that it's spinning in the vacuum of space. You have no knowledge whatsoever. On your own admission, you said, I don't know, honestly. That's fine. You said it honestly,
Yes.
I don't know. So right now, currently, what you have is a belief that the Earth is a globe. You don't know it. So it's just a belief that you have, and that's all that it actually is. And I've showed it to you. I've walked you through the fact of how it's a belief. I didn't just tell you it is. You, my friend, gave it to me that you have no knowledge that it's possibly a globe. So when you came in here, you were really sure that it was. Now you just believe.
You're right. You're right. I'm just believing it, and
Yes.
I actually respect the questions you asked me because, like,
thank you.
They were just common sense, of course. But like, you have to think the gravity when you are in
No,
the
but we
Earth and
can't
everybody.
think about gravity. We can't think about that anymore. It's a belief that you have. So when I'm hearing you tell me about gravity, that's the only thing that I'm going to tell to you is that you're just telling me about what you believe. There's nothing you can provide in the way of evidence because you're going to tell me a story about gravity, and then I'm going to tell you, remember, Rostin, when you were telling me that you didn't know the Earth was curving? So you need radius for the Earth to be a globe. And in order for the physics to work on a globe, you need the ball. The ball needs to be there before the gravity was working or the physics work on the globe. So you don't have your physics if you don't have the globe. Everything is connected to each other, right? It's all married together. The gravity that exists on the globe needs to be proven by the actual globe itself. But if you don't have the information to substantiate the Earth being a globe, then you don't have the physics that actually work on the globe. So nothing that you tell me about the physics will work because you didn't substantiate the globe in the first place. So you can't have your physics and then proceed to tell me what physics work or may not work on the globe because there is no globe. You didn't provide any evidence of it being a globe. Do you see where we're going with this?
I completely agree. I completely agree that.
Okay. Thank you, Rostin, for your honesty. I really appreciate you being honest, bro. Like, I really do.
No problem. It's just why should I lie? But like, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Like not a real question, but I'm asking you, what do you believe in? If it's a global or if it's flat?
Oh no. Okay, so basically,
what do you think of?
Well, yeah, I'll give it to you this way, man. We've been given the idea that it's a globe with the measurements. So, like, if you and I'll show you just as an example. Type in what is the radius of Earth in Google, and you're gonna see a number that comes up. But I want you to do it just really quick.
Yes. All right.
Whatever device you're using, a computer or a phone. What is the radius of Earth? And you'll see a number pop up. And I'm doing this just to kind of
it's 6,371 kilometers.
Okay, well, you're working in kilometers. Okay, so that's the radius. And so what we have also, can somebody drop the Earth curve calculator, Walter Bislin's version? Walter Bislin is a gentleman who made this program called an Earth curve calculator. And what it does is that it takes the values of, I'm sure that Walter Bislin's calculator has refraction in there. If not, either his or McWest does. I know that for sure. But what it does is it gives us the information to be able to calculate drop over distance. Then drop over distance, all that is like from where you're standing on the beach to like maybe some far distance in the away from you. There is like a demarcation line. It could be an oil rig out on the water or a peninsula sticking out of the, in the far distance where you can see like, say 10, 15, 20 miles away. And if it's possible that you use line of sight to see that thing in the far distance and you understand the Earth's a globe, well, there should be some Earth curvature that's going to be obstructing your view from the thing that you see in the far distance. That should be obvious to anyone investigating this.
So that's a global.
Well, yeah, if there's drop over distance, then it's definitely a globe, right? Everybody, there shouldn't be anybody arguing the fact that within like 20-mile range that we're going to start to see curvature because the Earth curve calculator all we got to do is input some values, right? It's like some maths. We do some maths, and if the maths show us that with the values that we have with the radius that you just found out, like when you type that in, we insert like how big the Earth is because people can't see, well, the Earth's too big, because the fact that we know that it's a certain size, then we can start doing some maths. We can start seeing how big it is because obviously they gave us these values. So when we put the values to the real world test, we start to realize whether the Earth is a globe or not. And my friend, every time we do this, and everybody that's ever been researching this can never come up with the value that we see curvature anywhere. There isn't any measurable curvature using the values that they've given us. So the Earth is not a globe by way of the math. Like, we've put the math to like real world examples, and there isn't any obstruction from the math. Like, where the math tells you should start seeing curvature, we don't see it. It doesn't appear there. Do you understand what I mean? Like, in any,
I am understanding. Yes.
So the elevation height, probably it matters in a way of like, okay, so depending how many feet you're off the ground, like where your eye height is, because you can use a camera and put it like on a tripod at a very low angle to the ground, and then see how far you can see there. But it doesn't matter so long as you can see the thing in the far distance at whatever angle you are from the ground, and there is no Earth curve that obstructs your view. That there should be, then we have an issue. So we have an issue where there isn't any measurable curvature. And that's what we say. When people ask us, how do you know the Earth's flat? And we're like, well, if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what is it? And I would ask that to you, Rustin. If the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what is it?
Well, no, I don't know.
Okay, so if something's not curving, what is it?
Flat.
Thank you. That's it. That's why the answer is your question. Why do you guys think the Earth is flat? No, I just answered it. Well, I helped you understand the reason why anyway. That's it.
Congratulations! You've just won a free all-expense-paid trip to Space Australia!
Beautiful explanation, Miggy. Like, way to end that. If it's not curving, what is it? Like, it's not that we're saying that it's flat. We're just saying it's not curving.
No. The only thing is left is flat. There isn't any other, unless you can think of something else that it's not curving that can be. So we are saying that it's flat, but what we're saying is the only thing it can be is flat. But for anybody that's listening right now, so Rostin, thank you very much. Like, like you start to understand. If there's any more questions you have, like I told.
No, you actually you answered everything. So.
Are you sure? Okay.
Yes,
well, I'm giving you guys the floor. So, listen, and the only thing I want you to look at is not the fact that we're trying to convince you here. It's going to be a challenge for you because it doesn't end here. This is actually the beginning of your journey of like critically thinking. I always look at the young generation as being the future of like critical thinkers. So in this voice call, I don't want you to say, man, the Earth's flat. I want you to go out and do the test yourself. Challenge the question. Like, you guys got to actually want to do this because I don't want to be the one that convinced you of anything. You have to go and look for the information. You got to be the researcher. The information about the Earth itself and what it is to you, it should be your human right to know what it is. So nobody should tell you what the Earth is or what, when you look up at the night sky, what those lights in the sky are. Because it was just a bunch of guys or a guy that came up with the idea, hey, that thing up there, I think that's a rock floating around. And also, it rains diamonds on Jupiter. And then they're telling you, and you're like, dude, that's amazing. How'd you know that? And he's like, I don't know. I just thought about it. Now, how would you like that if somebody told you that? How would you feel about your worldview? It'd feel kind of silly that you're believing somebody else's ideas. But my friend, this is exactly what's happening. Some guys a long time ago looked up at the night sky and declared what they thought that those things were, and then gave them to you. And all you're doing is just repeating the information, saying, "What? Hey, do you guys think planets are flat?" Because in your mind, the guy who told you that there was something else doesn't even know himself.
Here's the thing I always like to do. This is a question that got me real good. And the question is, if nobody had ever told you that you are on a spinning ball, would you ever have come to that conclusion on your own?
That was to you, Rostin.
Me.
He's asking you that.
I'm sorry, I didn't really understand him. What did you ask me for?
You want to repeat that, Glad? Hang on.
Yes. If nobody had told you that you live on a spinning ball, would you have naturally come to that conclusion on your own without anyone telling you about it?
No,
you
no.
experience the world as moving. What?
Well, not really that is moving, but we can see that there is winter and summer in Europe. Right now is winter.
So what?
At the same time in Africa, like in Austria, there is like
so what?
Summer. And so we know that means it's moving.
So it doesn't. It means the thing in the sky is moving. Doesn't mean you're moving.
I know I'm not moving. It's the Earth is moving. The Earth is moving.
No. Hold on. The thing in the sky is the sun. That is what is moving. You are on the stationary ground. The sun is moving. Can you tell me otherwise?
Well, every other planet is moving like in the circle of the sun. So we are like because the sun is always staying there what it is. I can
the
see.
sun is the
Look,
thing
sometimes.
Hold on. When you look in the sky, does the sun move across the sky?
No. Oh wait. Yeah.
No.
What?
No, not actually. No.
No? Wait, whoa. Go ahead, Glad. What's going on here?
No, go ahead. I wanted to explain how he doesn't see the sun moving across the sky every day.
The sun moving across the sky every day?
Look, when you stay in here, yes, it's moving. It's moving. The sun is moving. The sun is moving.
Oh.
Wait, what the
I thought
fuck?
you said it wasn't moving. I thought you said it was.
Right. Hold on. So if the sun is moving,
yes.
Hold on. If the sun is the thing moving, what makes you think the Earth is moving?
But this is our POV. This is our point of viewing.
Right, but hold on.
But if we are outside the Earth, then we can see that the Earth is moving.
Outside the Earth?
Like in the moon.
Hold on, please. So, you just admitted that it is the sun that it moves across the sky. So my question is, what about the ground makes you think it's moving in comparison to the sun? Remember, the sun is the thing moving. So what makes you think you're on the thing moving?
I don't actually know. No, I don't know.
Thank you. That's a great answer to the end of that.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
It really is.
And thank you so much for being so honest. That's like the coolest thing ever.
To be honest, it's refreshing. You guys, okay, so YouTube chat skanks, listen up, man. This is how you should be. I'm speaking to Tim Smith because this is the example of what somebody looks like who's intellectually honest. I'm just saying, the kid gets it. Thank you, JJ. Yeah, he gets it. And you guys should sound like this. This is what somebody who's inquiring, but also is humble enough to say that, hey, I didn't know that. And that's how you guys should be. So anyway, sorry, I had to kind of show them when we hear somebody that's coming in here that's intellectually honest. And it's great, man, because the more you ask, the more you understand. But it's also, I'd say that we've been taught this for a long time, but you're still very young, so there's a lot more of this understanding to know.
Yeah.
Which is the reason why I said, Rostin, it's really good for you to not just believe what we're saying, but to actually research, to do more. It's gonna be a lot of research, bro. Trust me, it's a lot.
It was actually an honor to talk to you all, so I could understand more. So I have now information that I didn't know but I'm sorry that I have to go now.
Yeah, please come back, dude. I
will come back.
With you. All right, Rostin. Have a good day, sir.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Rostin. Thank you, CB, for the.
It was quick, but I loved that where Glatt was talking to him and he got him to say that the sun was moving. He goes, "Wait, what the fuck?" Like,
yeah,
that was the best.
You did say that, but you know what, man? Like, glad, and I know that you feel the same way, dude. This is what we're here for, bro. Like, to hear that moment when somebody actually, like, isn't that refreshing? After all the trolls and all that, you hear somebody actually just like, it makes it all worth it, man. You know, and it refuels us to like, all right, we got another 100 trolls to get through before we get to another guy like that. Damn it! I wish it weren't the case. It is.
Sometimes it gets easier. Am I roboting?
No.
Sometimes it gets easier.
I was just saying sometimes it gets, like, as it go on, it gets easier with these trolls out though, and like it even gets fun to like, throw a bone at them and play with them a little bit.
Well, dude, I think the moving Earth thing gets people to think. I think that clicks for people more than some of the others. Sometimes I've got people to really think about the moving Earth. They've come back to me and said, "Hey, I really thought about what you said about, the moving house, or like Glatt said, the moving sun." That's a good one. That's a good one.
And we got 33 people listening in right now. Illuminati confirmed. But if you guys want to come in here and have a chat with us, like these gentlemen just did, you can do so. Click that link. Come in here. Yeah, Illuminati confirmed, bro. Like 33 people watching. That's no bueno, bro. It's good stuff, bro. Man, what a wonderful morning. Who we got in here? Kuruku?
There's also Commander Steele is still with us. They joined part of the VC verified crew.
Oh, and John M. Truth also. Looks like he's got a...
Hello.
How's it going, John?
Very fine. It was a long time I didn't went to the chat and I just followed. Yeah. How are you? Happy New Year, by the way.
Very well. Yeah, Happy New Year. 2023. Another wonderful year. So just like getting into this forum and like what brought you here, John? Like what brought you to this forum?
Today, right now. Good question. Maybe I'm working a lot, so I'm just take a break. But let's say that I'm arguing with my bro. My bro is an engineer, aerospace. I'm sorry, I'm not an English guy, but yeah, I'm probably you will hear me well. And I fight with him for like 4 years now, and I discovered there's many models, not only the flat earth, I will call it the pizza thing, but maybe it is. But let's just talk about the sun. When it's going down to the horizon, do you think the sun is going far and disappear, or you think it's going down and doesn't shrink and going down?
That's not possible, sir.
You think it's a good question?
Yeah, I think it's...
Yeah, go ahead, CB. You go.
Well, just to be really short and sweet, I think you can bank on two things. It's moving in the sky. I don't think it ever goes below you, ever. Go ahead, CB.
Yeah, well, and depends on what weather condition that you see the sun through. You're either going to see it expand and look like it's bigger on the horizon, or you're going to see it move down small to a pinprick where you can't see it anymore. But both can be seen at different places on Earth. to be optically viewed in the way that I just told you.
Yes, but when we put a filter, a sun filter,
Yeah.
the size, like right now I'm in Mexico, all right, and the size with a filter is exactly the same as when we saw the sun going down at the horizon at 6:00 p.m.
That's actually untrue. It even changes in size then, but not by much. But it does change.
Yeah, let's say there a big difference with, if I say, the sun is going far and disappear and shrink, because I saw some videos, but I'm totally not convinced, because here I saw many times the sun going down with some kind of filter. It's not shrinking, it's not going far, it's not, so it's going down and disappear. That's my point.
Yeah, it's a point, but it's a moot point, because it does shift in size. It varies slightly. So that has been, like, people have. Okay, so what year was it, Lou, that they were looking at it? This was hot on the topic for like what, months?
They talked about it for
18?
quite some time. Probably, like 18, 19.
Yeah, with 2018 or 2019, John, there was a real big movement for knowing this. I mean, it was all over this server. Well, people, trust me, they got into the minutia of like why, different filters and the different types of filters, and it got really like ridiculously looked into. So what we're saying, and then Lou saying this with the assurance of saying like it does shift. We've seen like people do the exhaustive tests with the different filters and that of how it looks in different places, and like it just comparing all the information that has been gathered. There's
I done it. I done it. And to be honest, I done it, and I look a lot of sunset from people with the expert or whatever, any people in the net. There's a lot of sunset going down, a time lapse, so you can see the sun at like 2-3 hours before, 2-3 hours before, with the same size. But with the same size, and going down and disappear, and nothing shrink, nothing.
Hold on. Again, it does. The angular size of the sun does get a little bit smaller as it goes off into the distance and lowers by your perspective towards the horizon. But it's because of that distance that you are seeing it lower to the horizon. It has to do with perspective for why it does. Now you're expecting it to just shrink really fast before your eyes and see it the whole way through, but there's more to it. You have to do more study on how like perspective works, how your vision works, how light travels through medium.
Yeah, I know all that. Believe me, I know all that. I know exactly what you will say. I know, because I'm a flatter too. But the point is not that. The point is at the horizon. There's the atmosphere. The atmosphere is there, like hundreds of, I don't know, 1,000 kilometers, to whatever the sun. But when we look up, there's only like 40 kilometers. I don't know. After that, there's nothing. The sky is clean. So we compare something with 40 kilometers to thousands of kilometers, and that's why at the horizon there's some effect. I agree with that. There's some effect there. Go ahead.
I don't know.
I don't understand what you're saying about like 40 kilometers. What 40 kilometers?
All right. At 12 o'clock, the sun is in my up. I can see the sun. I'm sorry. I have a lack of words in English.
Yeah, no, I'm giving you words, John. It's in its zenith. So the sun's zenith. Right above your head.
Yeah. So at the zenith, the direction, when we look the sun, there's only, the atmosphere is only air, because air contains water, and so after 40 kilometers, there's no much air, and after like 60, probably there's none. So it's a plane. It's like direct sight plane. I don't know how to say it.
I know what you're saying now. You're saying that you're looking through the least amount of air when it's above your head.
Exactly. Yeah. That's my point.
Yeah, that's great. Like, that's what everybody understands already. But what does it have to do with anything at all?
Because when we say after the horizon, we're trying to compare something. It's not so. Oh yes, it's shrinking a little bit. Yeah, that's. I think it's normal because we're not looking the same glass.
But it also
the sunset though. You're looking through the most amount of air.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of refractive effects and stuff like that. There's just, even according to the heliocentric model, like it's only an apparent position that you're seeing the sun. It's not where it is.
I saw a video. I saw a time-lapse video because of the so-called refraction, and the sun is going down, but the sun is not there, and they just calculate where's actually the real sun. Okay, that makes kind of sense. So we take that in, because I don't believe in the pizza thing. By the way, I don't believe it now. It's not making any sense. But for me,
neither does anyone else.
Yeah,
for
I don't think
me,
anybody believes that.
No one believes that. The only people that think that's real are people new who think that other people believe in it. It's them who are falling for it. No one else thinks that the pizza planet is real.
Okay, so we totally on the same page. So I'm trying to find, the real model or whatever if there's a model. Yeah, but
doesn't exist.
But that's why I'm asking you: do you think that the sun is going down?
Here's the most important takeaway from all of the information. Especially, you're in the right server, by the way. This server does not go into a what if scenario or hypotheticals or anything like that. So in this particular forum that you're in right now, it's always about what can be proven, right?
Exactly.
We can say things like I can speculate what I think the sun is or what it's doing or how it's going this way and that, and other people can speculate too. It's a healthy thing to do. But there's no reason why you should ask the next gentleman or gentle lady why you think that this is the case. What do you guys think? And then I'm going to tell you, well, check it out, man. I think there's 3 outer rings to the Earth. Like, it's not. What can I prove to you? Can you prove something to me? Because I can't prove nothing to you, and you can't prove nothing to me.
Exactly.
So the best thing we can do is only tell people and show people what we can prove. That's it. Because if I don't know how long have you been in this knowledge?
Years now. Years.
Okay. So years in the knowledge of the Earth not being a globe, but at the same time, this forum is one of the ones that you probably aren't going to hear people going, well, the Earth has outer rings, and it's got and you're not going to hear that because people in here get police. Wait a minute, you just said something, you made a claim. Now you're going to have to back it up. How did you verify that claim? And so a lot of people don't like that. They like to say things like the way you're maybe asking for other people to jump into. And speculation is fine, but this forum specifically usually gets to where we can prove things. And it's not how can I say? It's not designed so that we can just make speculations. We do speculations, but we don't have it here for that. This is get down to the evidence.
Yeah, just want to hear what you have to say, guys. Just for one topic, we agree that there's hundreds of topics. So, but this is the one because when yes, go ahead.
I don't know if you were done. Go ahead.
I was telling. Normally, I just stick on. There's no curve. Okay, bro. There's no curve. Whatever you say, it's fine. You're an engineer. I know that you're satellites. You believe in it, and they probably do some terrestrial feedback, or they use some UFO tech, whatever thing they are using. They're good. At least they are good for that. They are lying, but they are good. But I try to stay only on the curve, and there's no curvature. So
that's just my.
That's why he told me, okay, we will send a balloon. I say, oh, we have to send it very high, at least that you believe that at that height there is curvature. So you have the proof for yourself. There's no curvature, or maybe there's curvature.
So John,
did you want to say something?
Yeah, I
go
just
ahead.
want to ask John about your thoughts on using the sun to try to prove the shape of the Earth.
Nope.
Okay, because that's really important, and that's one thing I wanted to just instill for the
yeah. I'm sorry about that. It's not to prove that.
Just give me a second, John. Please, John, if you can. We just try to stay away from the stuff in the sky to prove the shape of the Earth, because really, the sky is not synonymous with the ground. It's separate, right? The sky happens. Sky stuff is, as Glatt would say here in the server, and then the ground is the ground. That makes
Totally
sense.
agree. Totally agree.
That's all I wanted to instill with you, man. Thank you, Miggy.
Yeah.
No worries, bro. The sky and everything that's in it shouldn't be a point of argument or debate, because neither side is going to be able to come conclusively with evidence of like what's going on and how it's happening. We see the effects from your location, and you can feel the effects too, but it's not something to say like, well, the sun is such and such, because at what point you start making these claims to, you're going to be held to the verification process. How did you figure that out? So you can't really, this can't be something that you work into your conversations with a globalist. It's not conducive to them coming to the knowledge, because to them the sun is doing what it's doing on a globe. And so you're going to be saying, no, this is happening on the flat Earth. So it's not really the thing that we're looking at, because in both instances, it could be happening in both paradigms, right? So if, as much as you don't want it to be the case, it in the globe, it is because the Earth is spinning. So you have to get into the thing that you were saying that you can prove or not. So the sun is not one of those things that we be working into our discussions to help people along with the knowledge of truth. Does that make sense, John? Or
yeah, that makes sense. That makes. Sorry, I don't see your names. It's only avatar. And my point is, even a flat Earth guy that I know very well. So I try to show him that, look, the sun is not going far, and I can prove to you. I send him many videos to show from amateur. Many videos that the sun is going down. Time-lapse video with filter is going down, this thing. And I'm trying to, but even a flat Earth, it doesn't want to. That's funny. That's funny.
Oh, you saying that? Are you actually saying that the sun is actually going down, not that it's apparently going down? Is that what you're saying?
It's apparently going down with my research. That's for sure. I will not put my arm and be killed.
Yeah, that's kind of the same thing we're saying. Oh, I was just clarifying, because some people would want to state things, and
for sure. No, I believe we are exactly in a matrix, not the robots controlled by robots. It's a high-tech matrix. A very nice one, created by who knows God, and it's wonderful. That's my point. I don't think we are in the rest. I don't know how he built it, but it built as a way to show, to feel that we are free in this area and dream with the planets. It's a good design, but I don't know who designed it, but it's a great guy.
All right. So yeah, that's great. And welcome to the community, by the way. I'm going to give you a Flat Earth tag, John, because it sounds like you're genuine. So if you don't mind.
No problem.
Good conversation either way.
Have to practice my English, and I'm so shy.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. What's your primary language, John?
French.
French? Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's. Are you actually in France right now, or?
No. I'm in Mexico right now. So.
Mexico? What are you doing? You're out of place, bro. What are you doing over there?
Yeah, I was supposed to be two weeks here, 1 month, and finally it's 1 year. Because Canada with the injection thing, so I escaped. I escaped Canada, and I don't return until this shit is really done and we win. So I'm staying here a couple of years illegally.
Yeah, welcome to the server, and you can come in here and have a chat with us. We have.
Thank you.
I would say this, man. We have a lot of people from different religious backgrounds, so it doesn't matter what you. The thing that we do is we fly under the banner of truth from the earth and what we can prove. So it's great.
I gotta say, I'm impressed. That takes a lot of conviction to stand here by your own morals and stand your own ground and go to that kind of length to flee the modern persecution that we're seeing.
I don't. Lou's tipping his hat to you, is what he's saying.
Yes. And as far as your English goes, I want you to know your English is very good. Don't beat yourself over the head with the pronunciation. Your pronunciation is fine.
I think you could fit in Wisconsin, hey Lou?
No, but it's like when you're learning a new language, you feel like you're a kid, even a child. So I feel like with you guys, I'm a child, and I want to say so many things, and I can't because it's missing words. But that's something I work on.
Yes, welcome. All right.
I didn't get him anything. I don't understand.
Yeah. Finally, you can actually say say that to someone, Sasha. Because John, it's an inside joke, but people usually speaking to Sasha, the one that's speaking to you right now, usually says they tell him I don't understand what he's saying because of his accent.
Yeah, true. Me too. I don't understand what he's saying. 30% of the time, 30% I have no clue what he's saying, but it's okay. It's worse. Probably.
Can I try with you? Drop in distance. Drop in distance. Do you understand me?
Listen these.
Drop over distance. Do you understand me?
Which repeat? I'm sorry.
Drop over distance.
No, I don't understand that. I understand other.
You failed, Sasha. You failed.
Jesus Christ! You don't know what it. That is the stuff what every spirit has to have.
Yeah, there's some. I told you 70. I understand what you're saying, but the rest, I'm lost.
But you know French, don't you, Sasha?
No, I speak Italian and Croatian.
No, you don't know French. Okay, Croatian. All right.
But it's like me. Nobody will understand everything I say anyway, so that's totally normal. But when you're a different culture, like outside America, the pronunciation of words are more, difficult, and not the same as Arabic or whatever. Chinese people, yeah. So no, that's. It's great. It's great because we can talk everybody in the world. So that's the major point.
I say, don't feel bad. We speak English.
Damn, bro. Every time you talk, it's like
Gizmo. or no, sorry, who was that? That was that's Gizmo, right?
Yeah, like
he speaks robot all the time.
I was gonna say, can't even speak English because the satellites won't let him.
No, I don't know, man. I think he's like, I'm in a dead zone. I'm like, dude, you've been in a dead zone every time you speak. You don't ever speak where we're. Oh, you always with barriers.
Is it level curved on French language?
Yeah.
I'm asking him, is it level curved in French language?
Oh,
all right. We have to translate for him. All right, so
thank you. No. I finally understand. The second time I understood the question. So, comment est-ce que la courbure de la Terre est? Et comment on interprète tout ça? Voilà.
That means, what that means, is it level or curved in French?
Est-ce que c'est au niveau ou c'est courbé? Now you test my skill, French skill?
Hey.
Non, ho capito un cazzo. Can you?
It's a identity check from Mastercard.
Oh, that's great, man. We got flat earthers all around the globe.
Yes, absolutely.
Because strangely, in Croatian language, the level it's flat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In Croatian language, level is flat.
The Croatian language is flat?
No, level in Croatian language is flat.
Level in Croatian language is flat.
I don't catch that. Sorry, my English.
The word level in the Croatian language, it means flat.
Oh, okay. So that's why it's a challenge anyway in all languages. So yeah.
How you say livello?
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't heard. Sorry, your sounds lag sometime, but
I'm asking you how you say. Is it level in French language also flat?
Est-ce que c'est au niveau? You know what? In Quebec, where I'm living, we use flat too. Ça c'est flat. So we're using the English word often. So we say, ça c'est flat.
Well, I'm asking you because many English people saying that level is curved.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah. It's a psychology problem.
I thought it was a language.
Psychological problem. Level is curved.
I know, right? Crazy. All right, we got Commander Steel that's in here. Real quick though, I gave you the flat earth tag, John. So yeah,
thank you. I don't know. Can I resell it, make money with, or just joking?
You can try. I don't think anybody wants it though. They're gonna be like flat Earth. Whoa.
Yeah, flat Earth. You have to pay me for that. Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, Miggy, I think architecture might want to buy that, or even percentage maybe.
Yeah, you could sell it to those guys. They'd buy it from me. The freaking architecture clown show.
Thank you. I really apologize. I don't know any of the names, even you. But
dude,
great to meet you.
And you just got here. Welcome to the community, right? We appreciate you, and you're an awesome dude. So it's no stress. You'll learn in due time. Really.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm listening. If you have any question for a French guy who don't believe in this pizza thing, but believe that we are in a great world, yeah, I'm there.
You gotta say it like the stereotypical French person. You want to know about the flat Earth? I can tell you. You gotta say it with a little more pizzazz, man. Make us believe. I'm just kidding.
It's funny you say that way, because when you say that way, for me, it's Britain. They are talking like this. Yes.
We've needed a good Frenchie. Here anyway, so welcome. I'm glad to have you.
All right. I'm with you guys.
It's not even French, it's Canadian French.
Say chowder, Frenchie. Say chowder.
Say chowder.
Chowder.
Welcome, John.
Say chowder. Chowder.
Thank you.
It was a Simpsons episode. I always thought that was pretty funny.
All right, Commander Steel, if you're there, welcome to the group. You can unmute your mic if you like. We don't want to hear from you, so if you're there.
Oh, he said earlier he has people about, so he can't really talk.
He has what? People
about. Am I speaking French?
Excusez-moi.
Je m'appelle Flat
Good. Oui, c'est bien. C'est un bon début de français. It's a very nice French start.
Frenchie from that show. Yeah, that's a good show.
Yeah, man.
It's a big
Good morning,
graphic,
Biggie.
but it's all right. What's up, SD? What's
How are
happening,
you
brother?
today?
Oh, you know me, man. I live for this shit.
I'm off today, so I'm ready to listen to you guys. Ready to
All right,
listen to all the
did you
Glovers.
eat something? Are you sitting down? Are you got everything? You're relaxing. All right, so you cracking your knuckles. Let's go.
Just do it. Do it. I wanna do it. I wanna do it to the Glover. We're at the Glover. I wanna know the globe.
Hey, now that you're here, SD, I was speaking to another fellow from India, and he's been a part of our server for a couple of days now. Trancy, I spoken to him for just a moment, and he could benefit from your wisdom. Actually,
He's in the lobby chat. We're talking to him in the lobby right now.
yeah, he's also in the voice chat, so he's listening to us too.
Oh,
so yeah,
Awesome.
Trancy. By the way, CB, did you have something?
No, sorry. I didn't realize he was in the VC. My bad.
Yeah. Oh, he can't speak. Yeah, I know. It's cool, Trancy. You don't have to. I'm just introducing you to SD. He's another fellow from your country, well, a countryman, but somebody you can relate to as well.
I'm from
Just
Nepal,
saying.
but don't worry. I know Hindi, Punjabi, anything. Any language you throw at me from East, I'm okay.
Yeah. I mean, just for people to relate to each other, that you're not just the only person from your country, but there's representatives everywhere. So
No, brother, I haven't found anyone from Nepal. If you guys even find anyone from Nepal, trust me, just text me up, bro. I'm finding myself. I'm trying to.
well, we'll put our feelers out, man. If somebody says something like, "Oh, SD said he's looking for you."
That would be awesome, man. I would have some friends. I don't have any friends these days. It's been 1 year. Trust me, I don't have. Let's just say only one or two friends.
I'm going to ask you the same question Glovers ask us. Why can't we see Mount Everest from where we are? Can you see Mount Everest from where you are?
No, of course not. That's a stupid question ever. I grew up in Kathmandu, bro. It's the stupidest thing anybody would ask, man. Trust me. We grew up in Kathmandu. We could see Everest, none of the mountain. It's just in summer when the sky is clear, you can see a peak, but you can't see the whole range.
Hilarious.
That was this. I've never really witnessed the Bollywood movie, and I don't really watch those kind of movies, but there was one that came out on Netflix that I was like, damn, it's good. It's really, really good. It was like this one called Triple R, and I've never
Oh yeah, I know.
Do you know which one I'm talking about, SD?
Yeah, I know. South Indian, but it's in Netflix. Yeah, I know.
There was a one scene where this guy was he was a part of the British military, but he was from India. But he was such a badass, dude. This guy, because there was a rebellion happening. They were in a compound, and supposedly this one guy that was in there that was one of the captain of the British Army. He was there was a guy who was the main guy from the other side that were rebelling against him, and he's like, arrest that man. And everybody heard him point to that guy, and then the soldier that was there, he's from India, and he's takes his hat off, and gets ready to go jump into the freaking crowd, bro, and beats his way through the whole entire crowd till he gets the guy, beating his way all the way back to the compound, dude. I saw
the fight. Explain them the fight. That's the most interesting part. How the fight happened.
I was watching. I was like, dude, this is some great cinematography, man. This is great. It's good action, man. I haven't seen something like that, good action like that in a while. So yeah, it's just
the
good.
movie you're telling him about is Trollywood. It's inside Bollywood, but it's not Bollywood totally. Because they have their own subsection in Bollywood. They have different languages and different people from different subcontinents. So They just added up Indian movies, but that's Trollywood, to be honest. South Indian, or the other one, yeah. They aren't actually Bollywood though. Just in case to let you know.
It's real good. I like, whatever it was almost like parsed out into different. Yeah, I would say that, Trancy. Like,
Well, and let you add you up. They just made a movie going to Mars. The Indians. I wonder
Really?
why they made the movie.
But the level of like cinematography is off the charts, bro. Like on that movie that I was talking
Indians,
about. I
bro,
was like,
they know
this
how to
is
act,
nuts.
coordinate, and edit at the same time. There's one movie where Shah Rukh Khan, if you have heard that name, okay, he's 5'6". They shrink him down in the whole movie to 5'1" or 4'9". On a whole subsection, they had this whole team cast, editors, filming crew, everything. A 5'2", 5'6" man, a 5'7" man. When you see in the movie, he's just 4'9". Think about how edit, how much precise it might have been.
This was like, shoot. I was man, like I haven't seen something that good. Just the cinematography. The storyline was all right. It wasn't like I would say the best, but the cinematography, dude, like the graphics and stuff were mind-boggling. I was like, dude, this is nuts, bro. Like, how'd they get this shit?
Bro, I watch it for the dance. I love dance, you know.
Oh, the dance,
the songs.
That's nuts, bro. Like when they got into, sorry guys, it's a sidebar just for just a moment, but like I was really liking this film. So, and I heard some people that are from India, so it's just, I don't know, maybe they could see. Man, I don't know, because it's like they're talking about American films, and then like from them being in another country, and it's like this. It's weird how I've just never really looked at those kind of stuff, but I have now. Anyway, we're back to Flat Earth. Sorry about that, guys.
How dare you?
Old Haas.
Hey, Miggy, did you see my new meme I dropped in the voice chat?
No.
So, I'll drop it again. It's kind of high up now, probably.
Yeah, I scroll up. Oh, yeah, you must answer 3 questions before we proceed. Number 1, what is your name? Number 2, what is your favorite color? Number 3, are you talking with us on Discord? Well, it should be the 2 questions is, are you talking with us on Discord, and are you 100% sure?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Modified version.
I'll fix that. I'll change. I'll get rid of the what is your favorite color, and then I'll just like move everything up on one.
Like a warrior unit. I'm gonna save that right there. I'm 99% sure. I'm adding that to my favorites. I didn't know there was a GIF of that. So good on you.
Yeah. Oh man, it's a beautiful day today.
It definitely is.
How's the weather up there?
It's kind of cold, but it's like in the 40s, I think. No, actually,
ooh, that's not bad at all.
It's 25.
That's not bad at all.
In my house,
25. Wow.
I don't feel it that much. Yeah, we got Bud out that mud. Bud out that mud. Are you there? VC verified.
Yeah, buddy, I'm in there.
Hey, welcome to the chat, Bud. What brings you by the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Nowhere else to hang out at the moment.
Nowhere else to hang out. Oh, yeah, it says on your profile in the About Me section, eat right, stay in shape, die anyway. I'm so open-minded, my brains might fall out. Snapchat, but out that mud.
That is right.
Hey, were you just bored and just found this and you're like, hey, I'm just check it out, see what it's about, all that kind of stuff?
Well, I've been in here for a while, but like every once in a while when I get bored, just kind of hop in and see what's going on in here.
So being as that you're open-minded, what do you think the shape of the Earth is and why?
I am not sure.
Not sure at all?
No, I'm not sure. I'm leaning more towards, if I was to guess, it's somewhat informative guess, I would say like more like a dome.
Like a dome. All right. Are you watching videos or are you just coming up with things on your own? Like, what are you doing to get this information?
I guess more collective sifting through nonsense.
Okay. What is nonsense that you've heard of that makes whatever you heard sound like nonsense that you can tell us?
Well, I guess it all the back and forth seems like nonsense, but there's a lot of people that come with their facts, and that's the kind of stuff that I like hearing. So like, you know, you got people that have their opinions and the people that know how to speak and do their research without putting their opinions with strictly facts and researchable facts with
fucking horseshit, dude. I was on time, so I had to sit at that goddamn fucking thing.
Gizbo, I think you're hot miking, bro.
Hot miking.
All right, go ahead, bud. What'd you say?
That's all I was saying.
Okay. There's a lot of people out there with an idea of what they think the Earth is, but once again, you need to provide the evidence for the case. And whatever you think the Earth is, and we haven't gotten a lot of that in here, except for people giving us explanations. So,
right, yeah, I'm not one to say I know anything if I don't know.
Have you been listening to this chat at any time, like on YouTube live stream, bud?
No, I just got in here like 10 minutes ago. My wife went upstairs to make breakfast, so I paused the movie we were watching and jumped on here.
Well, yeah, you probably want to go watch that movie with your old lady, but just keep us you can keep us on as a podcast like later on when you got time just to listen into some of the conversations that happen in here. You'll be listening to how people don't have explanations because.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I bounce in every once in a while, and sometimes I catch really good stuff.
Okay, and I do want to show you some examples before you leave because I know being with the old lady is most important. So let me just I did some audio clips that I kind of want you to listen to. Gives you an indication of what I'm talking about here. Give me a second. Give me one moment. All right, here goes. How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
Hi, how sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence in there.
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Right.
But wait, there's more. Let's see. What else do I got in here? Oh, yeah. There's this guy, too. And here goes. How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck? That's the same one.
I'm sitting down right now.
Hi, how sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that? All right, that's the same clip. Let me see.
He said I'm pretty.
I had that one preloaded. Let me see. That's not the one I wanted to play. This is the one. I don't know why I didn't copy this one at the last time. Hang on. Different one? Let's see. How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
Hi, how sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that? Maybe the Discord's not giving me the right link. We'll be back after these messages. All right, this one should work. Stupid bot. All right.
what are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that, and you're sure that hey, man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I say, like, you can say that. Mr. Sensible. That's all, folks. That looks like Bud had to leave.
Alex, you forgot smoking lamp.
Who is that target audience? Like, whoa.
The conversation should have.
No, it's not going to divert. Sorry, it's not going to divert. We're going to go right back to it.
But
if you don't have it on hand, then you need to say I don't know, or else you can sit there in silence.
Those are the three specific words you want. Is it like I don't know?
Yes.
You know or you don't.
Yes. How many times have I said it another way? I don't know the measurements.
Say, I don't know. That's
I don't know the specific measurements right now.
No. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
That's why you have to. It's like pulling teeth sometimes, gamer. But I don't know. I wonder, is Bob Weber here? Bob Weber, are you there? Bob Weber. Hello.
Hey, me.
Yeah.
What are you doing in my swamp?
I wanted to say, like, even asking someone's name, when you get a sophist, say, what is your name? And they tell you their name, or what is your screen name? And they tell you their screen name. Are you 100% sure of that? Like you named it. Are you 100% sure? Your parents gave you that name. Are you 100% sure? I mean, that goes right along with, are we talking on Discord? Are you 100% sure?
You could just communicate anything that they think is 100% sure. Or you can be 100% sure.
My parents did not name me King's Clown. Stop lying. Sorry.
I only want to know who.
But you gave yourself that name.
Who brought me here? Who is that one? Why I'm here? I was sitting in my chair, now I'm here in Discord. How's that happen?
Good love yourself.
I can hear voices. Are you people real?
Well, I can't be 100%.
It's an objective experience that you're having, but you can choose to make it subjective by questioning your own reality.
Yep.
But if I wake up, you all will disappear.
That depends whether you click your fingers or not.
So it's just a dream. So it's just a dream. Which dream is it?
Well, this dream that we're having is physical, so all that stuff in here is physical. It's a physical dream. Dreams are physical. Yay!
I can tell you what it's not. It's not a hill of water.
Hell no.
I'm being absurd like that guy.
Percentage, dude. That I can't believe he tripled down on that.
Oh, yeah.
Physical dreams.
Have you? He went to the level of absurd that I don't think many Globers. It's like that place that you're like, dude, not even Globers go here. Not even anti-flat earthers go here. I mean, you're.
God.
Have you seen that movie? That one with a bunch of levels, and you have to like, you're like in a prison, and you have to like, depending on what level you're in, you either eat or you don't get to eat.
Yes, I had to watch it twice.
Yeah, percentage went like all the way to the bottom. Like he was somewhere at the way bottom. It's like no one ever goes there, man.
God bless the guy, but he was one of those guys where you wake up and you just see someone going down the shaft.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, man. Like that.
And that's where I have to ask somebody.
Mind you, what he was saying was capturing some of the mind virus. His mind virus was so strong that it started to captivate some of the people here listening. And they were actually starting to see his point. I was like, oh shit, dude, I need to turn this thing off. Where's the off button? Like, he's just, people were like, hey, maybe. And I was like, ooh, don't say that. Like, don't say that.
Somebody's going to triple down on something. I really wonder how attached to their ego are they, right? Because not being able to say I don't know or I'm wrong is definitely an attachment to an ego. My opinion, anyways. Go ahead, Miggy.
Yeah. So, and I always say this too, because like I heard Gizbo say something like, "I think what you're saying is correct," or something, and you agreed with him at some point. I'm like, damn. I mean, he had it going on as far as like as deep as he was going, because the thing about it, he was real confident in what he's saying, but that still doesn't matter in the realm of saying bullshit. You're saying bullshit is bullshit. You're not gonna dress it up and make it sound prettier because you're confident. That's not gonna change the fact that it's bullshit. So,
even if it's wearing a nice dress, bullshit still smells.
So, don't believe it.
Well, if I ever agree with what a sophist is saying, it's only because I understand what their point of view is saying, as far as like why they're making that argument for the sake of an argument. But it doesn't mean I agree with like the term in reality. Like there's a difference between like I think Kiwi said there's a difference between objective and subjective, and you can't be objective if you're just going to be subjective.
Yeah, but in the context of that conversation, like it's a battle for the mind, and you can't at that point start agreeing with some nonsense, and then for it to be like, for you to go into an explanation of what you meant, that's going to be a bit difficult after you agree with it, So I don't know what you meant by agreeing with him, only that you agreed with him. So
I understand what you're saying now, and that's something I can work on. Because I tell everybody, I'm new. I'm even new to all of this. Like this has only been going on in my life for a year, but I feel like I'm growing, like getting around every day. So thank you all for that.
You're in a room full of people that are gonna be like, because I was like, dude, Gizbo is, because if it latches onto you for some reason and I hear you saying it, I don't like. You know what I'm saying? Like people that I see that have a potential of becoming like another percentage or something. Like this mind virus is powerful, man. I'm telling you, it's not easy. But what they are proposing is completely absurd to what our known reality is. Completely. Because it doesn't adhere to it, like at all. Like in what way are dreams physical? Like, and he gave it like he put a philosophy behind it, right? And a lot of these clowns want to say shit so that it can make us look bad. And they're doing it on purpose. So they're inserting these ideas because they don't believe it. If they do fully believe what they're saying, then they're totally lost, right? But either way, when they're saying it with confidence, like it doesn't adhere to reality. So why would we then start to say that it's something to think about? You know what I mean? Like
It's not at this point. It's not agree to disagree. It's like make you become completely absurd about your known reality. That's what it's doing. It's not just like, okay, you can say whatever you say, and that's totally fine. It's like, no, you're wrong. Where does that exist? How are you saying this is what we experience? It's not true. So rainbows are hot, like they can emit heat, and it's just all kinds of stuff. And then he went like the crazy contradiction of when he was saying that rainbows emit heat is that rainbows emit heat. We just don't have a device that can actually measure it. Well, then how do you freaking know, you moron? Freaking
Who said
idiot.
that bollocks?
Yeah, he did say that shit, and it was just like, I can't even with you, man, because like you just contradicted yourself, and you were happy to say it. Like it's rainbows emit heat. We just don't have a device to capture. We're gonna be able to measure it, man. It's like, and you're saying that full of room of people who are gonna like be like, dude, you're pretty stupid for saying that. First of all.
Oh, that's made my day. That's hilarious. Rainbows emit heat.
Dude, he was Jedi. He was listen, man. Percentage. You remember percentage when you were here last?
Of course, yeah. I used to take his percentages away from him because he had too many.
I banned his ass, dude. That night was the last. It was I was done, man. Not gonna hear any more of this shit.
Out of all the people I've blown to bits, that one will hold a special place in my heart.
Yeah.
Anyway,
and then the clown show architecture chimed in the other day too. He's another flat earth pretender clown. Was in here saying, Gordon. Yeah, he was advocating for Jesse. For some reason, they're licking Jesse Gordon's boots. It's like, who the hell is freaking Jesse Gordon, man? Why are they sucking up to this guy like he's like some kind of like, idol or something?
Who the fuck's Jesse Gordon?
And Jesse Gordon is somewhat of a new guy on this whole scene. I would say it's like summertime 2022, maybe. But he's speaking for the globe, and the joke is he's using like a theodolite, other measurement devices, if you will, tools incorrectly. This is the problem. He's using all the wrong stuff to show all the wrong stuff.
And what ran me hot that night we were speaking to him was that he did have some of the theodolites that he was talking about because he owned some of them. But the one that he looked up, he just looked one up because we're talking about the distance, the maximum effective range of using one of those. And he's like, well, he looked up one. He's like, well, there's one that says 6 miles, right? Or whatever. And then he proceeded to go into like, okay, well, this one here can measure. Would you guys be happy with that? He was asking us, and we're like, what do you mean? And he started talking about it as if he was an expert on it. And I was like, this is bullshit, dude. We're not gonna listen to you. Tell us, you just looked this shit up, and now you're gonna proceed to tell us like you're a freaking expert on the device, on the model. No. I'm not gonna allow it. Like, why not, man? Like, I'm just like, no, shut up, dude. Like, dude. What you're doing is like, and if nobody's like, I'm be the one. I'm the bad guy. I'm gonna call you out. Who the hell do you think you are? Coming in here, pulling out something from your ass, and then proceeding to tell us like you're an expert on the subject of this specific model, and then tell us like how it works and how this is how it's like. Shut up, dude. No.
Well, what if instead of
what did I just say?
At my evidence,
what did I just say?
How about you show me?
Please excuse yourself from the chat, or I will do it.
Some good evidence for the.
Bye. You're gone.
That's him.
Wait.
You're gone.
What a piece of work.
Yeah.
But why couldn't?
You want to stay here? Yes, sir. You don't want to leave this show, right? No, sir. The last thing you want to do is get kicked off the show. Freaking CV, dude.
That's what I said to him.
Fucking hell, man.
But notice at the end, he was just trying to steamroll. But
was trying to steamroll.
You're like, no, dude, look, I just asked you politely. Just you can come back, but leave. No, but I'm gonna continue. No.
Yeah, no, you're not. So Jesse Gordon
I'm actually trying. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to find the drop.
I said.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah, Jedi. They're the new kids on the block, Jedi.
Yeah.
And some of these names we got to get to know because they're going to be around, and they're the ones that as soon as they come on here, oh, good, you're here, kind of a thing.
Yeah, there's loads of people around, obviously, that I don't know and that are new to either the flat Earth or are still new but fighting for the ball. So as soon as I get used to people and get used to names and whatnot, I'll start laying the Jedi lightsaber down.
Yeah, you need to light their ass up, dude. Like I've been like, I can't, like these clowns, like some of these guys, right? Like we had a gentleman just a while ago. I mean, he had questions, we had answers, and the flow went well. He understood he was wrong. Like I was just like, it was amazing. It was the penny dropping and everything. It was like in the conversation. I think there's a clip of it too. Simcord is he's a dude that's like clipping out all these things for us. So I don't know if you want to play that clip. It's a Glat Flobe, I think, and the interaction with the gentleman just previous. CB, I don't know if you've seen the clip. Let me see. I can scroll up to it. You put it in the live stream voice.
Voice text? Okay.
Let me see.
Hey, Miggy, if you don't mind me asking, because of your accent, are you East Coast?
Nah, I'm actually Midwest, bro.
Okay.
But I born and raised in Texas.
Okay.
Texas.
Soy de Texas. Órale ese. So that's me. Spanish descent.
Miggy, are you around for a while? Have you got to go to work or anything?
So what?
Are you around for a while, or have you got to go to work today or anything?
Let's see. It's about 11 my time. I usually go about 4:30, so I got a little bit of time. Yeah. What's up?
I've just popped back home from work. I'm spinning around and I'm going out to football training. I'll be back in about an hour and a half or so if you're still going to be around, mate. But then I'll be in for the rest of the evening. Be good to flat smack with you, mate, if you're around.
Yeah, you know how we do things, man. I'll probably be cooking or something in a minute because I'm getting a little famished. Let me see. Where's that damn clip? Are you heading out right now? Or are you already left?
No, I'm still here. I'm just down in a quick cup of coffee, but I've got to go within the next 5 to 10 minutes, mate.
Yeah, I just want to hear this clip. If I
Any roles to teach how to play soccer.
Enjoy that, man. Have fun.
It's so much fun, mate. Yeah. I coach my son's under 11s football team now.
Oh, that's awesome.
Jeez.
Dad coaches are the best.
We are fucking amazing. I will give you that.
Yeah, man.
I'm just
my son's basketball team. Love that shit. Sorry, dude. Go ahead.
Oh, here it is. I found the clip. It's on live stream locker room. I'm sorry, CB.
No
it's problem. Live stream locker room.
Sun moving across the sky every day. Look, when you're staying here, yes, it's moving. It's moving. The sun is moving. The sun is moving. Oh, wait, what the fuck? I thought you said it wasn't moving. I thought you said it was.
Right. Hold on. So if the sun is moving,
yes.
Hold on. If the sun is the thing moving.
Oh, he said it. Oh, he got a clip of me telling him. He had the aha moment. Because they just think that the Earth is moving, but when they start figuring out, well, the sun is moving.
I love all those conversations, mate. You know what it is? What do you see when you look at the sky? Do you see the stars moving across the sky? Do you watch the sun move across the sky? Yeah, I watch the sun move across the sky. Awesome. So from you observing the sun moving across the sky, why do you think the ground beneath your feet is the thing that's moving? When you observe the thing in the sky moving across the sky. Come on.
Relativity, if you stand in outer space, then you... It goes like that every time.
Hey, Steve, you should get a clip of some of the Jedi themes.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Like for Jedi. This man deserves a little theme music.
March of the Empire. Yeah, that'll do me.
Yeah, Darth Vader.
Mm-hmm.
I did add that yesterday.
Nice.
Well, it's definitely good to be back on the 24/7. That's for sure. Managed to speak to Mean, managed to speak to Windio, so all things seem to be relatively good right now, mate. So I should be around for a while.
Yeah, just waiting for more of these guys who think they know that the Earth is a globe to come in here. Come on in here. We got 22 people watching. What are you waiting for?
Well, I've changed my mind, fellas. I think the Earth is a globe.
I know. People usually change their mind. Like the thing about that, and people that come in and usually change their minds like that, they are like, dude, I looked into flat Earth. I tried everything I could. It's just not flat. It's a globe. And like they never really were. They just
pictures from space, and why would they lie? Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, there was one on Saturday who pretended that she was a ex-flat earther, and it's like, and then she goes on and, well, then if you're no longer flat earther, why are you coming around here? And she says, because I want to destroy flat Earth.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, so how do you destroy a concept? I can destroy a battleship. I can destroy a car. I can destroy a house. But how do you destroy a concept?
It's not a concept, it's a measurement. How do you destroy a measurement?
I'm about to destroy this eggs and steak right now. I'm going to make. Yeah, we got like the idea that they want to just be coming in here big old badasses and try to make somebody feel like they're inferior and like they're the truth steamrolls over everything. That's just the whole matter of it. It's not us. We're just like, man, you guys don't have evidence at all. Period. I mean, wouldn't you agree, Mandala? Mandala, that you're in here.
What's up, guys?
What's going on, bro?
Hello.
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean, you know, do you think the Earth is a globe, sir, or do you know that?
No.
Now, what do you? I mean, I could say, where have you come up with the information that you disprove that?
Well, it started for me back in 2016 with Eric Dubé's site, and then I kind of went back and forth for a while, not really looking deep into it enough, not really looking into the actual like methodical science of it, rather just kind of going off of takes, I guess you could say. And then it wasn't until probably a year ago that I started taking it seriously and started learning about, the curvature rate and verifying it yourself and all that stuff.
Cool. I'm going to drop you with the flat because I think I heard maybe a little bit about what you were saying. So that's why I wanted you to speak up and give you the tag because you had just VC verified. So
yeah, I've been verified for a while.
Am I verified, if you don't mind me asking?
I think you are, but let me get his tag switched and then I'll change yours.
Yes, I like tags.
John, you're flat earth tag too, right? Or flat earth tag, flat earther?
Yes.
Okay.
Which John?
I would say stationary more than flat. Flat tends to think a little weird.
Yeah, you don't like the name flat earth, so I'll just leave you as globe skeptic. The flat earth tag usually goes to people who just like, yeah, Earth's flat, brah, and ask me about it, you know. But if you want to be globe skeptic, that's fine too. There's no qualms with that.
To be honest, what brought me in was the technical side of it. A lot of the stuff that you guys talk about completely go over my head until we start talking about computer power and specs, because that's all I know. I'm 45 years old. I've been on the internet my whole life. I've been following processor speed and specs as far as data transfer rates, as far as reading and write speeds of data transfer rates. We're not even going to start talking about Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. I mean, my cell phone loses signal when I go down the street to the park. When has an antenna ever done you justice? You know what I mean?
Yeah. You can call them out on bullshit when they say things like the moon landing was sending images and stuff. You're like, bullshit.
Yeah,
it was.
They needed instantaneous, communication, and that was unheard of back then. The read-write transfer speed was so slow. I mean, imagine trying to download a picture about 30 years ago where it would download checkery and it would just come in so slow. I'm talking like before AOL even, you know what I mean? I mean, the internet was always so slow. Processor powers were so slow. Read-write transfer speeds were so slow. Wi-Fi and Bluetooth were so weak. But yet we're sending things out of space and we're having communication. No way in hell.
Indeed.
Nah, super easy. Barely an inconvenience, that stuff. That's fine. I'm taking the piss, obviously it's not. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but they usually make it sound like, nah, you're just gonna need a couple of antennas and, you know, like rabbit ears and just point it to the earth and boom, Bob's your uncle.
That's exactly what they make it sound like.
I'm still waiting for how to produce oxygen for 3 person for 3 days. Which kind of box they used to do it, and still waiting for.
This is a little off topic, but I was on YouTube. I found something where they are trying to make me believe that there were huge trees, like just gigantic trees the size of like the Eiffel Tower, or just, you know, way bigger than we have now, and supposedly they've all been like cut down. And then the guy went on as saying some of these huge trees that were cut down turned into stone, and some of them we claim that they're mountains and so on. He was all over the place. I'm all over the place. I don't accept anything from anybody nowadays.
Yeah, as far as evidence goes, there needs to be a lot that substantiates what they say. But that, I don't know if that's necessarily anything to do with like the shape of the earth conversation. That's more to do with, like, I would say things that we can perceive as like esoteric, or just information that's a bit not in the same vein, but it's yeah.
It's just last night I was on like a what do you call them, a mega structure, megaliths. I've been YouTubing
ancient structures. Yeah,
I've been like the huge ones. I'm completely fascinated by them, and I have no idea about any of it. Just like I said, it was.
I'll give you a tidbit. I'll give you a tidbit of what my research has led me to. Okay, and I know it seems a little hooey when you were listening to that person say that. A bit of the validation on my side. Like, take this with a grain of salt, as it is my, I guess you could say, a great way that I speculate. That's it, because it's my speculation, and I'm prefacing what I'm about to say by saying that. So, I always do that. I warn the audience. The audience should be already prepared by the time I start speaking. All right, so it is my great speculation that all ties into a biblical narrative of the time before, when there's a world that we can't realize, because the world that we live in now has been kind of like so much information has been suppressed that everybody's trying to figure out what's going on, right? So we're all just trying to throw out our own speculations and see what's happening. But within a biblical narrative, there were things like creatures and people that were existing that were not like us, like the humans that exist right now. So there were giants, there were giant creatures, there were different things that were on this earth. So the earth in its landscape was a lot different than it was previous to the first cataclysmic event that ended the entire world. So there was a need for it to be a different, like, people lived longer, like they lived at least close to 1,000 years, like 900 years old. And the earth that was here before, like the way it was, would substantiate a population that was going to be living in that. So in order for that to happen, there had to be enough oxygen to breathe, and like people weren't just like breathing; their skin they were absorbing the oxygen. So they're like the hyperbaric chamber that people get in. Like if they get, what is that? The bends, coming up too fast from the, when you're diving, like they put people in.
When you get the bends, when you get pockets of air within your blood system when you rise too early,
Yeah. So like that was what the environment was a long time ago. Like the story goes for the
the dinosaurs, how big they were. In prehistoric times, we had bigger stuff back then.
Bigger insects and stuff like that, because it was more saturation of oxygen within the atmosphere. Yeah.
Right. So all of it is conducive to it being in the same vein as like the air that was produced long ago was oxygen rich, and we don't have that oxygen rich environment any longer. Hence why the rate of decay is faster, and things are much smaller, and they're not as what's the word, durable. They're not as durable because like the oxygen isn't there to support. So imagine if we lived in a hyperbaric chamber all around the earth. Like it was just, that's the way this environment was. You could run and not get tired because there would be no, like, you wouldn't get exhausted. Your oxygen supply would be always tip top, always. So that's kind of the way and then of course it would also be able to have where people were much bigger size, their muscles would be stronger, like everything would be like humans were like way stronger back. So it's all tied into the speculation where there's that research that you were talking about, those trees that were in the old days could probably be like a possibility, as in if it were possible, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
And
you
that's
explain that very well.
Yeah,
you're really good at that now. Well, not now. I didn't hear you in the past, but you said you were practicing, and you're good.
Yeah, every single thing that I just said has its own individual kind of research, and it would take you like an accumulation of a number of hours to reach.
Yeah, I understand.
And then, so like I always say this, and this will end my speculation, because like I don't want it to be, take everything I say with a grain of salt, because you have to actually go down the path of everything that I went through. And trust me, it is like individually, like even the research in the monolithic structures, what the environment was back then. Were there like ancient cultures? Like, what do the ancient cultures talk about? Because we have word of mouth, and then we have what's written down. So there's two types. There's the written word and the spoken word. And so you'd have to be able to discern what cultures were saying what comparatively to what's written. What were the people saying in those days? And then you wrap it all up and paint a huge portrait of what people were doing back then. So what I'm saying, what it looks like to me is that a long time ago, there were these beings that came from, and this is coming from the research of all of this put together. There were beings that came down from a place the people called from the star people. These were the star people that came down and gave the people on Earth secret knowledge that they didn't previously have on agriculture, on reading astrological signs, reading the clouds, making weapons of war. They were taught how to do things that were previously unknown. So basically advancing technology. And they were so amazingly advanced that they were able to do a lot of things that were at first impossible to do, because they were predicting things. They were like, so ancient cultures had these crazy technologies. Like you look at like how did they know about the solar cycle? Like, how did they all come up with? Ancient people like weren't just like, they didn't know this stuff. They were predicting it. They knew weather patterns. They knew a lot of stuff. They were harnessing energies from the earth that we couldn't even imagine you can actually do today. So, all right, Chris. Yeah, we'll talk to you later, bro.
Take care, guys. I'll speak to you soon. Yeah, see you soon.
Yeah, see you, bud. I just feel like because of that, like we have amnesia as a collective, amnesia to like what's happened, and we become, what is the word? Obtuse to the fact that this could be a possibility. And I think that's to our detriment, because if we don't have the possible idea that something else could be happening other than what just we would say, like, no, people, if we gauge everything by our current times, I don't think that's the right way to look at it, right? Like the origin story of where people came from, like it would change the perspective of a lot of people's minds on what they think spirituality is, on all kinds of stuff, because ultimately everything comes from somewhere. There's a point of origin, right? But if you trace everything back to its original state or where it came from, then you start to, there's a pattern, right? Why are there all the religions speaking almost the same thing? Why are they almost saying the exact same words? It's like there has to be a theme. There's something that was there before. It's like a puzzle piece that just doesn't quite fit. So you're trying to figure it out, and then once you like take a step back and you say, okay, this culture said that, this culture said this, but they seem to be talking about the same things, only they're saying it differently. This guy has Zeus, this guy has Odin, this guy has, you know what I mean? Like you're painting this huge portrait. And so everybody has little similarities, but then they're still different. And you try to get to the place where you're seeing the same story. And some people are like, well, you see, it's weird how some people believe in how do you believe in Jesus? If they're believing in Zeus, how many gods are out there? And like, then you get the people with that mindset of like, well, how this is all crazy. You don't know who's who, you know, like, and so, but what you're doing though, as a researcher, as an investigator, is you're finding out why they were saying these things. And there has to be nobody just outwardly just comes up with something. There has to be something there fundamentally to kind of make the story go, you know? So these people that came that were special people, you know, the star people or whatever the ancients called them, they were introduced into their communities and gave them secret knowledge that they didn't previously have and taught them a lot of things. So those civilizations became advanced in whatever regions they were. And so, and I mean, in building structures and all kinds of stuff, and humans became, arrogant, and they became evil, and they became like without God, which is kind of like after the cataclysmic event, it was like a cleansing. After that happened, then it was a restart, a reboot, and start over again. So after that, then it started fresh again. From that point to this point where we're at, there's been a degradation of the culture of the people. We're heading back to, as I would say, as the narrative would say, the biblical narrative, back to the days of Noah. So we're going back to the place where we started from, where everything started to degrade. It's just a way of things, right? And until the full, complete, consummation, we're not going to reach until that point, but we're going to wind up in the same place where another cataclysmic event will happen, but this time it will be the complete ending of all things, and it'll be okay, pencils down, test is over, everything's done. Now the reason why all this was done. Like a lot of questions arise. So anyway,
wow.
it's
end of that just blew a hole in my head. Wow.
Yeah, it's bigger. So John, it's the whole thing put together. It's much more. It's so crazy. And I always said this too, because
put the pencil down, test over. Wow.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be like at the end. So what we gain from this knowledge of like the biggest question is, why are we here? Or the big, what is the meaning of life? And a lot of people would say, well, that question can't be answered. And I beg to differ in my standpoint. Yeah. Because it's like what we all say.
Hell yeah, man.
Well, but what I'm saying though, John, is like, well, we're all saying that already in Flat Earth with different religious perspectives. We're already saying that. We're saying, well, the thing that we know now is that there is a creator. And we're not agreeing on who the creator is. What we're agreeing on is that there is a creator. The necessary antecedent for creation is a creator. So whatever that looks like, whether it's the universe created itself or however somebody says that, people realize that there needs to be a creator, like there's the antecedent for creation. And what it's like what I'm telling you, John. So everybody's talking about the same thing when they start to realize different cultures were doing the very same thing we're doing today. Only now we're unified in a different way. We're under the banner of truth, and they were under the banner of like the different entities that were coming to their civilizations, giving them the same knowledge. So every ancient culture that were building these megalithic structures were harnessing powers of the earth that we couldn't even imagine. And it was not, I would say like this, man, because imagine how long were we on horse and buggy, and the advancement of technology jumped from like that to where we're at today. We had to have some kind of intervention, man. There's no way that there was like we did it on our own, man. It was Edison, it was Einstein.
Yeah, I'd be feeling the same way about microchips and CPUs.
Yeah.
It's like how the hell do you put these little fragments together, and they're responsible for so much, all the AI learning and computers and that. And like I said in the beginning, that's what sucked me in. This is actually a little bit off topic, but since you're a mod, you could answer this question for me. Can I invite a friend to this group? And if so, can you be the one to vet him? Because I know when a newcomer comes, he's muted, and you guys have to give them the interview or vet them. I did mine 9 times.
Just shoot him the invite link. You can just get him an invite.
Okay,
link and,
I can just do that freely. Okay, I didn't know if it was like invite only from a certain people, or sometimes the invite link expires. I just wanted to confirm with you because I do love this community, and I've actually I was a member of the old one. This is like the 2.0 or the 3.0. I was on the original one. I don't know what happened to that one. I think it was a rogue mod or a rogue.
you know what's weird? I just want to like kind of finish up with the story a little bit. What's weird about it is that we don't understand the fact that this is an ancient war that's been happening against the Creator. So the Creator has had a battle waged against him, or the entity, right? The entity of the Creator has a battle waged against him, which is it's a dichotomy of good versus evil, because the more somebody gets away from the idea that there is a Creator, it becomes more real to the person how man can usurp their own dominance as far as like being the origins of life and so on and so forth. That we are separated from that. And the goal for the beings that came here was to do that, because they were separated from the Creator. They left their first estate to come here and be like us. They envied us in the first place because they wanted to have the fallibility that we have. And the Creator gave us that fallibility for a purpose. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just saying it feels weird, but it makes like so much sense to me. Everything that you're saying, I don't know why.
It's truth, right? Because here's the thing: it's written in myths and stories, and like different cultures say these things. You can look no further than the Greek mythology, where it talks about how the gods envy the people because of their fallibility and their small existence, where they can only live a certain amount of life, whereas the gods live forever. And it's almost like they view that as more of a prison, where they see what we're doing with the short amount of time. Like our existence is like meaningful because we have to make the most of it with the short amount of time that we have. And it's, we find pleasure and pain, and like we go through the experiences of emotions, and not knowing is even better than knowing, because if you know, it's like, how depressing is that, because everything, the person that doesn't know is everything's a mystery, and it's an adventure, and it's a journey. So it's truth. It's truth what we're saying. And the angels, well, the beings, I would say, that lusted over that, left their first estate to be like us. And that's why they, in those days, bore giants, that they mated with the women that were here on earth. And you have the different classes of like races of people that are on the earth, and like it's all over the place. It's crazy. The story itself, once you listen to all the ancient cultures, and then you start weaving the pattern of like why it makes sense to like hear all the cultures out, your mind will get further than blown, dude. You'll be like beside yourself. You'd be like, I never knew. But because of our arrogance and our pridefulness, like we wouldn't be able to look at this information and be like, this could be a possibility that the ancients were saying something true. We put them in a category of like, these freaking knuckle draggers. They didn't know what the hell they were saying. I'm telling you, man, the ancient people had the knowledge directly from these otherworldly beings. I would say by saying otherworldly, I don't mean like another world, but outside of the existence of this place, this realm. And so they imparted that knowledge, and a lot. And here's the thing, though. We can see that happening. Like we know, it's like, it's almost a denial, I would say. People deny it because they don't want it to be true, because if that were true, then a lot of shit that they were doing right now, they'd probably be held accountable for if they knew there was a creator. It's like, well, shit, dude, now I have to answer for stuff that So and globists feel that way, right? They don't want to be held accountable for the stuff that they know. And that's true to say about the nature of people, humans. We don't like to be held accountable for stuff. So the better we're just like, I didn't know. And I'm not saying that, I'm not a scientist. I'm not, so gives us no responsibility so that we don't have to feel the burden of that responsibility of being held accountable. And it's just the way we are. But like I said, John, I can go more into it. I'll stop now because it'll go further. There's more questions, and I do have a lot. I've spent so much time collecting all this information that
I was going to ask you if you didn't mind me asking, how long did it take you to absorb all this information? 5 years, 10 years, 20 years?
Yeah, no, it's about 5. It's about 5 years. It's a 5-year journey, like for me.
Now, was it a massive snowball effect? Like, because it seems like you know so much more than I do. I don't know how your brain absorbed all that. Maybe you were more fascinated than me.
I was intrigued. I was intrigued because like some people say things, and I'm like, you put them in a basket, right, of things that is possible and things that are not just completely possible. Like it's just really hooey stuff. But to me, it has to make sense in some way, and then I'll be interested in it. But like everything that has to do with the earth, like I have to see things like monolithic structures. They're actually visible, physical, tangible. Like they're there, right? You can see them. There's a structure and then the question is raised: how did they get there? Who built them? Like, and all these things you start asking, right? So after all of that, you start to paint a picture. Okay, you got one over here in this part of the world. You got another one over here in Mexico. You got another one over here in Egypt. You got, and you start to see what is the purpose? Why did they build them like this? And it's always a pyramid type structure, always. And you wonder why. What's the purpose, man? What are they doing with these pyramids? Like what? And then you start to realize there was something going to happen, something that they knew that they were going to avoid, or that they're using these things for. They're harnessing something, they're avoiding something, they're building them for a reason. They're not just going to build them just, hey, let's
fun. Yeah.
You know what? There's a fun structure to build. Let's build a pyramid. Like who does that? Like nobody just does that. There has to be a function for these things.
Yep, the whole agenda. Why it was? Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
But here again, like, and I said this before, the thing that is gonna prevent you usually is the naysayers, right? You got a lot of naysayers, a lot of dude. Come on, man. Like you think really people live to be that old? Come on, man. Like the giants. Oh my God, what are we doing here? Like and that's fine. People can have whatever mind that they want on this. But if ancient cultures were all writing about this, everyone, like there wasn't, think about the idea of a giant. How many ancient cultures talk about them? All of them. Every single one. They all do. How many ancient cultures talk about like these beings from another place coming and talk to them? All of them. Every single one. And you can even look into these. They impart this knowledge that they didn't previously have. There was an interaction with these beings, as in like, it's in Egyptian hieroglyphics. They depict them, what they look like, and they called them the star people. Because they were giving them the secret knowledge of like, all these things that they didn't previously have. So they taught them how to be civilization. And so usurping themselves as gods on earth, they become worshipped, and so the creator was not anymore. It was the beings that were here. And of course, their offspring. And so, and you see many different structures built to their offspring. And why they worship them, because people's minds were turned off because they didn't see the creator. They only saw the ones who were created coming here, imparting knowledge to them. So therefore, the corruption came, and after the corruption, then the cleansing. And then after the cleansing, the reset. And after the reset, the beginning of like the start of like where we're at.
Where we're at,
where we were to where we're at today.
I'm following. I followed all of that. That was great.
That's it. I like I said, I can't go too more in because I'll chomp up too much of the flat Earth time.
Yeah. Now, you said 5 years. That's how long it took you to absorb this? Because I'm thinking in my head, I have to add you as a friend because we lost the Discord server for 1.0. I hope nothing ever happens to 2.0. But all I know is I want to be in contact with you because I want to see where this goes in 10 to 15 years. If we're here in 5 years, I just want to be a part of your world so that way you can.
Yeah, if you and I walked on a path, John, stuff that I know, like, and that's why I don't like. I here's the thing, right? I fully understand the biblical narrative, and I adhere to it as in not in a classical sense of like brick and mortar. I belong to a denomination. I don't ever think that's the way it was ever meant or designed to be. I think people have inserted this knowledge as to like build a specific club. And then there's false dichotomies that get propped up. Well, I don't believe in God because this denomination made me feel such and such, and I'm opposed to that. And so I don't believe in God, therefore that's the way I see it. I'm like, I know that your specific club has maybe abused your intellect in a certain way to think about it. Like now you're opposed to the creator. But my friend, you fail to realize that the ancient war was designed for this. The beings that came here, they started something. And it was the things that we fight against are human nature, right? So we ourselves are opposed to a creator just off the bat, like off the rip, dude. We're wired that way. We have to actually learn about who the creator. Like it's a journey. That the biblical narrative says that the road to finding God is like it's a rocky path. Like it's not easy. It's like nobody ever just like starts to know, and you got to fight your way there. So the thing that we're born with is that, and not only that, it's easy for the world to convince us that that's not the case, and also the spiritual realm as well to kind of like give us ideas that that's not true. And I get into that, but like what I'm saying here is that this ancient war that's severing your tie from the creator is always going to be there. And you are like, if you don't fight that, if you don't get up every day and resist, it'll overcome you, and you'll just completely be someone who's apart from the primary source, which is the one who made you. But leave it. Yeah, all I can say is
rethinking stuff with this little hour conversation. You got me rethinking a lot of stuff within me, only because I never like to think of as a god. I like when someone says God. I always thought all humans were the same. I'm like, how can someone be different? Like that's not possible. There's no God. It's human. You bleed the same blood, and that's it. But at the end of the day, you're right. There is an origin. There is something bigger. I'm realizing now that maybe God doesn't have to be a human form. In fact, I no longer believe God is a human form. That word God shouldn't necessarily think that, shouldn't give you the impression that it's a human.
So if we're talking about the creator who doesn't have a point of you can't go to this infinite regression to like find out where he came from, like if there was something that's there that always was, I would say that from the stance of like having something created, which is like all of what we see, but then how is it so tailored to the existence of us? We like in everything that we are as people benefit from the realm that we're in. So this realm that you and I are in right now, we can benefit greatly from it because it was made or designed for us. Like the things that you eat, the taste, the senses, the everything. We absorb energy. We produce energy. It's all these things. We flow through it. Like it's almost like it's too specific for it not to be intentional. It was like there is intent in the design. So we are not just floating around just some random cosmic accident, or it's so ridiculous or absurd to think that there isn't a creator, or for us to be like so flippant about it as people
Yeah, and I feel like what you were saying, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what you said previously stuck with me, how you don't want to disconnect from that just because, for instance, how I was saying that I don't believe in God because I was predicting God to be like maybe in a human form. And it's hard for me to believe that, that there's something else other than a human form, you know what I mean? But what you said previously, now obviously I'm not going to say it nowhere near as well as you did, but I should give respect to where respect is due. From the origin to the creator. Because there has to be one. That disconnect. If I go about my life, not believing that, which I have been not believing that most of my life up until like a few hours ago, maybe that's the wrong way to live life.
Yeah, and to each his own, I would say, because you can hear what I'm saying and be like, that's what you think. And what I'm saying though is what can be true is what like what resonates, right? So if I'm saying that something that resonates, then it's resonating for a reason. I'm not just speaking words. There's something there, right? Like it's like I don't know about this, but let me look in because I feel like there could be something there that you're saying that it maybe makes some sense. And what I like. The thing that I'm saying though is the more research you do, the more that you uncover. It really makes your skin crawl. There's been the hair standing up on my arms kind of moments when I'm researching this, because I'm like, I know that previous to this, I was more like on the facts of like faith and believing in God and that, but like this was more of like a physical, like the reality of where we are, the stories that we all talk about in the spoken word that go through like different tribal entities, on Earth. You have the different tribes of the Earth that are saying the same things. And it's like, how is it possible, man, that these guys who are so disconnected from each other, and even if they travel to different lands that speak different languages, are saying the exact same story in just different ways in their own. And so to me, it's like, because what they're telling you is the story of like us. This is a story of us, of where we came from, what the struggles that we have, and the reason why, what really matters. The question that drives us all, right, is the big ones, the big questions. Like, why are we here, or what is the meaning of life? And so when we start getting down to the root cause, because it's like, you think about it, right? Your existence will only be 100 good years if you live the best health that you can possible. And within those years, what is the meaning of it all? If you live and you die, what's the purpose? If you're just some kind of, random accident, or there is no creator, you're just a recycled whatever. So you start to look into like how people are giving meaning to it, right? And everybody has their own philosophy behind it, right? Well, we're just going to be, the same over again, just in a different way. But it's like, I think there's a bigger issue here. Why are we so against the fact that maybe the creator is giving us a roadmap to him? Like, and I'm not just talking a specific canon or text. What I'm saying is, people that were here before are saying, it's like they're saying something, right? What are they saying? Why are these guys all pointing to the same thing and we're over here struggling? It's because of the things that we know. We've gotten so filled with ourselves that we think that we know better. And it's like, well, before the cataclysmic event, people were like that already. They were worshiping the things that were created, than the creator. And so it was and the fall of man will be the same, because of the fact we're so into the stuff today that we don't like, where God, what? Like, nah, don't worry about that. Like, look at what we have achieved as a people. And so putting pride in ourselves and our mere, small existence, and hopefully.
Wow, you hit the nail on the head. Our small existence, yeah.
Yep. So anyways, it's just a bit of like, I'm telling you, John, like, it's not easy, man, because, confronting, a community of truthers, man, because I love everybody here, man, like that done the work. But when it comes to this is like, there's two sides to what I'm saying. There's the physical and the spiritual. The physical is like the easy part for me. I can easily debunk, everybody gets in that. But the spiritual, it would take somebody who's wanting to get into the research, so let's like go through it all. Because I say that every culture has something to say. I don't leave anybody out. So it's not just like only the Christians over here and this. No. What are these guys saying? What are the Muslims saying? What are the, because if you listen, man, everybody's like they're saying something, but we turn them off because we got this small worldview. Like we don't want to hear anybody but what we're saying, and that's
saying in a way that we don't recognize. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, exactly. And it's, well, I mean, when you hear it though, it's like, dude, we're saying this over here. Like you're connecting the dots and stuff, and it starts making more sense that we as a people have been hoodwinked by these deceivers. And like I would say, from Flat Earth, you can already understand that to be 100% true. That there are deceivers, right, that are controlling an agenda to get you to think that the Earth is something that it's not. But why, right? The motive. And then you start to realize, well, this is an ancient war that's been waged against the Creator. For sure. 100%. Like, why else would they be doing it? Because they despise that the people are looking to a Creator. They want you to look at what's here. Put your faith in man. Think about the things he created. Look at all he's done. Isn't man wonderful? And so you would shift your focus, and your spirituality is void, bankrupt. You don't have anything in that respect. So
I don't like what men have been doing lately.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that I don't like what humans have been doing lately. There's a lot of negative. There's a lot of bad. There's I don't know. I mean, just I'm 45 years old, and I've seen a lot of generations, and a lot morals, and just the world has changed in my little small 43 years here. You know what I mean? It's changed a lot, and a lot of stuff that I grew up valuing no longer exists. You know what I mean? A lot of stuff I grew up believing, I found out, were lies, including a lot of the stuff that I was taught in school. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm just saying I don't like what I've been seeing so far.
Yeah, but that's the degradation. Like it's like slowly. I call it slowly, but you can see the rapid rate at the decay of society, and the level of decay. Right? It's really growing and growing, and so the thing that we have before the complete collapse would be, I don't put it as a black pill. What I'm saying is, you can see how bad things are, but you are the light. If you know the truth, like even Flat Earth, just hold on to whatever truth you can hold on to, and just stick to that. Just keep talking about that, because the more you do, the more you kind of expose the darkness. So you're going to keep doing good deeds if you
Besides the bad things happening, I mean the lies that from schools to from TV shows. I mean, I was watching Vikings on the History Channel, and I love that TV series, The Vikings. I go on Google, come to find out that none of it was, they totally switched up the story. Ragnar and Rolla weren't even brothers. Like, a lot of stuff was wrong. And I thought I was watching the History Channel. I thought they were meant to give me the facts as they know it, not create a Walt Disney story out of it. And it made me mad at the channel. It made me mad at the History Channel.
It's funny with the History Channel, man, that people think just because the channel's called History that it's now like factual. The same people who bring you Ancient Aliens and all kinds of just nonsense. Like, no, it's all dramatized. It's all fictional, or at least mostly. It might be based on a true story, but anytime they say that, like based on a true story, that means that they took liberties with it. They altered the story.
Embellishments. Yeah.
Yeah, that made me upset when I found out about that show, Vikings. I was upset.
Yeah. Anyway, I just the research, man. Like it's, man. You'd have to look at different things. And what I would say too is like the time that I was looking at stuff, YouTube was a bit more liberal with their like what they would put on there. So people were actually saying some good stuff. You can't find a lot of stuff that I did when I was researching. So they've, I call it shadow ban, or
shadow ban.
Muzzled a lot of the truthers that are out there now. So it's not as much. But
so much of it's been more than just shadow banned. It's just completely scrubbed. Like a lot of us, set up our own personal servers as like dump points to save videos and things like that for presentation. And every time you go back to look, there's another few videos that are just gone. Mine is the whole way. It just says, "Oops, sorry, this link doesn't exist," or whatever it says. Like it's just gone.
That's true. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of every now and again I like to really kind of get into the battle, the struggle within, because it's usually physical and spiritual. But I don't talk about the spiritual side because of the fact that people, they're pretty upset about it. They don't want to know about that. But the physical, it definitely, you can talk about like how there is no curvature, the shape of the earth being a globe and such. But the spiritual side and the ancient battle that's been waged against the creator, that's important, I think, to a level of like knowing reasons and motives and stuff, because people call them the elite or whatever. I say it as in it's your next door neighbor. It's not the guy that's controlling a company. It's the guy next door. And why do I say that? It's easy, because there has been an agenda that's been pushed onto us. And so we now police ourselves. Wherever the origin of this came from, it doesn't, at this point, the one who's actually pulling the levers is the guy next door. So he's going to work every single day and he's teaching the globe to other kids and other people in schools, right? So he's doing that unknowingly, teaching them a deception. He fully thinks that he's teaching that person the truth about the earth and where they live. So, he's just doing a job. But they're not
the nation that I grew up with. Well,
yeah. So they're not outwardly saying, I'm going to deceive the next, they're just doing a job. They're like, no, I'm just telling him about the globe. That's it. But
you can't really smite him for, that's what he believes. You know what I mean? That's what he was taught. He himself was indoctrinated. But yeah, that's how it works. I don't want to leave you, but I have to make a phone call for work. But I'm coming back extremely fast in like 5 minutes. So I'm hoping you're going to be here. I remember you said 4 o'clock you got to go to work.
Yeah, I got to actually make a call myself. But yeah, if anybody wants to chime in or whatever, just.
I will make that phone call now. I'll see you again in like 10 minutes.
Later, bro.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello.
It's for you.
Yeah. You've just been erased.
You've just been erased. Make some grub.
I absolutely love listening to these people have their minds blown. So interesting.
You came to the right place.
You guys are good at it.
They do it to themselves, really. You just gotta learn a little bit of flat earth jujitsu.
Yeah, some of you guys, the way you talk, and you make it's like it took me a year to do what you're doing in 10 minutes with people. You know what I mean? I wish I'd have found this place when I first discovered. Feel like I'd have made quicker progress.
It takes time. It's not a microwave meal, I always say. It's a good old slow cooked meal. It takes time.
Crockpot Earth.
Crockpot Earth, yeah. Yeah, Chianti Earth. Good wine takes a couple years to age well.
Set it and forget it.
Might need to send out another little ping. See if anyone will join. Still got a decently sized panel, so just checking in. Just going to send out a quick message.
Yo, I'm here. What's up?
Hey.
In and out, but I am here. CB.
What was
Got
his
your back.
name? Kiwi? Kiwi.
Just in the elevator, going back to my hole, i.e. my home.
All this panel needs now is Matthew Ryan.
Back soon. I'll hold him up and ask him a few.
I got him on speed dial. Or Brenda. Brenda would be good.
Yeah. Brenda will be good for brain damage.
The hole in the donut is time space. We need a soundboard for that.
Hey, Mac. How are you, Sir P-Mac?
Not too bad, thanks. How are you?
Doing alright. How about you, Kiwi? How you doing?
I think he said he'd be back shortly.
Yeah, he's on the elevator.
How about CB? How's CB doing?
I'm not seeing enough movement. Oh my god.
Just working on the soundboard. We need to go
You're
back.
not spinning. That means you're doing good.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to move, Jemsy. I'm waiting.
Yo,
First thing I do
Jemsy.
every day.
Just got back.
Go ahead, Kiwi.
No, I was just saying. Just want to say what's up. Back on the mic. What's up?
Someone
Heaven is up.
Coincidentally. It's like the first thing I do every day. I just wake up and see if the Earth is moving yet. Because they keep saying it's moving. People keep telling me my house is moving, so I'm just trying to, get back in touch with that.
Yeah, every time I wake up, I open the window. Like I have these window covers that I like opening during the morning to get the sunlight inside the apartment.
Me too, actually.
Yeah. When I look out of the window, it looks pretty motionless. I look up, see the sky moving. I'm like, yep, everything looks fine.
Yeah, I keep seeing the sun move and just keeps messing everything up. I'm trying to visualize my house really moving, but it's tough. I got ceiling fans moving, and that's confusing me. I see planes flying across the sky, and I get a little more confused. Because it seems
you ever wonder if you're actually spinning around your ceiling fan?
Well, that's what some people have told me. They said I've asked people, like, if I flip on the switch 100 times, how many times will the room start moving instead? And they said, well, if you're on the ceiling fan, there's a chance.
I tried doing the math, but didn't work.
Levelist.
My house moves about 20% of the time, but I do live in an RV.
Yeah, see, the smart ones, they always say something about a mobile home or something.
There's no RVs in England.
You paused there, you were close. Yeah, it's just another dad joke, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that no more monkeys. That old story about not jumping on the bed. No more monkeys jumping on the bed. Because if you jump, then the wall is rotating, so it might come you in the face.
I just told my daughter that like 30 minutes ago because she came into my room and she started jumping on the bed, and I told her, "No more monkeys jumping on the bed."
You got to be careful. If you jump up too high, the wall can rotate and slap you in the face, and then
Oh yeah, that's dangerous. Yeah, I'm gonna tell her. Just kidding.
So, yeah,
I gotta tell my daughter. You know, there is this thing, the spinning of the earth. You gotta be careful when you jump. She's gonna be like, "What are you talking about?"
I'm just gonna dump a few screenshots in the chat. I have so many good ones of people saying, "Yeah, of course my house moved." Yep.
Duh.
He's jumping on the bed. Hey, monkeys jumping on the bed. Hey, no more monkeys jumping on the bed. Sorry, I had to drop that. I started singing it. I went with it.
Yeah.
Oh, family. So good to hear from you guys all. It's flat. It's stationary. We Gucci.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna dump some screenshots in the live stream.
I was enjoying the back and forth with somebody. I told somebody. Enjoying that. I think he left us once. Once he didn't have an answer for another shit. Or he tried to switch it to sunset.
There we go. That's like one question, 7 different answers to the same question.
What was the question?
Are we moving? Like, are these buildings moving? I typically like to focus on like these because I'm like, well, we live in these rooms in these buildings. Are they moving? And some people will say, yeah. Some people say, like this guy's like, no, the Earth, not my room, idiot. Another person says, well, the Earth moves slowly, and therefore houses and rooms, they don't move. Another person says, what? I know that one's crazy to me. I don't get that one at all. They went on to say that their reasoning was that the houses were built on top of the Earth, not into the Earth. But even that doesn't make any more sense.
Oh my god!
Wait, so they're saying that if an object is placed upon a moving surface, the surface is moving, but the object isn't. What?
Yeah. Yep. Some people do say that, which is just hilarious. Like, if you look at the chat, there's a guy named Quasi. He's like, the Earth rotates, not my room, idiot. And then another guy, I tell him, I said, if the Earth moves, then the houses and everything on the Earth would be moving. And he says, are you seriously this dumb?
Oh my god.
But then, yeah, there's just so many. These are all people that believe in the same globe, but they just all have mixed signals.
Yeah, they've all got their own kind of damage control explanations that they've made fit in their own brain, but they don't line up with each other's damage control explanations.
This is their explanation. It's not built into the ground. It's literally just floor tiles that cover the ground. And then whatever the house is made of is built on top, but is not attached to the earth. What the hell?
Not attached?
These are brilliant.
It's one of my favorite questions.
An object which is attached to a surface is not moving, but the surface to which it is attached to is moving. Therefore, what? My brain just fucking blew up there.
Yeah, dude. It's so dumb. And then what's even more funny is you get some people who answer with, the question is, like, is your house moving? Is your room moving? They sometimes will answer gravity. It's like, that's not even answering the question, though.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Here, I'll post those two examples I have.
Ask me any random question.
Go ahead, Tim. Sorry, dude.
Ask me any random question.
I don't know anymore after reading what I just did.
The answer is gravity. Right.
Oh, okay.
Welcome to Globe Earth.
Yeah, I was listening this morning. Miggy was giving a 3-point question, 3 points to someone, and he asked who's ever measured rotation, and the guy answered gravity.
That's not a bad answer. That's not a bad answer.
Well, no, it is.
It's right up there with science and evolution.
Creation Bear, I'm really having trouble unpacking this response that was posted. It's not.
Yeah,
built.
Don't worry, Kiwi. You're not the only one.
Wow. Floor tiles? I'm like,
I leave a bit of room for the potential that they're just trolling, maybe, but
bro,
I don't know.
They're really not, man.
I don't think they are.
God, they take such pride in regurgitating that word, gravity.
I says, well, you think your house is moving, but I have the delusion. He said, well, gravity is holding the house down. It's like, well, somehow they think that the question involves the house flying away, like trying to be yanked off the earth. I don't.
Well, we all know that if there was no gravity, we would all fly out in space.
Don't get me started on that. I've got so many screenshots of that.
But also, the answer itself doesn't even make sense because, gravity's... What he's saying there is that gravity is the effect, because the effect being that the house is being, attached to the earth, right? So that'd be like saying that the tea was made by the boiling of the water, not by the human putting the ingredients together, It's like, just the fundamentals of the thought process aren't there.
They're just like saying it and hoping it's true. That's what I hear.
We all know that gravity knows what to do and when to do it, how to do it, and what time precisely. So everybody knows that.
Gravity reminds me of the girl in the high school dance back in like maybe grade 8, grade 9, or actually any girl or guy. Gravity only initiates when you ask for it. As in, I have to put something in for it to happen. Does that make sense? I hope it does.
Yeah, you've been beating that drum for a while.
Yes.
What do you call that film where the guy goes into the future and everybody's really stupid?
That's called Your Real Life.
Yeah, nobody time travel.
Idiocracy.
Yes, thank you. Need for time travel today.
Which is, yeah, it's definitely reality.
Yeah, man. So the 3 points, like that, the moving house seems to, or just the moving earth in general, seems to kind of put people on pause and make them think about it a little bit more. Although I think they're all good.
It doesn't seem like it, CB.
Well, we had that guy today. He was like, "Wait a minute, hold on," because he was trying to argue
with the sun. Yeah,
he was trying to argue the sun moving. He's like, "Wait a minute, wait." Like you could hear he kind of stopped and thought about it for a minute. And I've also had people kind of like, after talking to a dude for like an hour, there was like one sequence of thing that I said. He kind of reached out the next day, like, "Hey, you mentioned something about the house moving," and I went and like thought about that. So I've had some good results with people with the moving earth thing. Seems to get people to think a little bit more. The gas pressure thing is really good too. I do like that, but I've had really good results with the moving.
I can just imagine these globers like sitting down on the bog, man, and breaking out the pen and paper. So,
seriously,
house moving,
shit.
diagramming it out and everything, you know.
Let's see how this would work. Interesting proposition. Stable house.
As you can see by the formula that I've written, the house is held down by the gravity.
7/6
and stuff.
I was just saying 7/6R. Go ahead.
To me, it's just simple, right? Like if we lived on a globe, I would just proudly, I'd go door to door. Hey, just your daily reminder. You know you're moving, right? This house is everything's moving. I would do that probably just as a joke, but
like a Mormon with a little name tag.
People would find it ridiculous, even though they deep down may believe it. That's why I like the question, because people react for like, "What? Of course it's not moving." And then once you point out kind of what you're asking, they'll be like, "Oh no, actually it is moving." And so I do like to see people think about it a little bit more than.
Well, what I find interesting is when you debate these guys, and they'll give you an argument, and then you'll kind of flesh out what you said, and then they'll literally argue against their own argument in the next sentence.
Right.
And you're like, bro, you're not even talking to me at the moment. You're talking to yourself. You just refuted your own argument by trying to rationalize your argument.
You know you're fighting with yourself right now, right?
Well, you can hear the switch. They'll say something, then you correct them, and they go, "Oh, well, of course." It's like, wait a minute.
Well, actually, let me throw this in for a quick second. Last night, GamerZim dropped in on Terraria chat, and I took him to. I was asking him about mediums without a container. How do you propose these mediums are held in place? So he did the gas is held in place by other gases, this magical force called gravity. So I took his point and I quickly just rounded it up and I said, so for the audience's perspective, just so they understand what you said, gas is held in place by other gases by a magical force called gravity, right? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, great, thanks for that. Dipped out. Rehashing their argument, spitting it right back to them in simple terms, makes them look really dumb sometimes.
Yeah. They definitely don't like hearing it back a lot of times. Of course my house isn't moving, you know? Like, they don't like hearing you say it, but then they'll explain, like, wait a minute, well, actually it is, and you're stupid for not believing it.
Yeah.
I will also freely admit that I can be as dumb as a bag of rocks, but at least my bag has rocks in it.
Hey, let's go. I like that one. And at least you know when you pick up that rock and you drop it, it's not gravity. Or
How does a person
gravity.
become that stupid? Do they like have to try that too? Is there a course or something they take?
Wait a sec, you don't believe in the conceptual bending of two conceptual mediums? Stupid fluff.
Yeah, man.
Magical.
It's like a lack of. I think it's like a lack of understanding, or just like we've never heard of it before.
Yeah.
It's not that at all.
You know, CB, that's the part that kills me is listening to Mickey take these guys to task and say, okay, cool. How did you do it? Or how did they measure it? Please tell us. And then you can just hear it beginning. Okay, what am I going to show them? Are they going to accept it? Blah, blah, blah. And the entire time, like everybody else in here, I sit back and think to myself, we haven't heard any of this before. Go ahead. Tell us about the way you're going to measure it. Like we haven't heard this before.
Right. Definitely one of my pet peeves. Like they think they're about to get a Nobel Prize or something. They're going to say something new for the first time ever.
Exactly.
I'm the only one that can ever Google this. Sorry, go ahead.
Is the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Yeah. Of course. I use the example of a tailor. Say you wanted to get married. You need a really sharp tux. These days you can go on Instagram and everybody's got a business. They're trying to sell you something. So this guy's got an online Instagram tailor business. You send him pictures, you send him your Instagram profile, and he'll calculate a suit for you. Or you can go down the street to that old guy that's been running a tailor shop for 150 years or whatever. You can go there. So, which one would you choose?
Oh, it's a tough one.
Exactly.
Do they account for curvature?
Yeah.
Oh, all they have to do is just look at it.
Look back at it. Oh, jeez.
Well, yeah, of course. You want the guy that's going to take direct measurements. He's going to measure your wrist, measure your elbow to wrist length, and then all these different types of things, and make sure your suit, your tux, is fitted perfectly for your big day. I mean, after making this example, I looked it up on Google. Like, do people have online tailoring businesses? And they do. But you have to send in your measurements. You have to take direct measurements and send it to them. So even still, they have to kind of base it off of measurements that they didn't take. They have to do it off yours. But
doesn't that mean that you're the tailor?
I mean, it's like you're doing half the work. So, but yeah, you want the measurements for your. You would never pay big money. I think we made this example to somebody because he was getting so ridiculous with it. I looked up the most expensive shoe ever made. It was like $20 million, right? Something crazy. What? Yeah, it's like, I don't know, some diamond in the shoe or some gold covered or whatever. I don't know. It was heels. Crypto. Obviously, it's not some it's not some Jordans or whatever. It was some heels, but we asked the guy, like, okay, so you need to, you're gonna buy it. So, are you gonna send pics? Are you of your foot, or like how are you gonna go about making sure that it's the right size? Are you gonna go off calculations or measurements? Oh, I'll just calculate it. Okay, buddy, go ahead and drop the 20 mil. Send the check.
They'll just say these things flippantly because in that moment, in that argument, they need to say it in order to be right. But that's not actually what they would really do in real life. And that's what's really frustrating, that you're not actually talking to them at that point. You're talking to their ego.
Yeah. people do this all the time. They'll give you their political answer, the politically correct answer, but not the answer that they would, actually go off of.
I think something to this nature has been happening in the conversations where you can be saying things that are factually correct, and some of the people disagree with you. Even they are agreeing with you, but they're just saying, "No, you're just wrong because of this and this and that." But at the end of the day, they actually agree with you in what you're actually saying. Like last night, Witsit was talking with Negator and Sanek about something about the relativity and that kind of stuff, and they admitted they agree with him. It's just that he was saying something wrong, but for 4 years they were disagreeing with him, even though they were saying the same thing. They were saying the same thing, they were agreeing but disagreeing at the same time. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I've dubbed that.
Which is not allowed to be correct because he's dumb fluff. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. I've dubbed it everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome.
Wrong. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, just on the virtue signaling point, I think a really good example would be like, let's just say that you were to stand outside a McDonald's for an hour, right? And there's like a homeless guy outside the McDonald's. Virtually no one is gonna buy a burger and give it to the homeless guy. But if you were to ask those people, like, there's a homeless guy outside of McDonald's, do you give the guy your burger or not? Like, loads of them would say yes. But when you actually observe those same people, they don't do it.
Yep, good point. Yeah, it's just like people want to give that politically correct answer. So they want to sound good, keep the image going. Right. But that's why they say you don't listen to what they say, watch how they move. That's always good advice.
Always be watching how they move. Good stated. That's a good point.
Yeah. It's slimy. It's you have to be on guard for that kind of thing. It's I'm starting to realize how across the board it is, not just with globe earthers. It's with women and relationships and politicians and this, that, and the other. So yeah, you have to be really keen to that kind of thing.
Have you spoken to people? I'm sorry. Have you spoken to people that once you say something and right after you finish, they say no, but, and they agree with you with what you said, but they start their sentence with no, but they agree with you.
Or yeah, but either one. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, CB, I think you caught a fish with your hook in chat, man.
Let me see.
On scenes, thinks his house is moving.
Oh, really?
Let me just get another screenshot. Thank you.
See Acid Rain in chat. What's up, Acid? Hope all's well, man.
What's up, man? I met a flyer at work, so I got this job for like 3 weeks, which is food delivery, for basically Christmas and New Year's Eve, and I think it was like yesterday or the day before. I delivered some food to this girl's house, and so she started so I was delivering the food and stuff, putting all that in her fridge, and she's like, "Yeah, do you want to taste my some water I make? I mean, I filtrate my water," and I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And she's like, out of the blue, she's like, "Yeah, because with those chemtrails, they spray on the skies. Can't really have your own. I mean, you have to filtrate your own water because with the shit they put on the skies and in tap water, and it's not good for you, And I was like, yeah, I know. I'm a bit conspiracy theorist on that, because I didn't want to unleash the whole beast. And she said, "Yeah, me too." And then we started talking about all that kind of stuff. And turns out she's a florister, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
That's awesome.
So she's got Discord as well. I invited her to the server. I think she's not there yet. I don't know.
Spread that word, baby. Well done, man.
But it feels so weird to meet a florister in person in real life. It's like you don't want to say you know, but you know that the other person knows.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I've only met, coincidentally, like in the same setting, but I've only met a few, less than I could count on one hand. You know, it's crazy. But I don't go out there and just open my mouth and just blabber out, "Hey, are you a flat earther?" Like, so you got to say the right things, like Acid Rain said. You know, someone starts talking about chemtrails. All right, maybe I'll pull on that thread a little bit, see what happens.
Yeah, my last in real life engagement I had with just putting the question forward was back in November when we had the eclipse. I was on the treadmill, and another dude that lives in my building came on, and he's on the treadmill and looking out at the western sky, and I point out the moon to him, and it's full, sitting there in a blue sky. And I looked at him, and I said to him, sorry, as I looked at him, if we can see the moon, and we know the sun is coming up behind us, this was about 7:15 in the morning, how can it be round like they tell us? And I just left it at that point with a question. I didn't want to get into the whole thing, but yeah. He had that question in his eye where he was actually taking in the observation, which I appreciated. He didn't greet it with complete shutdown. But that's the only experience I've had recently.
Had that approaching existential breakdown glimmer.
Was there any new people got any questions about the topics? Globe Earth, flat Earth, or reality Earth? Or the Earth in the water under the heavens? Any questions? Come on, you people. Where are you at? Kiwi's here. He's going to answer many questions.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
You're going to answer all the questions.
I mean, take advantage that Mickey is muted. Just take advantage.
True enough. Very well stated indeed. That goes to everybody. Guys, what do you want to talk about? Containment? You want to talk about the sky moving?
We have Enrique. Enrique! Let me unmute Enrique. He has a... Enrique! How you doing, Enrique?
Hola!
I'm actually Hispanic, bro. It's just the Discord name.
¿Cómo estás?
I can't speak Spanish. I'm sorry, man.
Hola, Enrique. ¿Cómo estás, mi amigo? Tanto tiempo.
Sí, muy bien.
¿Cómo le podemos ayudar, Enrique? ¿Cómo le puedo ayudar? La tierra es plana, Enrique.
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
Hey,
la biblioteca
están aquí, güey.
En la escuela.
No, güey, están aquí.
¿Qué pedo?
Hey, stop giving that Mexican accent. I'm not speaking Mexican. What are you doing, guys?
Speaking Mexican.
Puerto Rico.
La tierra es plana.
No, how'd you find the server, Enrique? Oh, I see Jackie in the chat. What's up, Jackie?
Well, Enrique replied. He said he doesn't speak Spanish. Oh, you dropped out, Enrique. I don't see you anymore.
Yeah, I think he dropped out, man.
Damn it, Enrique.
Bruh. You got overwhelmed.
Bring an end to opponents in quick fashion. And Curtis Humberton has walked out of the ring. Wait, what? I cannot believe it. I've never seen this before. He walked out of the ring. He's not fighting. He walked out of the ring.
I wanted to get my community service done early before I get busy.
La tierra es plana.
La tierra es plana. Yo
Como
prometo.
una banana. Como una banana. Just kidding.
Yeah, Ansi's is in chat thinking he proves the globe with words. Ansi, why don't you come in here and give us some evidence for your claims?
Ring. We want the words.
Dang, bro.
Please prove the globe.
Stop typing on them keys and start using your words.
El globo es feo y gordo.
That's funny. That's funny because it's incoherent. Like, doesn't make much sense. You giving like you giving the globe like people's descriptions, like gordo feo is fat and ugly. It's like a fat globe. It eats a lot of other globies. The globe eats other globes, and that's why it's fat. We know that the globe Earth collided with another globe and it ate most of it, and that's what the rest of that globe is the moon. So we have the fatter globe and the skinnier globe, the moon.
I call bullshit. I don't think a globe could survive being half-eaten.
You gotta eat the whole thing.
Bro, have you ever seen the moon?
No, not me.
I saw it.
If the globe is bitten in half, would the water then be spun off by the half-bitten spinning globe?
That's big brain thinking right there.
How would
Can't
half
do
a
it.
globe taste?
Globy.
Yeah, I don't think I'd enjoy that. Maybe a bit. Meh.
CB, you gotta get this guy in the chat, man.
He said the second law of thermodynamics just I pulled out of my ass.
Yeah, gas pressure. True. I mean, entropy.
Anchovies.
Anchovies, yeah, anchovies.
They're delicious. Would you put anchovies on your pizza? Your pizza Earth?
So you were that dude, Crypto.
Sure.
Ugh. Nope.
What, anchovies on pizza?
Yeah.
Anchovies on the pizza Earth is what I'm saying. You know, the one that's
spinning in space.
Yeah.
My bad.
Well, technically, anchovy pizzas are made on the pizza Earth. So yeah, you know the answer to that question.
Well, then when people say, do pineapples belong on pizza? When you consider that you're already on a pizza Earth that's orbiting the sun, and that's where pineapples grow, well, then pineapple does belong on pizza.
Yeah, that's where pineapple grows and pizzas are made.
Exactly.
On the
So
big Earth.
Well, that shit's getting clipped by some anti-flat earther.
Can't wait.
Yeah, I see YouTube debunking flat Earth. Flat Earther things they live in a pizza with anchovies. 1 million views.
As long as I get paid, who cares?
All right, guys. Unseen is saying, go outside our houses and look up. We'll be able to tell it's a globe.
Oh, okay. I'm looking up. I can see a dark sky. Therefore, it's a globe, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I'm looking
Oh,
up and I see clouds. What happens now?
Well, that means it's a globe too.
Because when I see clouds, I think of a medium being contained. Call it a condensation point in the middle of the air. That's the only way.
But whatever shape the cloud is, that's the current shape of the Earth.
You dumb flirts don't believe propaganda. Unbelievable.
I don't like the medium. I like the large or extra large.
Is that the pizza again?
With
maybe.
pineapple.
Hold on. So if I order a large pizza, does that mean that the size of the Earth expands?
If you order the large pizza, it's because there's no medium.
Ah, that makes sense.
That was pretty good.
The second law of thermodynamics.
Thermodynamics. that you just went there.
Dominonamics.
Dominamics.
Please, new people, save us.
Come on, give us something to talk about. Bring something in here.
Yuri! Judy! You've been unmuted, Yuri. Yuri, you can unmute your mic and speak to Glad Flow. Yeah, he's here.
Hello.
How you doing?
Who am I speaking with?
Kiwi. Never mind. She hasn't replied, or he, or it, or.
You could do they.
Them.
I feel like they is all encompassing. Yeah.
They.
Yeah.
Okay.
This topic might not last long, but connects to heliosorcery, who the dude recently visited the Tartaria Discord. But anyway, in the definition of flat Earth, it literally includes the planet. It says people who think that the planet Earth is a disk in space. That's the definition of flat Earth. Sick.
Well, there's just a lot of people out there running around not knowing what the fuck they're talking about. That's for sure.
Yeah, because what they're doing is they're effectively trying to define us in their paradigm, and in the definition of us is the refutation of the worldview, right? So because they already don't believe it, they've defined it based on their disbelief of it, which it makes it meaningless.
Well, it makes sense because the waters are just going to get more muddy and muddy as we stay in these muddy waters with the globers. The problem is we're in the waters that they made muddy with not giving us evidence of the globe. So now we're all just hanging out in filthy water, waiting for them to admit that they have been duped by the globe narrative so we can move on.
Yeah, that's never going to happen, though, is it?
No. You need daddy government to tell them, hey, you know what? the past governmental administrators, they lied about the Earth. So we're gonna tell you the truth now. Come here.
Thing is, though, I think that this stuff's now so ingrained that a lot of them wouldn't, even if the government admitted it. Because the government actually came out and said, "Oh yeah, we lied," they'll be like, "Oh yeah, that guy's a shill," or it'll be like they'll just put him down as like another Donald Trump or whatever, and he's a conspiracy theorist. Like I think that it's so ingrained and embedded into their identity now that they just can't change.
Dude, yeah, it's an identity crisis for sure, and it's I kind of feel bad, a lot, because I don't know if I were so in love with a story that I couldn't admit to myself that it was false, but I'm not stupid, so at the core of me, I knew it was false. That would be so hard to do every day. So hard.
So even if they came out and told us, hey guys, guess what? It's flat. How many people do you actually think they'd actually believe it?
If they come and they say it's flat, I'll call them it's a lie, 100%.
Might be the easiest way to convert flat earthers back to globists, to be honest.
I think that there is the government, and then you see kind of like the background of that. You see the church and the kind of like the owners of the real estate, which is a huge piece of the puzzle. I think if people fall back from the globe religion and they go back to kind of like a creator or a designer, they go back to the church, and the church is gonna be with open doors to receive people and be like, hey, this is the way it works. It's already there waiting for people to come back. You know what I'm saying? Come in. We've been telling you for a long time. You see the institutions, the religious institutions, like big properties, big temples, just with their doors open. You can go there.
I was wondering why there was an influx of Mongols in the chat. You fucking pinged them all, CB.
But hey,
here's the deal. We are so precise and surgical now with using our voices to dismantle the globe story. Around every turn, every corner, anybody comes in with anything, it's like within 5 minutes, sorry, you actually just have a belief. That said, they can't come in here and talk with us. And so they stay in chat rooms. They're going to flood the chat rooms, desperate to perform damage control on a narrative that really didn't have legs in the first place. Any newcomer coming in, seeing these chats, all they're going to do is see people trying to make fun of flat earthers. But the problem is, flat earthers are here to help their fellow man understand that they've been duped. You know what that's called? That's called love. Thanks.
It's looking out for your fellow man,
brother.
Well stated.
Well, at least people are presenting an alternative and kind of like telling people, think for yourself, don't believe in the propaganda. At least that is in place. But I can't be held accountable and being here to tell people how the cosmology of the world, because I don't have the facts completely. I don't have all the answers. So people come to me to ask me, what's the flat earth? How does it work? Like, as a complete build-up, I don't really know. So I don't have all the answers. So at least we got to point out that there's liars out there lying about the cosmology, and there is objective reality, and you got to think for yourself. At least that's something that we have to point out.
The one thing I have found, though, is that engaging with this community and engaging in sticking to the observables, it teaches you humility, right? It teaches you to say, I don't know. Humble thyself and the truth will find you.
Definitely there's stuff that we don't know. We do know a lot of stuff. I mean, objective things, practical, functional things that we do in day-to-days. That stuff we cannot deny any of the reality. But then, obviously, we can point out that the globe and this fantasy story language proposition of the globe is a lie, and at least that's important for some people to kind of realize that there is people lying about things, and at least see that, and then maybe start from a new page or a continuation. Just rip that page apart of the globe, because your reality is real. You wake up every day, you wake up, open your eyes, make breakfast, go to work, do productive things. That's reality. People think, no, you have to throw out everything you know. Like, that's stupid. You don't have to throw out everything. Just throw out the globe.
What gets me is hearing somebody state, well, if we lived on a plane, we should be able to see forever. But you're forgetting about a fundamental, like Gems, you just talked about a second ago. We know things, and there are things that we know. We can stick to these things that we know. One of them being angular resolution, as an example, right? We can't see further than 3 miles on a good day. These are just laws of real life perspective. We should know that stuff exists before we start saying stuff like, we can see too far. We shouldn't be able to see that far.
Yeah, the globe have hijacked basically reality and told people everything works because globe. A lot of people believe that. People believe my cell phone works because globe.
It is a globe, so everything must work on a globe.
Right. So here's what they do. They hear global positioning system, and then they hear the word satellites, and that's it. Done deal. Hook, line, sinker. They've bought the story. And what the problem is, it's hard to... The smartest person who could say, oh, yeah, they could lie to me about that, for sure, but why would they? And that's enough for them. They don't want to look any further. You know why? Deep down, nobody's really that stupid, guys. You know that you're being tricked. You just don't want to admit it.
Yesterday in the Tortilla server, there was this kind of like new to the conversation guy, asking the normal questions and saying, hey, I have a telescope. I photographed the sky, and I think it's a globe, whatever, right? I think, these places are galaxies and all that kind of stuff, right? Whatever comes with the globe. And there was people trying to talk to him about, you pre-assuming the distances and the sizes, and there is a lot to that. But then the globers were jumping in and bringing relativity and contraction, and trying to just, if the guy already believes in the globe, but he's having questions about the opposite view, right, or the reality view, or maybe a different perspective. Why would you, as a glober, have to jump in and flat cock block the conversation?
Nice one.
It's like they feel a need that they have to jump in and say it is a globe because relativity, Einstein, and you don't understand. You don't get the math, you don't get it, and that's why you think it's not a globe.
And I guess it all comes down to the fact that you're a dumb fluff. Must be. The reason that you don't understand things, the reason that you don't believe things that you clearly understand is because you're stupid. Right.
Bro, people like, a lot of people here, like Indio, Mimius, a lot of people here are very smart. They comprehend a lot of the topics, and many people in here, like you guys, can talk about so many different things. But they will find a way to negate or say the contrary somehow, that they're disagreeing with you. It's just, to me, it's super suspicious that some of these people have to disagree with you on almost everything. It's too much.
Isn't the term contrarian? Hold on, I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, there's a lot of contrarians for sure. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna actually look it up to be specific about it. Words mean stuff.
Yeah, they are authority cucks.
So round cucks.
They're all just cucks, basically. And you just have to just accept that they are. And you can even tell, like, I don't know if you guys remember the Pagis Gate, where me and Wolfgang Hope and a couple of others were talking to this guy, who were basically asking, like, basically, like, if you came home and, like, your wife was in bed with a guy, would you consider that being cheated on? And he was like, no, because it could be a sex robot that she ordered off Amazon. Right?
Yeah, it's a sex machine. She's not cheating.
And it's just like, these people are insane. Like, you can't have a serious discussion with them at all.
Sex machine.
He actually showed up like it's some months ago now, but he took all that on the chin at least.
What a poor thing to say.
He had the clips played back to him and everything.
Took it on the chin.
But I mean, they're all like, instead of just accepting that, oh yeah, my wife's cheated, like he's admitting that he would submit to the authority of the wife over the evidence of his senses, right?
Of course.
Weird.
They have to say this stupid shit, man.
Yeah.
She used your credit card to buy it.
It wouldn't be better anyway. Like, it'd just be a different flavor of effed up.
A different flavor of nuts. Contrarian. Noun. A person who opposes or rejects popular opinion, especially in stock exchange dealing. Interesting. But you could. It almost sounds like you could make a profession out of it. What do you do for a living? I'm a contrarian. What do you do?
Because the market's kind of like, if you bet against the market, you could make big profits, right?
Yeah.
If it goes the opposite way. So a contrarian kind of will study that the popular opinion and probably bet against that, be a contrarian, and make money off that, which is, I don't know.
Well, that's like playing chess. That's not bad. Whatever. That's cool. You do that. You know what I mean? I don't care about that, but the contrarianism is so, like, people like, I don't like to use names, but this is such a perfect example. Over at the Tartaria server, there's a mod. His name's called Negator, or the Negator, or whatever, and he's not even hiding it. He gets paid to negate. He doesn't get paid to provide facts. He's a contrarian. He's here to simply negate what someone is saying, not the information. So
he's the perfect example and projecting example. Yeah, go ahead.
No, and I guess that's all I got. Oh,
he's even projecting it on his name, like even his name, Negator. Yeah, he's projecting it.
Right, exactly. It's in plain sight. Now, sorry. The last thing I want to say on this is So what they make us look like by saying, oh, they're just crazy conspiracy theorists. They're just going against the narrative for the sake of it. They want to be special and different. They're rebels. They're doing something. They're making a difference. They're going against the bad man. Damn the man. Like, man, that's so. The thing is, the way I could just make fun of that right now means I'm not the motherfucker doing that. Of course I don't want to do that. The only thing I want to do is sniff out bullshit. That's it. And when I get down to a point where I'm like, man, this just sounds like it's another one of them conspiracy rabbit holes, right? They try to make us look like
that's what I was going to say. That maybe it's a coincidence.
I'm almost done. Sorry. They make us look like people who actually believe birds are drones. Okay? They're comparing us with that kind of thing, and that's not good. But it's also obvious, and eventually, it's not going to be a tactic that succeeds. Thank you.
Well, yeah, the professional contrarians are also professional bullshit artists. I don't think that's a coincidence.
I was just bullshitting. And you know this, man.
Oh, I love me some Chris Tucker. Let's go. Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's the issues with individuals like that is they do nothing for the conversation except be sticks in the mud, right? They don't progress the conversation. I realize that things that we engage with we do have to have that eye to it, an eye of discernment, and be cautious about what we're looking at. But individuals like that, the knee-jerk reaction, they don't take on anything of what you're saying. They just want to negate everything.
The thing is, the Globers wouldn't even care if, like, most of them came out and admitted and showed their pay slips and all that. They'd be like, yeah, fair enough, that's right, they should get paid for what they're doing, you know? They don't understand
you know what?
conflict.
Get it while it's hot, Globers. Yeah, get it while it's hot. You're going to have to go back to Wendy's here pretty soon.
Oh, shit. Shots fired. Wouldn't want to be you. And see, that's the best part. I sit back and I think about my job, and I think about the fact that the principle of my job, right, is observing level. And that's the best thing about it. Nobody can ever say to me, you're not seeing anything else that's different other than level, which I really appreciate. Sorry, go ahead.
Wendy's, bro.
Square hamburgers, you may stand a chance, folks. You just might. You got some big drinks, too. Damn.
You already owe me a space soda from our last bet.
Well, you still owe me a spice burger from the one before that.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
No lie.
Absolute
right
trash food, and it's not in space.
Let's go.
Yeah, you notice how, like, they always, like, the globe proponents always like to call or say flat earthers or conspiracy theorists, you know, we have a pathological distrust in authority or whatever, but it's actually them that demonstrate they have a pathological distrust to anybody but the authorities.
And reality. They don't trust their own senses. They don't trust reality to present itself as is. It's ridiculous.
It's Elijah was on yesterday, and I said science, and he corrected me. It's the pseudoscience, and I'm like, holy crap, right. So the pseudoscience, and I'm realizing that the aspect of pseudoscience coming from the Kabbalah. You literally are selling out your senses, all of your senses, everything, just to believe this idea they put forth. Blue ball, spinning space. Are you scared yet? Yuck. Yes, gravity takes over.
Dead air.
So this poor guy goes up the stairs. I don't know if you guys are looking at the live stream text, but guy goes up the stairs and maybe his leg gives out or something, and he comes sliding back down. Globers will tell you gravity took over. But my question is, did his muscles give out? Maybe he tripped. The bottom line is, the muscles, his oxygenated blood, did that work to get him to the tippy top of those stairs. Something went wrong, and he went down.
I'm too weak.
Holy crap, dude. The soundboard's amazing. Best. My buddy, wherever I go, he goes, my buddy and me. You guys remember that?
No, that was
Crazy doll. Yeah, right. See, Glad's got my back on that stuff. We're like, are we 80s babies or like 79?
I was born in 82. I started paying attention to shit. They call it social consciousness. When you become socially conscious, you start remembering shit that you're going to remember later. It starts really, making an impact, whatever. So I remember that. Yeah, like my buddy He-Man. But see, He-Man was before like Ninja Turtles and Ghostbusters, but only like a couple years. The Ghostbusters came out. Anyway, I fucking go on and on and on. Yeah. But we're 80s babies. We became socially conscious in the mid to late 80s. So we saw most of that culture. Not all of it.
G.I. Joe.
Kid sister. Kid sister.
My Little Pony. Care Bear Stare. Oh, man. Yeah. Saturday morning cartoons. In big plastic cereal bowl. It's your best cereal.
Ooh, you guys remember the real X-Men?
Bruh, talk to me about it. The original. It was the original 6.
Sick. What?
It was the original. It was 6 of them, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And then, of course, the real Ghostbusters. And then what else? You had
Silverhawks.
Thundercats.
Remember Silverhawks?
Silverhawks, Thundercats. Yep.
The Thundercats. Oh, Lionel.
Dude, Silverhawks. I wanted more Silverhawks toys because they were sick. Those Silverhawk toys were amazing looking.
Yeah, dude. Voltron. Somewhere you see Voltron? What was the sheriff?
What?
You guys remember the sheriff? Yeah, there's a sheriff.
About that one.
He had a robotic arm or some shit. Oh, man.
Man, that stuff was so much better back then. I don't know.
Oh, and Cops. Central Organization for Police Services, I think.
Cops. Oh, the cartoon.
Yeah, the cartoon Cops. There's a dude. I'm gonna actually look it up now. Guy in there reminds me of AI. I think we're all.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, bro.
I remember that show
right now. Screenshot coming up.
There was another one too. That was like the guys who the toys had the zip lines. It was Mask. M.A.S.S.
Yeah.
Or K. I don't know what it stood for. Military assholes scrambling. All right, so listen, back to Flat Earth.
Word.
What are we going to do? How do we help the anti-Flat Earthers get over this hurdle of just pure egoism? How do we get them past it? What?
Realize there is no hurdle.
Oh. Come on, there's got to be a way to help these folks out. We've tried everything. Treating them like kids, treating them like adults, treating them like every which way. Good and bad.
The hurdle is only in your mind. Healing can start with you.
I mean, it's true, right?
Yeah, it's just like finding new ways to say the same thing. Maybe there's just a certain sequence they need to hear. I don't know.
Yeah, can't we just explain to them once and for all that no one's played golf on the moon? Just
what?
I know, no dune buggies either up there.
Yeah, you know what? My stepdad the other night at dinner during Christmas was talking about them playing golf on the moon, and my lips were so tight. I was glad I was sober. You feel me?
Oh.
Are you saying there is no space weed?
Yes.
Smoking them tweeds in there, dang. Yo, I got the screenshot. Gotta share it, boys. I went to the laptop to get this one. Bro, I actually got excited looking through this.
Hell yeah. Didn't they have a video game too? Wasn't there a video game?
What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
What you gonna do? Good stuff. What you gonna do? Well, you know, and I was going to bring that up. The Cops show really started to ruin people's psyches. Because, like, you could watch interaction. And you know what's funny? I don't know if any of that shit was staged. Maybe all of it was staged. Or maybe some of it or none of it. I fucking can't tell you. But to watch cops beat the shit out of people and then have people act a fool and look like they, quote-unquote, might deserve it or what the fuck ever, I don't think people are supposed to see that kind of shit all the time. And you had cops going on in people's living rooms for fucking years at a time, right? Kids' whole childhood, cops on the TV. That can't be good.
I mean, if the cop kills you, beats you up and kills you, it's because you did something wrong.
You deserved it.
Has to be. I mean, if they send you to jail with killers and rapists, it's because you smoke some weed. It has to be. I mean, if you like flowers, you're a criminal.
Where are they? This kind of behavior is never tolerated in Boracua. You shout like that, they put you in jail right away. No trial, no nothing. Journalists, we have a special jail for journalists. You're stealing, right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail.
Bro, you making fun of me?
Holy shit. Right away. You're driving too fast, right jail. Slow, jail. You're charging too high prices for sweaters, glasses. You right to jail.
Hey, brother.
So good.
Sweaters.
You undercook fish, believe it or not, jail. You overcook chicken, also jail. Undercook, overcook.
Damn, who's saying that?
You make an appointment with the dentist and you don't show up, believe it or not, jail, right away.
No, that's a comedian. That's a comedian.
Some Parks and Rec.
Oh, that was good. It's really good. Yo, Miggy.
What up, dude?
Peace out. Check this piece out. There's your Jesse Gordon.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever saw that, but that was the his infamous Stickman drawing.
Here, let me switch over to voice screen. Live stream. Oh, when did he do that? Oh,
I have no idea. I remember it was summertime last year. He presented that.
Huh.
And I'm like, I don't even know what you're trying to show, but man, the actual picture itself, the essence of the picture, horrible.
Now, this is the same guy that says we can't actually measure anything from ground level. It has to be at elevation. That's Jesse Gordon.
They don't want to. They don't want to stick to the ground where stuff can be. They can be held accountable to like the measurements of the Earth. So they would rather do it to where it's more obscure up in higher elevations. And argue.
I have the high ground.
It's too bad we actually have the high ground.
And why is it always a cartoon? You don't see the black swan with a cartoon beside it.
It's really great when you have your microphone on mute and you're talking to people. No one can hear you. I'm like, right, guys? And you're like, no answer.
Silence.
Damn, bro.
Like, yeah.
Why you gotta be so cold?
What are you talking about? What is this, your first day on the job?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, shit. It was the bot. The bot said it with nobody else. The bot said it.
Oh, you gotta love when that happens.
Last thing you want to do is get kicked off the show.
But you
And why did
threaten the production crew here?
Sorry, good.
I was gonna say, why do dogs pee so much? Freaking my little dogs, they pee so damn much. That's what I'm doing. I clean up the damn mess. Because it's winter out, so they can't go outside. So they're in my very bottom basement, like using
What the dog doing?
Using my basement as a toilet. I had to clean it all up. Pretty funny.
Cobra Muppet Vision. Nice.
That's a spoiled ass dog right there. I didn't know dogs couldn't go outside during the winter, Miggy.
Sorry, I'm mopping the floor. What?
That's a spoiled fucking dog. I didn't know dogs were unable to go outside when it's like 40 degrees out.
Yeah, these are freaking. I should take a picture of them and then show it to you. Yeah,
I already know. If it's a toy, like if it's one of those like miniature versions of a dog or a toy, they're actually inbred retarded. They're not really trainable. They fucking piss wherever and shit wherever they want.
Yeah, but women love them, and my wife loves them, and I'm like, I'm stuck with the dude. She's like, "Oh, I want this pet." I'm like, I'm gonna be shoveling their shit the whole the time that we have it, right? And she's like, "But they're so cute." I was like, you gotta let your women have whatever. And, happy wife, happy life, right? That's what I'm saying. But you're gonna be mopping and picking piss and shit off the ground, dude. For the it's just the way it is, man. Like labor of love, I guess. But yeah. I let them. I opened the door so they can run outside, so they can use the restroom. But they get to the doorway and they turn around and look at me, and they just go back to their area. Like, yeah, you think I'm actually going to go out there? What are you, nuts?
Break yourself, fool.
Nah, you can't give them a nice little push out the door because that's just mean. You can't do that, dude.
No, I'm saying the dog looked at you, looked outside, and said, "Break yourself, fool," and walked away.
Like I would say, "Break yourself, get your ass out."
Nah, that dog had other plans.
That had crossed my mind though, but
Mickey's like, "I'm gonna throw your ass out there." You see a whole bunch of snow in a hole.
I'm gonna throw you out over. Nah, they're cool. They're dogs, but there's one I have, man. She's pretty chill. I've had her since like about 13 years. She's an old lady already. Like she's freaking. You can't even go upstairs anymore. I have to carry her. And then there's one we just recently got. She's my moneymaker. So we got to get a stud and kind of get some puppies out of her. A few litters. Get my money back, bro. I spent like over 7 G's overall, and probably more. In total, probably like maybe close to 8 G's. Like, we're talking about vet and like everything, just maintenance. It's weird, dude. Again, but they do make a mess. I'm like, I'm only gone a day. You that many turds? Damn. Like, I don't even do that much food. How the hell do you shitting this much?
How are you chewing and shitting this much, bro?
The shit to food ratio is unbalanced, dude. Where are you getting this other food? Like, these extra turds are coming from somewhere else, dude. I'm not feeding you. Like, something's going on.
Oh shit.
And then the Globers come in here and say, I just want to listen to what you guys have to say. And then we have a conversation like this.
Take some notes.
See, that's what happens when Globers don't have... Look, listen, man. It's like the Maytag washer guy. Everything works so well, he doesn't have anything to do. It's like us. Flat Earth works so well, you guys don't have an argument. Unless you want to come in here.
A good doctor... A good doctor's goal is to turn away his patients. This ain't no subscription service.
Oh shit.
Yeah, this ain't no free ride.
I'm trying to heal you and send you on your way.
Yeah, it's also not a support group. We don't do this, man. We teach you, and then, as you said, send them packing on their way.
They sound like Freezer right there, whoever that was.
It was I, Kiwi.
And this piker shows up, and good night, Irene.
I'm very curious. Where exactly are you from? They're from Earth. Oh, good. I'll stop by there on the way home. Pick up some space eggs, some space milk, and blow it the fuck up. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm usually far more composed. I'm just a little bit absolutely livid.
Absolutely livid. I love it.
Some space eggs, some space milk.
And blow it up.
Globers, where are you?
Come out and play.
Come out and play. Only got a few hours left.
Oh shit.
Don't show up when I'm not here, damn it. Hate that shit. You guys wind up showing up when I'm not here?
I know, right?
How's this all?
They waited until you were gone, baby.
Yeah, I know Gamersm was like, is he coming? No, he's not. I'm jumping in. What's up, guys? How's it? Can we have that cordial conversation again? You know what's weird though? Is that somebody was it you, CV? Somebody popped up and said, hey, let's talk about Earth's curvature again. He's like, oh man, not that again. They ruined the day's shit.
It's like what happens with Ladies' Night. That's why they pop out during Ladies' Night, because they think it's going to be an easier ride somehow.
That's so scummy, dude. That's so scummy. I hate that. You get like all these Globers popping in the Ladies' Night. I'm like, dude, you already know what it is. You know what it is. You know what time it is.
You are not slick.
You are not slick. Don't try to slide in my day. No. I see that.
Check it out, dude. This is Spake actually sent me some in the DMs about what's his face gamer. I'll put it in the live stream voice text for you guys so you can see what he wrote. I gotta fish it out. I'm on a damn phone. Come on, iPhone 13. Alright, let me see. Where is it? Yes, of course. Save image. Alright, put it in the live stream voice text. There we go. Now we're cooking. Like my photos. Done. There it is. Yeah, have a read through that. Well, just the top part because that's him. I guess it was commenting on Helio's live stream video or something.
That's a lot of reading.
What a victim, dude. It was like me against versus 20. Oh, my feelings were so hurt. Oh. Freaking
dude, is this your first time on the internet, dude?
What a candy ass, dude. Like, I swear. It was me versus like about 150, and it's like I'm the only one with truth in my side. Like, freaking idiot, dude. Like, you already know, like, he's lying about the whole thing. He just wants everybody to be like, oh, poor little baby, come here, poor you, hey, you baby, hey, you baby, baby. Like, jeez, man. Like, is that what he wanted? Like, shit. Hey, you little baby. Oh, it's a baby. Oh, I kill myself. They want to be treated like some kind of special. What is this? I thought this was fair. Wait a minute. This is supposed to be fair and balanced.
Miggy.
What up, dude?
I think you smell this guy the correct way because he's that type of guy. He's, guys, let's talk about this. Like he was in the Tartaria server as well after he left here, and people are giving facts, and he's like, but I don't know. It's like this slimy way of getting kind of like through the conversation, in my opinion.
Gen Z, hold on a minute. You were there? You were there yesterday when he went in right away, right?
Not right away, but I was there after a while. Yeah.
So he drops in. The first thing he says is, "Shane, I have to congratulate you on setting up such a great server. I was over in the 24/7, and they dogpiled me. Blah blah blah. Thanks so much."
You guys.
And as soon as he said that, it was like people literally said, "Well, now you're going to get dogpiled," and it started. Dead serious, dude. He put himself on a stake, and people pushed him on it. It was ridiculous to listen to. But yeah. That guy's an idiot, man. As I said, he is caught up in a very, very subjective-based reality, and we're watching it. It's horrible.
Yeah, but
yeah, Gen Z started.
Did you yesterday?
Sorry, Mr. Dude. Say that again.
When Gen Z showed up, did you talk to him, Gen Z, when he was in there?
I was just throwing my needles in because he was talking to multiple people. It wasn't just him. It was Sanak, him, Nick. Mostly the gamer guy, but Sanak was there as well, and Negator as well. So I was just throwing my few words in whenever I could, and they allowed me to. So it was, he's very slimy, that guy.
Oh man.
We should give them a taste of their own medicine. Just have a day where we're as slimy.
Bro,
I don't
just
normally
have
like using those
it.
tactics.
Just allow him whenever he comes. I mean, I don't know if he's banned from here, but just let him in and people talk to him one by one. You see how definitely sharpen the swords with that.
And
kind
he believes in
of
gravity.
Yeah, I missed that saga. I just heard some clips after the fact. But he sounded thick, as the rest of them.
I think the character that he's kind of like using at the moment, because everybody wear different hats whenever they engage in whatever commerce or Discord or anything. He is actually, in my opinion, a globe. He's been a globe believer, and he kind of plays like, I'm just a normal guy that believes in the globe. I don't know the details about how it works. I'm ignorant about most of it, but the scientific body consensus of the world says that it is round. I'm quoting him. It is round, so that's I believe them.
There are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures. There are fossil records.
Exactly that guy. That's the character he's playing.
And Gemsy, how many times did you hear him say, "I believe so"? Like, again, a lot of subjective reality type stuff. There was nothing objective based that he said last night. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, he was moving away from his immediate experience and what he can experience, sense, check, demonstrate. He was going away from that and going into space and outer space and that kind of stuff. The stuff that he cannot experience himself or be at.
I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
I swear, he's playing that character, guys. Whenever he's here, play that for him.
It's perfect.
DB, play that clip for Gemsy, the one that we had of him last night. Do you have that one on the bot?
Yeah, let me pull it.
Final clip, because I usually tell him, when we get in this conversation, you're not going to know like what once we're done, and to say that I don't know is honest, an intellectual honest position. So that's what I wanted him to say. Just be honest. Say I don't know. And I guess the clip is going to be of that. But it's just
moving across the sky every day.
This one?
Look when you say
no,
it's moving.
Oh no, that's not it. The one with gamers in.
Yeah.
That's it. This is it.
The conversation should have.
No, it's not going to divert. Sorry, it's not going to divert. We're going to go right back to it. But if you don't have it on hand, then you need to say "I don't know," or else you can sit there in silence.
Yeah, those are the three specific words you want. Is it like, "I don't know"?
Yes. You know or you don't. Yes.
How many times have I said it another way? I don't know
you need
the measurements.
You need to say, "I don't know." That's
I don't know the specific measurements right now.
No.
Right now.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
That's why you have to. It's like pulling teeth sometimes, gamer. But
the conversation should.
And it still had to be the right now at the end of that. Not just, I don't know. It's, I don't know right now. Hey, let me hang on to as much of my ego as I possibly can within this conversation before I completely embarrass myself because I'm in way over my head right now.
He said,
"Hey, guess what?
Guess what? I said I don't know I don't know what I'm talking about, like in many different ways. Like I don't know in many different ways. I was like, yeah, but not the specific one that I'm asking you for. Whereas you say I don't know. You said it in many colorful ways except that one. Like jeez, the week.
Yo, Glad. Sorry, man, you're trying to get in?
Oh, it's good. It's good. Listen, I don't know human anatomy. Period. I don't know it. I'll never know it. Okay? Now, Glovers, your turn. Admit something you don't know, and you'll never know. If you can.
Well, they think it, dequalifies them from speaking on the subject if they don't know something. Crit's always talking about how, you'll go to these other servers, and they'll ask you a bunch of, calculus questions or whatever, you know what I mean? Like some random math question. It's like, well, so if I don't know this question, that therefore what? Water's just going to start curving all of a sudden? So,
what is pi to the 10,000th decimal place, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's their thinking process, though. They think that, if you don't meet this prerequisite, for thinking ability. Oh, well, then you're just not capable of speaking on the subject. You're not smart enough.
You know what they do a lot? They will actually present some type of demonstration or whatever. Yesterday they were bringing up pendulums, right? And we see pendulums on reality do certain things. We build a pendulum and we observe the pendulum doing something. Therefore, it's a globe. Oh my god. Yeah, they put it in there. They talk about the latitude, the movement of the pendulum. How is that demonstrating the globe or whatever? I'm like, bro, that's doing that thing on, like an emotionless setup. The pendulum is moving, but the ground. What will happen if the ground was moving under the pendulum? If the ground was actually moving at 1,000 miles per hour, just.
Question, actually, guys. So, Cavendish, we have related for mass attracting mass, them trying to prove gravity. Do we have a name for anybody attempting to prove the pendulum?
Bro, the pendulum for me, as someone brought it up yesterday, I think it was Winston, and I so other people kind of talk like that. When the pendulum could be constructed in a specific way that it could be doing a movement. Obviously, it is doing a movement. We can see that. Some people say there's magnets involved and a different way of doing it, but the sky is also moving. So whenever they detect these these pendulums or laser, what's the other one? The laser, the one that detects they detected the drag 15 degrees per hour.
Ringlaser, the gyroscope.
The gyroscope, whenever they detect these movements, I mean, they go to the ground. The ground is doing it, right? But they just, I don't know, the movement of the luminaries and the sky causing a certain effect in the medium that we're in. It's, we just look up and you can see movement. And then in relation to the ground, obviously. But the ground has to be in a fixed position for a lot of that stuff to work, in my opinion. But interesting characters, the way they argue and just make simple things very complicated, in my opinion, and they just grab things in reality and say, you see this thing in reality? It's dependent on this cartoon, on this idea, on these figures. Yeah, I think it's a waste of time, actually. The globe talk is a huge waste.
Yep, they want to keep it vague intentionally. Don't get too specific. It's not a perfect sphere. They want to keep it real vague on purpose.
Dude, they were doing that with parallel lines. Have you heard the newest parallel line argument?
What are they just now that parallel is
Please don't teach it to me. Please don't teach it to me.
No, it's weird though, Dempsey, because it used to. Well, I guess at the beginning of when we started to have these arguments, like back in the day, years ago, they were talking about parallel lines with the sun's rays, but they were saying that they were completely parallel. Now it's slightly like they're parallel, but they're not all the way parallel. They're just like they can't say that they're parallel because they even admittedly know that they can't say that. So now the argument has shifted on their side that they can't claim it that's completely parallel. So it's like they want to say the word parallel, but then not infer that it actually is parallel. So they can. It's like this gray area where they want to say that it is, but that it's not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They've been doing this, and they're recently. The guy that came in here was talking about a drone. If you guys were in here, you heard the argument. But he's talking about a drone that he was flying up, like where the crepuscular rays were at. And so the drone actually, when it rose up, was seeing that the light that was coming down was actually parallel. And then he caveated when he was saying that it was slightly, a little bit close to parallel. So he was like, he wanted to say parallel, but he knew that he couldn't say it because if somebody held him to it, you could actually verify that it's not really parallel.
Was that was that just with sunlight, like sun rays, or all parallel lines?
No. With sunlight, like why sunlight has parallel light lines from the light coming down, and the corpuscular rays are not actually what we see, but they're parallel.
Gotcha.
No. That was awesome.
I don't know if you guys remember.
Literally did that. Oh man.
But that's their new argument, is that they want to say that something is what it is, but then it can be like slightly off. And he even, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's the same guy that was saying that it could be off for like 1 or 2 pixels. This is the stupidest shit that I like. When they say it, I'm like, you're so freaking dumb. Like, why are you saying 1 or 2 pixels? As if someone who's going to look into it is going to be like, dude, I can't tell. Like, can you see it? Yeah, there it is. There's 1 pixel difference. Like, like, who's doing this, man? Like, just to get people convinced. It's crazy.
The lies we tell, we intentionally deceive.
I don't know. These guys are actually intentionally wanting to make it be, because they're fanboys and fangirls, I would say. Don't disagree. Right? But they're fanboys and fangirls of the lore. And I don't think that they don't want to do it for like malicious reasons. I think they want to do it because they want to keep the dream alive, you know? They just want to keep it alive. Well, why you such a buzzkill, man? You're telling me Earth is flat. Like, come on, dude. Really? We got all this wonderful space, you know, all these different galaxies. So much to look at. You know? Yeah, that's all it is. Fanboys.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be that fanboy, so you can still enjoy it. It's in all the movies, video games, books.
What were you a fanboy of, CB?
Right,
Space,
Kessler?
outer space and everything.
Kessler.
Well, you're like big
man.
space nut.
Kessler's sitting there with his NASA #1 shirt.
How you doing, Kessler?
I got to admit, I didn't have any NASA merch. I didn't have any NASA swag, but I watched all the documentaries, The Cosmos, with Carl Sagan, Neil deGrasse, both of those. I was into it, man. Shit, I was going around telling people for their birthday, like, congratulations, like, you made it on another trip around the sun. I'm not even joking. I actually was telling people that.
So did we make it another trip around the sun, Kessler?
I ain't seen nothing go around the sun.
Oh, I get it now. CB, it means cuz ball.
Yeah, yeah.
Cuz ball. Oh.
That's interesting. What do you think, Kessler? Cat got your tongue, eh?
Does anything go around the sun?
Kessler, you're there.
Kessler, is your house moving?
Oh, I want to hear the answer to that.
Hell no!
Shit, Chris Tucker beat you.
Shit. Quiet down, Chris Tucker. Oh, Kessler, don't be bashful. He's going to come back like, hey, guys, what's up? I'm back. He's going to do that. Watch. He's listening right now, but they usually do that. I'm back. What are you guys talking about? Acting like he wasn't listening to us. I know these mind games. Been around the block.
I know what you do.
What you talking about, Willis?
I don't think you applying yourself, Smokey.
Holy shit.
What up, Big Perm? I mean, Big Worm?
Big Worm.
Hello, everybody.
I remember being at the beach and looking at the stars, really clear night, and I remember, wow, we're like inside of the sun, and we're going through the galaxy and flying, and wow, I was like, damn. I was putting the image that they put on the cartoons. I was trying to put that on the video that I watched. I was trying to relate that to what I was looking at the beach, to the sky, and all that stuff.
Somebody
like,
needs
wow.
to add the Chris
Ever
Tucker
wonder
hell
what
not
those
that.
sparkling dots are up there? I don't wonder. I know. I always thought they were balls of gas burning billions of miles away.
Who told you something like that? What mook made that up?
Pretty dumb, huh?
Sorry, Mickey. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that when Jemsy said that, when he was saying that he saw that, you could have put the Chris Tucker hell now to that. Hell no.
You know, the funny part is that then I realized when I started actually look into, objective reality, and I put a lot of pieces together, and it kind of clicked for me when I thought about the sky not being this random thing that is doing just this random movement. I saw as a design put in place mechanism of repeating cycles that requires an informer, a designer, and then that clicked for me, and I was like, it's definitely not a ball flying through space at multiple speeds, multiple angles, all at the same time. That's just ridiculous.
Sorry, I was AFK.
I knew
What?
Dude, I can read these guys
Bro,
like
don't
the
even-
back of me hands.
What?
Sometimes you got to just sit there and do the backstroke in the rivers of
miss?
goodness.
I swear, dude, I could read their minds like literally. Honestly.
Hey, you know what you missed? You missed the ground spinning. The ground is not spinning. You missed it.
What?
The premonition.
Did someone ask me a question or something, I guess?
Yeah, you missed it, dude. It's all good, man. You should have.
Yeah,
Just reload the question. Just ask it again.
We found the curve.
Just ask the question again.
Okay.
I died to go AFK. I don't know what to tell you.
No, it's cool. Cool.
How you been, man?
How are you?
How you doing, Kessler? How you been, brother?
Yeah, I'm good. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, whatever.
You don't sound like it.
Hey, good for you, bro. Good for you. Likewise. Happy everything.
Yeah.
Do you have any luck finding any curve? Something usable? Something workable?
Yeah, I'll put it in a box. I'll send it to you.
Hey! Send it to 1999 at Nebuary Court in Never, Canada. Neverland. Thanks.
No, it's actually, you can actually put a lot of round curving things inside a box and send it to people. Yes, I mean, yeah. If you can find curving stuff and put it in a box. So Kessler, he's keeping it real.
Didn't Saturday Night Live do something about a curvy thing in a box?
No, it's kind of cool because not unless you have a mobile home. But Jim's asking if your home is moving. That was a question that you missed.
I don't get like 90% of these pop culture references.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello? Yeah. So Jimsy was asking, not that your home's a mobile home, but is your house moving?
Relative to what?
What do you mean relative to what? Is your house moving?
Objectively.
Relative to the ground. No, it's not moving.
The sky moving.
Not relatively, just objectively.
Relative to the sky, yeah, sure, it's moving. Because, fucking...
No, I think that's not what Stevie said. You just added that once again. He didn't say that.
When you talk about movement, sorry, I'm eating because of the door. You talk about movement relative to other...
To what?
Or you could just speak objectively.
Relative
on
to
the globe that it's moving, dude.
I was just bringing the actual immediate experience, what your senses are pointing out, your immediate experience. Your house, we can agree that you don't feel any movement, right?
Yeah, I don't feel any movement.
Yeah, that's my whole point. Your senses, your immediate experience, you're not moving if you're not standing up and going step by step or moving around, right? Your ground, your house is motionless. It's not moving.
Yeah, you don't sense motion. You sense a change in motion.
So if it was moving, right, exactly to that point that you just mentioned, if it started moving, if it started changing, you will feel it. If your house started moving, you'll know it's moving because you'll feel it, right?
Kessler?
So, sorry. Carry on.
Hey, Kessler,
sorry,
if your house starts so you don't feel any movement of the house, but if that house starts moving, you will feel it, right, Kessler?
If my house starts moving, would I feel it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably. It depends how fast it's moving, right?
The hell?
Could be moving right now, I guess. I mean, technically, right? The house probably is creaking and moving.
Where's it moving to?
From the actually perceivable axiom that you're from the actual perceivable axiom that you are experiencing, that is motionless. You don't feel any movement. You know it's not moving. And then if it started moving, you like if the house started moving or falling off a cliff, you'll know it's moving, right? He's busy.
Yeah, I would notice it's moving.
Yes. Yeah. He said yes. Go ahead, guys. My bad.
No, you're. Whew. I was scared for a moment. We were very close to saying no. There was a pause.
Yes.
There was a pause for a dramatic effect, and I was like, if he says no,
I'm just I'm eating right now.
Yeah, he's busy. Thanks for the replies, Kessler. Thanks for the answers, bro. Appreciate it. Appreciate you, man. And bon appetit. Buen provecho.
Buen provecho. Yeah. So, what do you eat? Armadillo or like iguana? What's the main course right now? Because people eat all kinds of stuff all over the earth.
I don't know what I'm eating right now.
That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't really care. I just eat whatever,
I wouldn't say that in a live stream, man. Because then you got everybody.
I don't care, bro.
You go for
okay, whatever mama brings to the table, you better eat it.
I'm right, my brother, man.
Yeah. You say thank you, mama.
Yeah.
With a smile too.
Yeah.
Keyboard all day long. Whatever she brings you, that's what you're gonna eat, right? So
whatever she brings, you better be happy.
Whatever my
sustenance.
Te vas a comer esos frijoles, güey. And you're like,
sí, señor, sí. Español.
Sí, mamá.
Pero yo quiero McDonald's. No. Hay arroz en la casa.
What does that mean in English?
That's the kid that wants to eat McDonald's, but mom tells him no. There's rice at home. So.
There's food at home. There's food, chicken. She's cooking. No McDonald's. She's cooking.
No McDonald's.
If she's an extra level, she'll make you cook food at home. If you say McDonald's.
Oh, see, not that Glassos, like you're scared of that sandal, bro. That's a freaking Thanos sandal right there. She brings
that Payless sandal.
Man, she was good with it too, man, because she could chuck that thing at like across the room.
Like a ninja star.
Freaking hits you right. Like if you're trying to run away, that sucker hits you like that. I don't know if you've seen that movie called Kroll. This Chinese star that they would throw, and it would just like go somewhere and find you, and like you could run away from that shit, man. Yeah, she'd knock you over the head with that.
It's like another pop culture reference I don't get.
Bruh.
Yeah, it's more like a Spanish thing, but yeah, more than anything.
Hey,
I think
it's understandable. It's understandable, Kessler, because you are at the other side of the world, right? You are horizontally on the other side of the world, right?
Probably very far north as well.
Horizontally challenged? Is that what you're going to say?
I'd bet I'm probably the furthest north in the room, right? I'll check my northern latitude right now.
Yeah, you're pretty far north, like near the center.
So you're closer to Santa Claus, eh?
So I am 56 degrees north.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty high up.
Yeah.
Did you just wake up?
I mean,
it sounds like you're tired.
Nah, it's just been a long day, I guess.
Long day? You working hard or hardly working, or what's going on?
I just got over a flu, so.
Oh, good for you, man. You got better? You feel better?
Yeah, I feel pretty good.
Good for you. Yeah, definitely feels good after getting kind of like out of bad shape, yeah. Sickness or whatever.
Sorry, Kessler, how many degrees north are you? You said 56?
Yeah.
Is the
I got 43 for myself.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you, Jen.
you.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Where was saying it?
I just saying I beat him on the latitude.
He's the highest in the room. There's a song like that. No, I ate some chicken soup, man, like the way we eat it, the carnivore style. Just some salt, some chicken, put it in a Instant Pot. That sucker, like I think I overdid the temperature or the time, because what happened was the actual, like, the bones started to disintegrate. I think like it was like even the bones were soft, bro. Like
liquefied the whole damn thing.
I was liquefying. Oh shit, dude! And I was close to liquefying the entire bone, but the nubs of the bone were getting liquefied. So when I opened it up, and I was like, well, it was good either way, but it was super nutritious because I actually got all the marrow into
Marrow,
it.
yeah, you got some collagen in there too, right?
No, but I'm saying that because of all of this, like I was sick I got off of work on Friday. Yeah. It was Friday. Got off of work, and then like by Monday, I was feeling real good again. Like, so yeah, it's just like no carbs kind of thing, or low carbs. It's the way to go, man. For you guys. I'm the highest in the room. Hey. That's the one. That's the one. That's Kessler. Hope I make it out
of here. He's not gonna make it out of here. We filled his mind up with ideas.
Usually I get thrown out.
No, you know who did get thrown out?
Nah, he knows his damn globe.
Gordon, let me see. Who are the other guys? Percentage, architecture. Recently. Huh?
Oh, it's just I was like banned for like a year and a half or some shit.
And from here?
Yeah.
I don't remember. Now that you took some time off, and you never said anything.
I was like banned twice. Like I got banned. I like first joined in like 2017 or something. Like the old server. Got banned like within a week or something. And just like ignored it for like 2 years or something. And then maybe like COVID or something. I think I joined this new server and then got banned within like a few months.
So right into the first COVID thing, you got banned?
Yeah, pretty much.
No, you're still here. So
what did you do?
Nah, I got let back in, but I have to hit quotas.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
who did you piss off?
Wolfgang.
Yeah, Wolfgang. Wolfgang don't play, bro.
Wolfgang don't play. He will cut you.
Oh man, he can't be disrespectful, man.
I think it was Justin actually the last time I got banned.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he went pretty crazy on me.
We got John in here. John, what's up, man?
What's up, buddy? How y'all been?
Pretty good, man. I can't click on your name. Are you new to the server? What's your roles in here?
No, I was. Shoot, I think I've probably been in here for at least a couple of years. I dodge in once in a while and then I dodge out.
Well, it's good to see you back, man. Well, for whatever that's worth, but yeah, it's good to see you back. Oh,
I appreciate it. The only reason why I came back today was just to vent for a second. I am convinced that 90% of people who claim that they believe in the globe don't even understand their globe. I'm literally having a conversation with somebody today, or because of TikTok. A lot of wingbacks come out, but this guy is trying to say that Puerto Vallarta in Mexico has the same sunset as Chile, which is two totally different time zones. It's off by, UTC -6, UT's -4. The thing is that he doesn't understand that. And he's just using Google to tell him when sunset and sunrise is going down. And I'm like, you're using the time zone there, man. So I don't know. It's just, I hate it for y'all. And I actually congratulate y'all for having conversations with people who claim that they believe in the globe.
This isn't
Listen, bro.
Dramatic effect, is it?
It's not easy listening to people who say they think the Earth is a globe because they saw it in their dreams, or that they imagined it. You know, it's not. You don't hear stuff like that every day.
That's kind of a good point, because you always hear about people that have had near-death experiences or have been shown the universe by God, and they always end up in space looking back at the Earth that's a ball.
Yeah, they take DMT trips and like, guess what, man? I'm back from wherever I was, and I
You hear about these near-death experiences, right? I mean, whether you look into them or not, or give them any credence, that's not the point. The point is that when they talk about what happens, sometimes, and it's never they turn around and look at a flat Earth, they always turn around and look at a ball Earth. I went into space, I turned around and I saw the Earth in all of its glory. That's what they say when they have near-death experiences. So in my mind, it puts to me that your near-death experience isn't a near-death experience. It's just your brain processing something because you believe that you live on the ball, so that's what your brain shows you when you have a near-death experience. I'd wonder what it'd be like if a flat earther had a near-death experience. It's interesting, right?
It's interesting because I've had I mean, people can imagine stuff, dreams. And then there's other things that, metaphysical stuff that I will say it's it's something metaphysical. I can't describe it as what it actually means, but yeah, people can imagine anything for sure and believe something. Yeah.
Yeah, the programming gets you even when you're having near-death experiences and dreams and stuff.
You mean the Matrix, bro?
Yeah, it's that embedded in our consciousness that our brain will project images, let's say, of a ball Earth if we're having a quote-unquote near-death experience. That's how deep the subconscious programming goes.
Yeah, so I've always talked about this. You can actually hotwire somebody's mind while you're speaking to them and getting them or convincing them to believe what you're saying is true. And all the while, you don't even have to be convinced of what you're saying, so long as you sell it to the person as such. And a lot of times people that listen to these guys, the ones who, and I'll say it this way, these talking heads that say that the Earth is whatever it is, when you get right down to it, they never tell you that they know what gravity is. I'll just use one example. Neil deGrasse Tyson. What is gravity? What it is, we don't know. And so if you like listen to the clip when they say that, and then you listen to the guys who come in here, oh my goodness, two very different kinds of people, right?
Like, the one hand, what it is, I don't know.
See, and then you get the globalist. The globalist comes in here
as a force.
Yeah, so the globalist that comes in here, however, is standing on all 10 toes, telling you that they have all kinds of evidence, right? Everything. They got altimeters and they got gravimeters. They got everything. The device in your phone, like everything. It's just all measuring gravity, dude. How do you not see this? But when you talk to those guys who are actually holding master classes for teaching this stuff, the ones who they are getting the information from, they're the ones saying that they don't know what it is. And that's interesting, right? Because the ones selling it are not telling you that they believe in it, but the ones buying it are buying the whole gambit of it's 100% true. This is for real. Why don't you hear me out, man? I got all these devices. And but no one's saying that it's real. They're just telling you that what it is, they don't know. Because you know what I mean?
Whatever the argument. Sorry, my friend. Whatever the argument, if you bring gravity into it, you're going to need a fucking ball for that shit. Because either way, whether it's mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, you're going to need a mass of a ball to start this fucking phenomena, apparently, of gravity to happen. So, gravity, don't care what one you're going to give me, you're going to need half of that.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all have seen it, but Brian Cox, who's a physicist, well respected by every globalist who's out there. He did a video with the ball and the feather and went to the largest vacuum chamber in Ohio, and to where he dropped the ball and the feather at the same time, because it's in a vacuum chamber. You see that they fall at the same rate. That's all he was getting at. But even him in his own video sat there and says that Einstein.
Oh man, the suspense, right? Jesus.
The Grappler's got him.
The Matrix.
that? He said a bad word.
Matrix. The
No,
Matrix.
I thought it was a pause for dramatic effect.
They did Forrest Gump. It's a whole Forrest Gump scenario.
You
I got
say
one
Einstein,
about
he'll get
the
you.
war in Vietnam, and then
He should have recycled his pizza box. The Matrix got him.
I like the way they always drop like a bowling ball or a feather in a vacuum. They never drop gas. They never release gas into a vacuum, because that's literally just going to destroy your whole fucking story. Just keep
It will
dropping.
no longer be a vacuum.
Just never
Nothing
drop
gas
gas.
in a vacuum. I mean, you mean just fill the vacuum chamber again?
Yeah, problems.
Yeah.
No,
Really.
shit. Don't drop any gas anywhere. We'll just fuck up our entire reality.
Seriously. We just maintain this calm, steady pressure without any undulations in pressure whatsoever, because it's an open system, right, Kessler?
Gas is down, no container. You just don't understand the math that's on the paper.
Hey, 14.7, baby.
But yeah, I mean that's all it is that, you know, they don't realize that Einstein had a different belief of how gravity works than Newton. I mean, vastly different. So,
well, Newton didn't even believe gravity was a force. He believed that as an abstract concept, and he wrote that in his paper. Nobody talks about that.
Nope.
Yeah, hang on. I think Jimsy wanted to say something. Jimsy, are you there?
No, it's all good, guys. Go ahead. I'm listening. I like the when they making this difference between Newton and Einstein. I like that stuff. Yeah, because there's
It's a similar thing with Newtonian gravity. We can and do, and we must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. That doesn't mean it really is, but we don't necessarily need to work at the really is level in this case. What the hell did you say?
The thing is that you're still talking about two fantasies and kind of like people morphing, doing like a hybrid between these two and trying to make claims about reality based on those two things.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's just fantasy. I mean, we do observe a natural phenomena or whatever, you know. Things, if you pick something up, things fall down or whatever, or stuff goes up. And I think there's like we live in an electric system as well, electromagnetic system. There's a lot of that. But the ideas that they're proposing is to prove a globe that is not even in existence in the first place. You don't have curvature, you don't have movement of the ground, and they're talking about this contraction between the bodies and relativity added into that. It's just a mess.
Taking on to the meaning of abstract concept that was just put forth. Good. Abstract concepts refer to entities that have no physical or spatial constraints because they have no direct representation in the physical world, my friends.
That's what Einstein's proposed, basically, on top of Newton, right?
Sorry, can you roll the conversation back? I was just AFK a sec.
Well, so Satoshi just said, right? Oh. Einstein talked about gravity. He wrote his paper. It was an abstract concept. And when you go to your Googles and you look at the definition of an abstract concept, what is the meaning of such? Yep. It states abstract concepts refer to entities that have no physical or spatial constraints because they have no direct representation in the physical world. This is why you entertain a subjective world. You think about things 99.9% of the time.
I like that, what you just said.
You should like it because it's what it says.
No,
you would stick to something that's written in black and white.
I like how you put that together. I think with like relativistic mechanics is its use as a predictive tool, right? Is that's what should be in question. You know, you can't exactly put space-time in a box. It's just an idea, right? It's this idea, a framework to try and understand the world better, to try and use it as a predictive tool. It could be completely wrong, right?
So just to be clear, you're okay with the carriage just rolling down the road without realizing there's a horse in front of it that's supposed to pull it?
Well,
because you're not placing the horse in front of the carriage to pull the carriage. You're just like, where the carriage is going? It's got no force. It just happens. You can't do that, dude.
I don't follow the analogy 100%.
Well, I'm going to say to you that again, like regardless of how I construct meanings and verbiage, right? I'm going to ask you again from the standpoint of gravity. How do you start to demonstrate gravity locally?
But is he claiming that? Are you claiming that?
Pragmatically, I don't think you can do it locally. To my knowledge, anyway. Obviously, like you've got the Cavendish and stuff like that, but that doesn't satisfy you guys. You guys want to see, water being, stuck to a ball because of gravity in a localized sort of lab environment.
So
no one makes the claim that that's possible, right?
No, that's the claim. That's what's actually happening.
Yeah, that's the claim. That's what's happening. But the claim, it's not pragmatic. It's like asking for ocean currents in a glass of water. I say it a lot, right? But it's the same sort of principle. It's cliche.
Ocean water in a glass of ocean water.
Currents in their glass.
They can do that in a lab, though. They can do that in a lab, can't they?
Yeah, maybe they can. Maybe it's a bad analogy, but the analogy I'm trying to say is trying to create a really sort of small localized event in a lab setting like that, when you've got the overwhelming force that you're trying to demonstrate is already interacting with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say that's a big no because you guys always talk about Cavendish, which is exactly that. It's exactly contrary to what you just said. That's what they're.
Yeah, well, I already said I said earlier in the conversation you can use Cavendish as a thing,
this is something
as an example. Can I finish the?
It's just opposite to what you just said.
It's not, because I said it earlier. I can go back and clip it again. But I said you can use Cavendish, but it doesn't satisfy you. What would satisfy you is water sticking to a ball, which is the claim, which CB said. Like, he clarified it. The claim is water sticking to a ball, and that's what I'm talking about. You recreating in a lab through gravity.
All right, but let me get back to the point why I interrupted you, because you said that you can't do it on a minute scale. You just said you can't, because like waves in an ocean or currents in an ocean, you can't duplicate that. I know that you said that. I'm just repeating what you said. So on top of that, you're saying you can't do it on a cup of, like if it was a cup of water, you couldn't see those currents. But you do that with Cavendish.
Yeah, so I've just explained that. We're not. I said you can use Cavendish as an example, right? But that's not what's going to satisfy you. What's going to satisfy you?
But that's not the point, though. That's not the point.
Because I was talking. You've missed what I was talking about.
No, I'm talking about the actual point.
In a lab setting, what cannot be done.
I'm talking about the actual point.
Water to a ball
point is
through gravity.
We need to figure out. It doesn't matter who's doing what. The overall point
is. You should have let me finish my point.
Truth is self-evident. So if that is actually the case, it doesn't matter what you do, Cavendish or lab, it doesn't matter where you go, minute scale, grand scale, you're always going to see this very same thing everywhere. It's self-evident. So when you have to kind of like make contraptions and make stories up, then you start to make your own reality up, is essentially what happens. So you're saying to him, on the one hand, the kind of evidence you want is not going to be happening on the one that I'm telling you, because the one that I'm telling you is not evidence enough. And it's not about being enough evidence. Okay. Hang on, dude. It's not about being enough evidence. It's about being the actual thing that's happening. If the Cavendish were to provide the evidence for what we're saying with gravity, it would be the one for all, like gold standard. And everybody would be satisfied. It would be the thing that satisfies the question, but it still does not. And why do you think that is? You know?
Can't ask me a question at the end of that.
Do you understand the point, though? Like, I don't think you get it. Because you're thinking...
No, because I was trying to explain my point to you.
All right, let's hear your point. Let's do it, Miguel. Let's just hear, because
So you said it does it all the time.
I want to see if he can come to the actual logical conclusion that you're trying to bring him towards.
So let's start again. Right from the beginning. Let's go.
So the point I was talking about, maybe a missed part of the conversation, was recreating a water sticking to a ball in a lab. And then you said to do it all the time with Cavendish. Cavendish wasn't trying to stick water to a ball through gravity.
So we can't stick.
Was that it?
Water. So we can't stick.
And then you said, but they do it all the time with Cavendish, and I said no, they don't. And again, you said to do it with Cavendish.
Dude, listen.
I think you missed my point.
No. You're kind of like you're seeing like very like tunnel vision. You're only seeing the one thing: water sticking to a ball. Ball, no stick to water, can't do that. This
Can I ask him something?
Was about.
Yeah, go ahead, James.
Hey, bro, Fleur, are you making the claim that the reality that we experience, the ground that you're standing on, and the waters around us, and the heavens above us, are you claiming that this is that you're standing on a ball spinning through the vacuum of space? Is that your claim?
Yeah, that's the claim. That's the whole reason I'm in the.
That's what you're claiming. That's what you think is reality.
Yeah.
Why?
So anyway,
my argument for gravity, a lot of people.
Well, I just wanted to take him to the end of the point real quick because I let him finish. But the reason why I was saying that is because he's like tunnel vision. He's only seeing water stick to ball, no water stick to no ball. So no, you can't display that. So you guys aren't satisfied at the end of that. Sorry. So it's like, but we do have Cavendish, however. But you guys don't like Cavendish. You guys want to see water stick to ball. No water stick to ball, no evidence. So therefore, you guys say no evidence. But actually, we do have evidence, which is Cavendish. Do you understand what's going on here? This is a slimy tactic that they like to say that they have the evidence, but you guys don't like it. And that's why I'm telling him he's incorrect. And he's like, well, you're not letting me finish. But you're not understanding. The point is gravity. It's not water sticking to ball. It's everything sticking to ball. Everything. Every single thing that you can think of. Air, your sweater, the cat, the tree, every single thing is sticking to ball. So unless you can provide an evidence that the actual thing you think is happening, then you got nothing, even with Cavendish. It's not about water sticking to ball and doing that in the lab, and that's the only thing we need to see. No, sir. We need to know that there is some kind of magical weak force, weaker than every other force, that's the actual cause of the effect. Do you understand, Kessler?
Yeah, so if I can actually get a word out this time. Are you going to... All right, yeah.
Okay.
Can I speak?
Yeah, responding.
So my argument for gravity is that in its use as a predictive tool, evidences its validity in some sense, right? It's not 100% correct. Nobody claims that it's 100% correct. We know... Sorry, what was that?
Predicts what?
The motions of objects.
That's backwards engineering. So we see objects in motion, and we have this idea that gravity is the reason for it. So we backwards engineer.
I'm talking about classical and relativistic mechanics.
Okay.
Right. So classical mechanics is used to predict the motion. Like, say you have a physics paper, right?
Uh-huh.
It's the
so we can calculate things fall at a rate, and we can also say things. No, I'm just going to jump ahead of you. We can calculate the rate that things fall, and
I'm just going to jump ahead of you. Right. No. So you have the age-old physics question. You jump ahead of me, I jump ahead of you. I mean, eye for an eye.
So here's what's going to go down. Kessler, there's mods listening, Kessler, that are going to silence you if you don't be respectful and let him finish what he's saying, and then you go.
He's ahead of me.
No. Listen,
hold on, mate. I don't need to white knight. I'll do it.
I'm putting a line in
it.
Go,
mate. So I was just clarifying what he was saying, so I could get on the same page as him. That's all I wanted to do, mate. So I could understand what he was saying.
Yeah, Ponyo, go ahead.
So we can calculate things fall at a rate 9.8 meters per second squared, right? And we can also say that things orbit in the sky because of gravity, right? Those are the two predictions that it makes, right?
No, it makes much more predictions than that.
Those are two that we can safely say, right?
No, you can certainly say a lot more.
Gravity, and things go round.
Classical mechanics can predict the motion of pretty much all objects on Earth.
Predict?
Yeah.
Well, because it's always happened. So I drop something and it's always going to go down at a similar rate.
It's not always dropping, it's forces applied to objects.
See, forces applied to objects. Yes, it's classical mechanics. So yeah, okay, I'm on the right page as you, and you always carry on.
Okay, so we use that predictive capability. It's like the old physics question I'm sure everyone's probably seen in the exam papers and stuff like this. Is, you obviously standing on a skateboard, you push a ball away from you. What's your velocity in this vector? It tells you the mass of the ball and the force applied to it. Disregard friction and all that sort of stuff. That's classical mechanics, right? We can use its predictive capability. If you were to, calculate the sum of whatever your velocity would be in that vector, and you went and carried that out in real life, you would find that it's relatively close to what actually happens in real life. Obviously, there's a discrepancy there for maybe and don't get the force 100% correct, and there's friction on the wheels.
Okay, but there's an actual force.
Do you understand?
So, yeah.
How classical mechanics can be used as a predictor?
Yeah, of course I do.
But do you understand how that gives it some validity in evidences? Classical mechanics.
Of course it does, because we can use it practically. But at the moment, you're pushing physically a bowling ball away whilst you're sitting on a chair with wheels. That's a physical interaction, right?
So classical mechanics can scale up from there.
There's a question there. That's physical interaction, isn't there? There's physical interaction there, isn't there?
Yeah, sure.
Can I jump in just a second?
So where's the physical interaction with gravity?
In the sum, it's the exact same thing. You just replace the force.
So you're replacing forces. Hold on. So you're replacing forces with non-actual physical forces. You're just saying this. Well, we can apply this.
It can be described as a force very easily.
It can be.
Which is also classical mechanics.
So we can predict, like I said earlier, you pick something up and you drop it, it's always going to fall at the same rate.
That's also classical mechanics. Is that we can also attribute. Carry on.
We can say that that's the mass of the Earth pulling my mobile phone down when I drop it. We can say that. We can put mathematical equations to that. But there is no physical force and there's no way to demonstrate that the mass of the Earth is attracting it. We can just assume it is.
See, so my argument for it is, say, like ballistic trajectories, for example, that's classical mechanics as well. You would have a hard trouble. Like, fair enough, if you drop something, you can guess just on a blind batshit, I see something drop very often. I don't need classical mechanics to know it's going to drop at 9.8 meters per second squared or whatever, right? But with, say, like ballistic trajectories, for example, you would have to use classical mechanics to get a very precise predictor on what the motion of that object is going to be.
Yeah, they do this in. Yes, I mean you can do this in like circus tricks as well, where somebody jumps over something and lands on, through a particular hole. Because of the force that is applied, the structure that they're using, they will always go in this place. You can use a mathematical equation to figure it out. You can also use a mathematical equation to maybe make the thing further away, but you still end up going through the hole.
And the base of all this is F equals ma.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's a solid law, right?
I mean, it's a law, and we can use it.
Yeah. Well, you don't go and then say it's a law.
What?
It's a law or it's not, right?
No, it's a law, and I'm agreeing with you. Who wanted to jump in? No one? Because I'll carry on.
Right. Yeah. So all I wanted to sit there and talk about when you were talking with friction and things like that, for the gentleman who I'm assuming you're a globalist, don't know, but anyhow,
globalist elite,
is that when you're talking in the aspect of balls moving and things like that, we'll look at our planets, and this is something that you can Google, and it'll give you your results in a globalist way. But Venus and Uranus, I believe, are two planets that actually spin the opposite direction of what we're spinning. So all the rest of the planets are spinning the exact same way as Earth, except for these two. You're going to get a different friction off of it. So just wanted to sit there and add to that is a dispute of a problem in itself.
So I think it's just Venus that is claimed.
No, it's Uranus as well, but go ahead.
Uranus as well.
Uranus is on its side, but they give an explanation that's been impacted.
Right. So what would you mentioned friction there with Venus? What friction? Friction on what? The planet and what?
So that's what I'm getting at, is that it's going to have a different type of friction than what the rest of the planets are.
Friction on what? The planet is fictitious to what? Like it's having a friction on like what? Like it's
be careful because you might be making a claim inside of the heliocentric model or something that you don't have an answer for.
I agree with Jemsy. Be careful when you tread on these waters. They could capture like something that
John said we don't know our model is good.
Yeah, my comment was for him.
Yeah, it was right.
That's why I'm asking the question. Friction on what? What is Xenos?
Well, yeah, I mean that's what I'm getting at is we don't know what has been forced down our throats.
The model doesn't make any sort of
what model
resistance. There is a resistance, but it's not friction. Well, John's talking about the heliocentric model, right?
What he's basically trying to tell you is that what we observe of the luminaries, they don't prove a globe.
Please. I'm not allowed to speak for anyone else. Any globe that comes in here, I'm not allowed to speak for them.
I'm totally fine with them speaking for me because I'm fine with them speaking for me. Anybody who does, I don't care. But yeah, that's all I was getting at.
For the life draft.
Brother, this isn't your shining moment, Kessler. This is a place where new flat earthers or some that have been outside of the there's a place to learn. So this isn't like a debate server, let's say. It's a place for them to understand what somebody says from the opposing side and us to guide them to understand like why this wouldn't be the case in a discussion like this. So we're educating him on the fact that if you go into an arena like such as this, it becomes a shining moment like for you. Because now you're going to be, this is your upper hand. This is the way you guys have upper hands. When we get into your realm and then you want to correct us, and this is how you do it. And it looks bad on the
I know what you're saying. I get it. John came in and he said, we don't know our model as good as he does. And then he questions me on the model.
Whoa. I'm not saying I don't know your model better than you do. I'm literally saying that that we don't understand the model when it comes to the fact of two different planets are going at a different type of at a spin rate and things like that. And when you were addressing friction and everything, there has to be some type of sort. But anyhow, that is into a asinining way because it's going into things that we just truly do not know.
What's it called? From on the heliocentric model.
Yeah, I guess I just shouldn't have even included that. Sorry, guys. But anyhow, some of y'all understood what I was getting at.
It's okay. I like your point because for me, like I mentioned earlier, when I click, when this stuff clicked for me, it had to do with the movement of the luminary. So when people bring that up, I don't just put it down because I like that topic. But yeah, I think your point was most closer to what I understood you're trying to say, that those in the heliocentric model, the movement that the luminaries are doing doesn't add up. So when you talk about the globe making predictions, when you talk about the globe model making predictions, I mean it's just not accurate like you think it is.
Right. It's why you have retrogrades and things like that, of why people sit there and say that the heliocentric versus the other model, I forget the name right now, but why they're different is because of the retrogrades and things like that. It's just in a general sense that this stuff gets really complicated. And we still have not really gone into outer space. I don't care who you believe. The International Space Station is not in outer space. It's 233 miles away. That's the distance of going from like Atlanta, Georgia, out to Birmingham, Atlanta. And you're telling me that distance up 233 miles can sit there and observe something that's 5,000 plus miles of a viewing frame on one side and can see a curve. It's impossible. It's literally physically impossible.
Which is 60 miles. Sorry, dude.
If we were on a globe, if we truly were on a globe, you would have to go up to at least 3,000 miles. The International Space Station is nowhere close to that.
Wow.
Sounds like an assertion.
Well, it is in outer space. The Kármán line is said to be 60 to 70 miles above the... Hold on, I haven't finished. You might find out when I finish.
Not leave your house.
So the Kármán line is said to be 60 to 70 miles above the surface of the Earth. Beyond that's outer space. Don't care how far the International Space Station is away. It's beyond that limitation. So in low Earth orbit, in outer space, the gas pressure outside the International Space Station is negligible. Right.
Yeah, real quick, but because there's like these facts coming out, I would say that they have changed a lot of what they've said. Jedi, I don't know if you know over the past moment that we've been out of the debate circle. It is now 50 miles above the Earth's surface, and I looked into this, man. There's an article about it. Yeah, there's an article about it where they want to keep it ambiguous so that people don't know where that line is actually. So there isn't a actual line. There's a gray area, as they would state, and they need it to be that way for military purposes. So there's actual reasons why they're moving the goalposts, but at the same time, they can do it arbitrarily when they need to.
Sorry, I don't know if you finished.
No, I'm stating that to Jedi because I think, well, I was saying that too, and I looked into it, and then also they start to move where the boundary is because of the fact that it's for military use case, that they don't want to put an actual line because you can't break a law if you're in over above another country, flying above them. If you're the Kármán line is like pretty much ambiguous, we don't know where it begins. So
the it's not like they're changing where the Kármán line is. The Kármán line will always be there, but the different classifications, I think there's like 7 different classifications for what they say space, and that is for as you said, regarding different treaties. So space in terms of military context, space in terms of economic context, and then space in terms of different contexts. And the Kármán line is just the most general context that we use for space, which is like 100 kilometers up, right?
Right, and that's not often said in a conversation like this. So I think that's why sometimes there's a hard stance on it from our side. But when I looked into it, I was like, well, I'm not saying that it's right. What I'm saying, what it's saying, what they're saying is like we weren't repeating what they're saying, and to accurately say what they're saying, the rhetoric, that's kind of along the lines of that.
This isn't new, by the way. This has been, I think, correct. The 50s and 60s was when these different classifications and contexts for space.
You would the stratosphere. So the stratosphereists, the guys from the American Army who were using airplanes to see how far in the sky they could get up. It was around about 100 kilometers, 50 to 60 miles, and that's the stratosphere. Right at that point, buddy, I can't deny you not.
I didn't want to detract from the conversation. I just wanted to bring, because usually, and what we do in here is make sure that people are on the right track with information. So it's not that, Kessler believes the Earth's a globe and we're siding with him. It's not that. If something was true and what it was said, then it's true what it was said. Not that it's correct in reality, but what they were claiming, the actual claim itself. So you can't take a hard stance on the claim if the claim is actually or the mainstream rhetoric isn't what we're saying. You know what I mean? So it's just a basic correction on, if you're going to hold a debate or a discussion on this, at least get that part correct, because then they will correct you. And when you look it up, it's exactly what he's saying. So that's important, right? I mean, if you're going to be doing
I agree. That's what I was getting at, was with that they're saying it's 233 miles now. You can sit there and take that distance, which is about from Alabama, Birmingham to Atlanta, Georgia, just about. And you can do that and use that little distance, so if you got that distance where it's like a thumb width, then turn your thumb to the side and you'll be like, holy crap, they're not even anywhere near to being off this planet.
It's hardly a difference, is it? 250 miles above the surface of the Earth isn't that far.
Correct. It's not far at all. It's physically impossible to see the curve of a planet that when you're looking at one side of it is, 5,000 wide, so to say. You're not even going to get to that. That's why I say you have to at least be 3,000 miles above the surface in order to see if there is a curve to what you live on.
Especially when you actually realize that the ground that you're standing on is not a planet, it's not a light in the sky, because planets are wandering stars, lights in the sky. The Earth is not a light in the sky. So once you realize that, it's much easier to not find the curvature, not even looking for it, actually.
Look at the devil. If it's visible from the space, that means that must be measurable on the ground. Or not?
No, the thing is that my point is that there is a way of doing things very practically, and the ways that are functional. The globe idea is so dysfunctional when you relate it to reality that you have to, when you start thinking about it and trying to learn how the globe works, it's such a dysfunctional state of mind that it brings you towards. That is, I don't think it's bad for. It's not good for people to just kind of go so deep into it and try to talk about it and try to explain it to other ones. Damn, it's horrible.
That's what the main science communicators, they always claim, like, they no accountability on it. Well, we only know a certain percentage of what we know, and it's like 90% of what we don't know is like the whole thing. So it gives them the freedom to say things, where they don't have to have the accountability. But the people that come in this room, they're speaking a different language, like as if it's a matter of fact. And that's where it's like, it's kind of scary, because it's even hard for the science communicators to say things. And you get regular Joes coming in here thinking that they're going to say better than them, which is important, right? Because you want to elucidate that fact. Like, you're just a regular guy. These guys are holding master classes, and you mean to say that you have a better knowledge of gravity than these guys? Come on, man. Really?
I think we should kind of like have an overview understanding of their claim, whatever that is. But I think people should concentrate more on learning functional things and practical things that can be demonstrated in reality, and spend your time and effort into learning that kind of stuff. And whenever they claim something about, whatever, lasers or gyroscopes, you actually have a comprehension of that top, how it works on a globe, and explain it to them and teach it to them. Because people, like you're saying, a lot of globe claimers, they don't know how things work on the globe, but they still claim the globe. So you have to teach it to them. But why? Don't teach it to them. That's my point. Just teach them reality.
Miguel, you're saying that there are the people who come in here know better gravity. What is gravity than people, the mainstream astrophysicists? Because if is that true, I need to listen Kessler, not to, I don't know, George Musa, Michikaku, and others.
I don't claim what that hold a point if I claimed that, but I don't.
I don't know. Maybe you need to make some book and publication that I can read you, and then I can educate myself. Or I need to read Michikaku or George Musa. What I need to read?
Is it Wieland? You know Wieland?
Do you know who is Einstein?
Yeah. No, but I'm saying you'd like Wieland.
Let's say did you say Cavendish in the beginning something?
I'm giving you an honest comment here, Sasha. I think
who's that? Wieland?
Yeah, Wieland. He challenges like conventional relativistic mechanics. He's a
I've heard that before, but I don't know his name.
Maybe an he's some Dutch.
So do you know or you don't know?
Do I know what, sorry?
Do you know the claims of this Wieland guy, or do you think he knows something, but you don't know what he knows?
I can't follow him very well. He talks at, a high level of physics that I, can't really read that.
Oh, he knows something, but you don't know what he knows.
No, I know the brief outline. He challenges relativistic mechanics in order to get a better prediction, and he proposes an entropic gravity. I mean, you can watch some of his lectures. It's been a while since I've read anything.
But he's not claiming Cavendish.
I just linked him in
Kessler, but he's not claiming Cavendish.
I don't know. Email him. His email's right there.
But that means if I start with Cavendish, I cannot go because I will be against Einstein. Now, if I sit with Einstein, I will say, listen, Einstein, this is Cavendish. And Einstein will tell me, what are you telling? Who are you? I'm the guy who look into Cavendish. But he will say, yeah, but I'm Einstein.
I don't really get the point.
You don't get the point.
Of gravity, basically. You can't have both of them. You've got to stick with one. You can't use Cavendish and Einstein in the same breath.
Cavendish isn't a model.
Exactly.
Einstein presented relativistic mechanics. I think you're talking about Newton. You mean Newton? You can't use. I think your point means you can't use classical and relativistic mechanics in the same breath.
Are you saying that
you can't use two different causes?
Makes more sense. Yeah. So you're talking about classical mechanics, not just like Cavendish, right? You can't credit Cavendish for that at all.
No, I'm confused. What is gravity on the end? Because there is some people like you. Oh, nobody knows.
If nobody knows what it is, then why do we use it to explain things?
Because it's
if nobody knows, nobody knows
model we have.
Because we already knew what buoyancy and density was, and that worked perfectly fine.
Yeah,
but now you're trying to include something that nobody knows what it is. You can't physically demonstrate it exists.
Well, at least the gravity that they claim, the warping and bending of space-time, that gravity.
Yeah, if that's true, then bring me the UFOs that can go at the speed of light.
I'm just getting silly now.
No. If that's true, I want to see the UFOs.
If what's true? If what's true?
We're living in an invisible blanket called space-time that can bend based off of how much mass is there and a certain volume of it.
Nobody believes that crap anyway.
Like, I'm time traveling right now, apparently.
It's interesting that nobody will give you an answer to what gravity is. They don't know. They shrug their shoulders and won't admit to what it is or can't tell you what it is. But people will still believe it and come in here and defend it. And that first sentence will come along with Cavendish, and then they'll start talking about Einstein. But then everybody at the top of this scientific pyramid, when it comes to gravity, shrugs their shoulders and doesn't know what gravity is.
Like, what?
I don't think
people come in here and defend it. Then
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
There you go. I don't think.
Kessler, do you know what gravity is?
I'm trying to get a word in, but it's like a fucking dogpile in here.
Do you know what gravity is, Kessler?
It's just Neil deGrasse.
It's underlying mediation. No, I don't.
Why Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't know and you know?
What? Sasha, do you not? Is there a language barrier?
Okay. Do you know what is
Croatian?
Okay. Do you know what is gravity?
No, I don't know the underlying media for it.
Why we are speaking about something what we don't know for 1 hour?
You tell
why
me.
not?
Questions.
Why not to speak about unicorns? Kessler, do you know something about unicorns? Do you know something about unicorns?
Yeah.
Yeah? What?
They look like a horse. They got a horn on them.
Yeah.
And they fart rainbows.
The fart rainbows. They live in North Korea.
Unicorn.
Are they real?
And poop ice cream.
Yeah, they live in North Korea.
Mm-hmm.
Ice cream? Now that I didn't know. Now I might want to get unicorn.
Sorry, but now that we can describe unicorns, does that mean that unicorns now exist?
No, of course it doesn't.
Of course it doesn't. So we can come up with like.
Yeah, you're not going to attribute that to a whole classical mechanics. There's no way. Looks like you failed physics, huh?
Oh no, I like this right at the beginning of my point. Right, I can drop something and predict how fast it's going to fall, where it will land.
Classical mechanics is not just that is the most boring use of classical mechanics.
I'm not going to get to fucking point now, am I? Jesus,
get to it.
I'm trying to do this in half an hour, and you just keep circling back as soon as I get to this sentence.
Because he's saying the same thing again and again, dropping something. Oh, I can predict dropping something. It's like the most archaic form ever. You can predict that before classical mechanics. You don't need classical mechanics.
If I was to get into my next fucking sentences, I'll change it. It doesn't matter what idea for gravity that you do come out with, you're going to need the Earth to be a ball for that, aren't you?
The Earth is a ball and it produces gravity, whether it's mass attracting mass or it sits and bends space-time, correct?
Yeah. Both
Awesome.
models do that.
Yeah, so both models have got R in. So instead of talking about gravity, maybe we should check to see if the Earth is a ball first.
What's
It's got
the
to
R
be
in
a ball.
classical mechanics?
Well, the radius of the Earth is what I'm talking about.
Well, that's the R in universal law of gravitation.
Excellent. So we're going to have to measure R.
What's the R in the universal law of gravitation?
Yeah. I'm just getting to the point that doesn't matter which gravity, you're going to need the Earth to be a ball. For fuck's sake, mate. I'm trying to finish my point. You've interrupted me like 3, 4, 5 fucking times now, and you're complaining that I'm saying the same fucking thing because I'm going to have to start again every single time you bring it up. I'm trying to get to the point that you are going to need the Earth to be a ball, no matter which gravity you subscribe to. So you are going to have to measure R, aren't you?
Yeah.
Radius of the Earth. Excellent. So can we do that then?
Right, okay. Can I ask you a question before we move on? Just so I know you are on the same point as me. We're talking about the universal law of gravitation's R, right, in classical mechanics. What is
we
that
are not
R?
talking about Kessler because you said that you don't know what is that. You are not talking about.
Well, I'm talking about.
I'm talking to Jedi.
I'm talking about the radius.
So you don't use the radius of Earth in universal law of gravitation?
So when we've got a mass of the Earth within Cavendish, you're going to need the size of the Earth. Right?
It could be. Why are we talking about Cavendish now?
Well, because we're talking about gravity, and I want to get off of it. Because the cause of gravity. Hold on. The cause of gravity is the Earth being a ball, isn't it?
No.
The Earth being a ball of a said mass, whether it's mass attracting mass or that mass of the ball bending and warping space. This is why you don't follow. So
that's not the cause of gravity.
So the mass of an object. Why things fall to the Earth is a ball, the mass of the Earth is pulling things down, or the mass of the Earth is sitting in space-time and bending and warping it. Right? The Earth is a ball in both arguments.
Yeah, I already agreed like 3 times.
Good. So we're going to have to measure R then, aren't we?
And then I asked you a question that you wouldn't answer.
Yeah, because I want to get onto this. Have we measured R? In both arguments, you're going to need Earth to be a ball, so let's try and find the ball first. If you've got no ball, then you haven't got an argument.
So the measurements for R obviously aren't going to satisfy, and there's no other measurement.
Hold on. Aren't going to satisfy. We haven't had a conversation yet, mate. What do you mean satisfy? If they're good enough and direct measurements, again, you're interrupting. If they're good enough and direct measurements of R, as in from the surface down to the centre, or to figure out its circumference, drop value 8 inches per mile squared, or a physical obstruction, a mathematical calculation away, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, to find the horizon that's going to block things. Whichever your argument, you're going to need a measurement of the Earth to make it a ball. Correct?
You don't need to measure to make it something.
You don't need to measure it?
No, it already is what it is.
Well, how do you know it is what it is without measuring it first?
Oh, how do you know, right? I thought you said make it.
Yeah, sorry, I do apologise. But how do you know the Earth is a ball without measuring it? Or is there a measurement that you could give me that would satisfy me?
You can make you can make a guess, right? That's the old Feynman method. But yeah, there's no measurements that I've been here some time now, and there's no measurements that will satisfy for Earthers. Like, no matter, I've been through a lot. There's another guy in here, right, Jesse? I think I don't know if he's came into the
that name again. What's this guy?
When you say there is no measurement that will satisfy, you mean can you be specific? What measurement are you saying it doesn't satisfy? Which measurement are you talking about?
The radius of Earth.
Yeah.
Where is that measurement that you're saying is? Yeah, go ahead, man.
No, sorry, Jamesy. I do apologise, buddy. You crack on, mate, please. I'm interrupting you.
No, I'm just saying that he said there is no measurement that will satisfy you people. He said, right? So I'm asking, can you be specific? Can you don't put me on that you people group? Can you show me that measurement that you're talking about so I can come to a conclusion about it?
Yeah, sure. I'll just pull up examples. Might take me a while.
Yeah,
I mean,
post it in the VC thing.
You've obviously had these conversations before. You've obviously had these conversations before, and you've turned around and say they don't satisfy us. Do they just not satisfy us personally, or would they not logically stand up in the first place?
I can't comment on that. In terms of why I think they don't satisfy you, I can't comment on it.
Would they hold up in a court of law?
You can get away with a lot in a court of law, right? You can get away with murder if you wanted to.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, sir. No, you
Sounds
are
like
right.
I'm
You
very
can
good.
get away with murder. You know, you can get cases thrown out of court because the evidence doesn't stand up. But whatever it is, the claim is that the Earth is a ball of a set radius. The size of the Earth, you know, the mass of the Earth causes shit to happen, apparently. Don't want to talk about gravity, but you're going to need half of that. So you're going to have to measure the surface of the Earth to see if there is curvature, correct?
You can do a lot of different indirect measurements.
Okay. So why do you think that they wouldn't satisfy me or Miggy or Gemsy or anybody else that's a flat earther? Is it because we just don't understand? We've got some kind of personal bias, or you can fill in the third spot.
Yeah, well, in terms of bias, I think everyone's guilty of that, right? I think some people let it take over them more than others.
Cool. But in any point in history, has the radius or the curvature of the Earth ever been directly measured? You say indirectly.
Directly? No, I don't think directly, no.
No, but indirectly. Has this been inferred then?
Yeah.
What do you mean by indirect?
Indirect just means, measuring it through inference.
Okay, so are we going to be talking about Aristophanes or Al-Biruni or any of these people from history that are said to have measured the curvature of the Earth? Circumference, radius. Are we going to be talking about those people from history?
I mean, you can talk about them if you want. You can talk about Aristophanes.
Yeah, but more specifically, what they did. Don't care about that fucking name, but what they actually fit.
I agree with you there. Yeah. I care about the methodology, not the person.
Yeah, so within both methodologies of Aristophanes and Al-Biruni, there's either a presupposition that the Earth is the ball anyway, a damn good reason how both phenomena can be observed on the flat Earth in the first place, and claims that the horizon is physical whilst using angle measuring devices to measure the heights of mountains, which requires the surface of the Earth to be flat, because you ain't measuring any line if any of those lines is curved. So when we're talking about inferences, presuppositions that the Earth is a ball.
Well, the Aristophanes one comes down to the light rays is the biggest problem with that. The disagreement on parallel light.
Well, not only the disagreement on parallel lines, but a few things. I mean, if I was to stand underneath a light, the shadow would be directly underneath my feet. It wouldn't be either side of me. But if I was to walk away from being underneath that light, a shadow would grow in front of me. And the further I got away from that light, the shadow would increase in size. It's kind of a little bit like Aristophanes going to two different locations, one directly under the sun, one not directly under the sun, and noticing there's a shadow. Saying that saying that the Earth is a ball and using that mathematics to figure out the radius of the Earth.
So those points are connected, as in, for that to happen, the sun would need to be close, right?
Well, no. For that to happen, you need a light source. Well, no, you are correct. If they say that the sun isn't... Yeah. Well, Aristophanes says the sun was an infinite distance away. That's a fucking problem if you're going to rotate around it. But for this idea, we'll let it slide, right?
Yeah, it produces a minor discrepancy, but yeah.
But this argument of Aristophanes, he says the Earth is a ball, right? The sun is over there, and because of angles of sunlight in different places, I can calculate the radius of this ball. But the Earth is a ball in the first instance. It's presupposing it. I can give you an example of walking away from underneath a light and my shadow increasing. I can use spherical trigonometry to make the surface of my floor a curved ball if I want to, if I apply that math to it, right? So that argument doesn't stand up, does it?
Speaking of that, you know, are you guys into the celestial navigation argument?
Yes.
Speaking of spherical trig.
Triangles and angles and shit, yeah.
You can stop me if you think I'm deviating the conversation. But
no, you're fine, because it's the same thing with Al-Biruni. So you can talk
Right.
about angles if you want to. Yeah,
So,
sure.
is there any demonstration of a flat earther carrying out celestial navigation that you guys know of?
Yeah.
Could you possibly link it?
Certainly. So the celestial navigation model comes from a flat Earth because they were using celestial navigation before they thought the Earth was a ball. They were using angle measuring
They're
devices.
using like astral navigation and shit, weren't they? But modern celestial navigation came around, 1800s? I don't remember the date specifically. It came around when stopwatches were a thing. That's when it became a thing.
Yeah, exactly that. So when we could figure out the time, exact timings and shit, and that's why we have clocks fucking everywhere. But yeah, you are absolutely correct. But if you're talking about the model and where stars were placed in the sky at certain times of year and where those ideas come from, yeah, we've been measuring the stars for thousands of years since the Earth was a ball.
Yeah, you could do like dead reckoning and shit with that.
Yeah, but
they couldn't get a position fix.
Yeah, but they
didn't have a coordinate system to even have a position fix.
No, but they could, because of the predictions of things in the sky at certain times of year, they knew their location underneath them. And if they went to or fro these certain types of stars, they'd end up somewhere else that they'd been before at this time of year.
But they knew the direction they were traveling.
Yeah, but that's because we've only got one absolute direction.
But they wouldn't be able to get like a position fix like modern celestial navigation. You can get it down to like, was it like 4 nautical miles or something? It's pretty good.
Yeah, definitely improved the way that we do it.
I think it's pretty crazy. You can almost pinpoint your location.
But even when they started doing this back in the 1700s, they were using angle measuring devices to do this. You require straight lines to measure angles, right?
Yeah.
So if the Earth is a curved surface, you are not going to be measuring angles to shit.
You sight it straight as a tangent. It doesn't really make a difference. I don't think that proves flat or globe.
Yeah.
That alone.
So that's the problem when we start talking about tangent lines, because that's, say, if your elevation...
Shut me up real quick. You could just link a demonstration of some flat earther that's like, look, you don't need fucking globe math to do this.
Aren't you moving? Isn't your boat moving when it's on the water? How do you have a moving tangent line? Are you crazy?
Well, hold on. The moving tangent line is your altitude above... Hold on.
That's why the clocks were a big deal.
Your moving tangent line is also your altitude above the surface of that water. The calculation within celestial navigation and this type of navigation takes you down to the surface of the water. That's why you need to put your elevation angle into the calculation so it can take you down to the surface of the water.
Well, what you're actually trying to find... I've got to go in a bit, by the way.
I know, but you're not going to be drawing tangent lines from the surface. You can only draw tangent lines down to the physical obstruction of the horizon if you're above it, right?
Says who says, why does he say modern? It has not changed ever. What? Sorry.
Yeah,
it says who you're wrong. It's changed drastically over the years.
Has it actually ever changed the method of getting an angle to a celestial body and using it for navigation? Has that ever changed? What are you saying modern?
Modern celestial navigation has changed. It was brought accurate by the advent of like stopwatches and shit.
Okay, stop right there. Okay. And when they invented stopwatches, the Earth did not become a ball.
Yeah.
True.
So that's kind of the overriding point, is if you want a flat earther to give you a model, the model was produced by flat earthers because...
No, I don't want you to give me a model. I want an example of when a flat earth has been given 3 different readings for, celestial bodies, and from that they've got a position fix.
Cool. Every single person who sailed a boat in the late 1700s using angle measuring devices. They presume...
I'm asking for a flat earth in the community right now. I've got to go soon, but I'm going to get this last
I tell you what, Kessler, I'll do it for $10,000. You got $10,000?
I'm not giving anyone money here.
Okay, well then shut up. Just quit using that stupid example. Oh, I want to see a flat earther do it. It doesn't matter. Stupid, dude. Come on.
Oh, you guys are so offensive when
Jedi has been
$10,000.
Hey, hello, jumping on top of Jedi. Come on, bro.
I apologize, Jedi. Go ahead.
I've got to go soon.
You're fine.
Give me the demonstration.
I'll give you this point. Everybody back when they were sailing the sea was scared that they were going to fall off the side of the Earth because they presumed the Earth was flat.
No, using angle measuring. Hold on. This Columbus scared he was going to fall off the edge when he went west.
Oh, fucking way.
Well, that's what happened, whether you believe that he discovered America or not, right? Until then, they weren't talking about the Earth being above.
I need to see a context.
But whatever your argument, the thing that you brought up angle measuring devices and celestial navigation, you can't measure angles if you've got curved lines.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're fine, buddy. You obviously just want to keep interrupting. It's fine.
It's good. You pause slightly.
Yeah, it's called taking a breath.
I know, sorry.
That's right. But within the calculation, you've got your altitude above the surface. Yes, your altitude above that curved surface. You take it down to the surface, which removes tangent lines, because your tangent line is your view, or the straight line from your altitude down to the curvature of the Earth. You're not going to be doing that from the surface. So your angle takes you down to a flat surface out towards the horizon, where you would get 90 degrees, your GP underneath the star you're observing. You're literally creating triangles and boxes in the sky. Now, you can only use angle measuring devices on the Earth.
So we could probably chew far about this all day, but I started the conversation with a question. I'm going to dip now, but I'm just going to leave the conversation with the same question of, has a flat Earth ever been given, 3 readings for celestial bodies and got a position fixed from that using celestial navigation?
Yeah.
But anyway, I've got to go. If you guys could DM me that, much appreciated.
No evidence for curve.
Spasibo, большое. I'll see you all later.
Hey, Kessler. How do you use a compass? How do you use a compass? How do you use a compass? Yes.
Hold it.
How do you use it?
So step 1, I take my compass out my pocket. I look around. Are there any metal objects nearby? If there is a fence, I will stand 2 meters away. If there is a vehicle, I'll stand 5 meters away. You what?
How do you hold it?
In the palm of my hand, facing to the sky.
Yeah, but how's it positioned?
Like with the base plate on the palm of my hand and my hand facing to the sky.
So parallel to the ground?
Yeah, you could say that, yeah.
Okay, flat Earth.
It's not really an inconsistency on a globe.
Yeah, well, people in Australia still hold it parallel to the ground to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't use the argument that
hold it.
Like, trust me,
40 degrees to the ground, or
they'll usually say level is curved, so there's no really getting around that particular point with those guys. They're never going to see it that way, the way you're stating it, Kim. So it's good, though.
Can parallel to the
I know, it should be. It should
Can parallel to the ground doesn't work because you could be on a hill and parallel wouldn't work. It has to be level.
How do you find true north, Kim?
Towards Polaris?
No, not Polaris. How do you find true north?
Compass.
No, what do you do with your compass? How do you find true north?
Magnetic compass, right?
Yeah, a magnetic compass. How do you find true north?
What is true north?
With a magnetic
compass.
True north is just a...
Hold on.
It'll be denoted on your map that you're using. You're allowed to use your map for this. How do you find true north?
I'll type. And with that, you will also have... Sorry, I know, but you will also have declination calculations that you'd have to take into effect depending on your location on the Earth when using true north, because true north moves.
Yeah, the maps give you the declination.
True north does not move, Jedi.
What, the magnetic pole doesn't move?
Jedi, you just explained how to find true north and then said true north moves.
What, magnetic north moves?
Magnetic north moves, yes.
Yeah, so where does your compass point to? Magnetic
north. You just said true north moves. You said before you find true north, you need to do declination calculations.
What is true north?
Which is correct, Jedi. But then you said true north moves.
So when you say true north, do you mean geographic north?
Is that another word for it?
Yeah, it is another word for true north, the North Pole. So true north, the North Pole. Yeah. So to find the North Pole, because the magnetic north isn't over the North Pole, you're going to have to use calculations to figure out where true north, the geographic North Pole is. Yeah.
Shall I give you a map for an example?
Sorry?
Shall I give you a map for an example and figure out what true north is?
You can give me as many maps as you want, but you won't be giving me a globe, right? You're just going to give me a flat chart.
Well, the datum for it's WGS84, so you're gonna have to deal with it.
Oh, okay, but you can give me a map where I'm going to have to. Yeah, okay, whatever.
You're gonna have to use WGS84. I'm sorry.
So let's just put it down to this. And I know you said you got to go, but you're still.
Yeah, I know. I actually have to go. I'm procrastinating right now.
Yeah, no worries. If you want to go, you can go. Otherwise, I'll ask you something else. You got your chance, mate.
I love compass navigation, so I like talking compass with flat earthers.
I like talking about navigation specifically, mate, because the point is when we navigated across the Earth before, we thought it was a ball using angle measuring devices. You can't use angle measuring devices if the surface of the Earth is curved. But we managed to navigate around the world well enough using these angle measuring devices and still use them today. And we use them today when all the technology fucks up. All the calculations that you've got within your aircrafts and your boats at sea and shit. But ultimately, if that stuff was to fail, you're going to pull out your sextant. Your sextant's a glorified protractor. You know, protractor, you find them in your stationary sets at school. They're angle measuring devices. You know how to measure angles by putting a protractor on an angle. Literally, your third or fourth question on the test will have a wonky, wibbly line that you cannot measure an angle to. Right? We've done this at school. You require straight angles to measure lines. A sextant's a glorified protractor. You require straight lines. If the Earth was a curved surface, we wouldn't be using sextants to navigate across the Earth.
Can I do a quick pop quiz? Is that okay? Is anyone cool with that? Just on my own fun before I go.
Do you listen to anything anybody says to you, or do you just wait to talk?
No, I already, without being disrespectful, I already told you the celestial navigation. We can chew fat all day until someone demonstrates celestial navigation. Like walk, talk.
This is what I mean. Is you just walk past the point. No, you require straight lines to measure fucking angles. I mean, you're utilizing fucking devices that need straight lines.
Yeah,
you're
it's not
using geometry. But
Chris, if I may,
require to be.
You're gonna have to demonstrate that to prove it's flat Earth.
You're whistling. Sorry, Chris. If I may just throw in really quickly, trigonometry, the observation of three-sided objects, which is a triangle, right? You need 3 angles and 3 straight lines. In order to use a sextant, you have to have a flat baseline. This is what Jedi is saying. I withdraw. Thank you.
Right. So can I do my quick pop quiz before I go? You can chew fat and celestial navigation all day. I just asked for a demonstration.
Maybe this is why you got banned. You said you got banned.
No, I got banned for text chat.
I want to hear the pop quiz.
Yeah.
Come on.
Go on, pop quiz away then.
Jackson loves it.
Oh, well.
All right. So you see the image I put in live stream voice for text?
No, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, we all see. Miggy, you have to give someone pop quiz winner. Right, can someone tell me what GN stands for on that donation on the diagram? Does anyone know?
Oh, I'm in the wrong text chat, sorry, dude.
Does anyone know what GN, Golf November?
Grid
Oh, not have any... There we go.
Yeah, somebody's already put that. So a square.
Anyone that know? Okay. Yeah, for Makeda on specific.
Square. How the fuck do you get a square on a curved surface?
Yeah, you don't. This is where.
Hold up.
Yeah, you got 2 more. You got 2 more to
He
go.
thinks we're retarded. Go on.
I know they're pulling the answers up, but there's a 4th question at the end. So that you see the star.
Yeah.
What's that denotion? Come on, quick Google.
No, I'm not Googling, man. I'm fucking zooming in.
And if I know that water, if I find out that, Kessler, if I study that for 20 years now, from now, if I realize what the real answer is, that will curve the water on the end?
No, it's just my own, it's my own fun, Sasha. Okay, so I don't think we got any hits for that. That's true north. The clue is in the old times.
I have the answer, but
that's on paper.
I had the answer, but I didn't want to answer it because I looked it up, and that's not fair. I wanted somebody to brain that answer out.
Yeah. So does anyone know the last needle? anyone know
I
what
know what
that
you're
is?
talking about. There's multiple. There's true north, magnetic north, and other variants of north.
Yeah. But does anyone know why grid north and true north aren't on the exact same bearing?
No, go on, enlighten me.
Formatting.
Well, I'll leave that one up to you guys. You can do some research on why
Wow,
grid north and
fantastic
true north.
teacher we have amongst us.
Well,
I'll leave it to you guys. I'll start an argument. I'll start an argument.
Magnetic north does float.
It's
There's a
because
difference.
grid north is obviously a
Just
flat projection. It's not accurate for true north.
Get him
Anyway.
out. He's been leaving for a fucking half hour.
There is.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I'm going.
Hey,
Yeah,
I got a question.
That's shady, but he was right but wrong, and that was shady how he did it. But I see what he was doing. Yeah, there is a difference between magnetic north and true north.
Who gives a shit?
And oh god. Yeah, exactly. All right. Anyway, I digress.
If
Can I ask a question, everyone?
Of course you can.
What is ideal gas?
What gas is at perfect states?
So just like I don't know. Somebody asked me and I didn't know what it was, so I'm asking you.
So ask again, and then there's two types, isn't there? There's ideal, and what is there that's not ideal?
I don't.
There's non-ideal gases, right?
There's okay.
I'll tell you what, give me 2 seconds. I've got something that might explain it better.
Dealism.
The term ideal gas refers to hypothetical gas composed of molecules.
Yeah, that's the word. Yeah, I was looking for that word specifically.
Hypothetical.
How hypothetical gas can be composed of molecules?
Because hypothetically, if I get built up with enough of this hypothetical gas and I don't fart it out, I can fly.
But hypothetically,
hypothetically,
it can be also liquid.
Ooh, touche. Under the right pressure, yep.
But hypothetically,
it can be a solid if you squeeze it hard enough.
So when we're doing experiments, like with the, having a vacuum in one chamber and then gas pressure in the other, and they're partitioned, and you take out the partition, and you have the entropic effect of gas moving to the vacuum. Would that be detailing ideal gas or not ideal gas?
Both states. So at one point, I've rendered the experiment. You've got one situation where your gases are at rest. They're just bubbling around in one area. You're not applying any heat to them. There's no other energy going into them. At that state, it is as ideal as you're going to get it. Even though ideal gases is hypothetical, these things aren't interacting with each other. It's the closest state you're going to get until that gas starts moving, until there's another force that's applied on it, or it can now press outwards because you've removed the partition. In that instance, until it equalizes and starts at rest again. Yeah.
When you're done.
No, you're fine.
You're done. I was just kind of raising my hand. I was going to say, these hypothetical gases, do they require a hypothetical perfect container or something as well in order to hypothesize about the hypothetical gas? Like, how many hypotheticals are there to this?
It's, well, look, we've got, just by quickly Google searching so I can understand where we are, because I haven't done this for a while, guys. We're talking about hypothetical shit, and it's not subject to interparticular interactions. So the stuff's not bouncing off of each other. It's just going in directions, but we've got it within cubes and inside containers. And what we've got is it bouncing off of that, but not with itself. Yeah. That's as far as I'm understanding at the moment. So it's not really applicable to...
How do you stop a particle of gas bouncing next to the particle of gas next to it?
Well, you don't stop it unless you physically stop it. You can't pull it back unless you physically pull it back.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the entire concept of the hypotheticals gets so weird with me because it's like, how many pieces are just imaginary here?
Well, this is the thing about using these type of theoretical models to apply them to maths and ideas about reality. We were talking about a little bit with the guy earlier when we were talking about physics and all of these types of things. Right? Models are good. Right? They can help us math the world and come up with ideas and predict shit. It's useful, but it doesn't. Yeah. But it's not exactly what's going on. I mean, we're talking about ideal gases. Right. Like I said to the guy who asked the question, non-ideal gases is pretty much everything that's going on at the moment. There's always energy applied. It's always interacting with something, right?
So non-ideal is just reality. Like, kind of it is what it is. And then when you get into ideal, it's like, well, what if this particle of gas was inside of this perfect container and it never bumped into another version of itself? And so many what ifs. It's like, it's just so weird to me that people can think that way every day with the what ifs all the time. You get what I mean, though. Like, we try and think of just what is, and then we have to deal with people who think in terms of what if every day. I'm sorry, I'm about to start ranting if I don't be quiet. I just woke up, guys. I'm catching up.
Good morning or good afternoon. Or...
Yeah. Well, it's 4 o'clock. I've been having a bad day. I digress. You're right, though. Like, the way that these hypotheticals go off, it's not even a true hypothetical. To me, a true hypothetical is a theory you can actually test. It doesn't have a bunch of components you can't even lay your hands on.
Yeah, well, this is why they like taking us out into theoretical models, because if we can accept one, we can accept them all, right?
Yeah, they take your imagination on a trip, man. They got you.
I don't know if anybody
on a trip. Sorry,
I don't know if anybody wants to comment on the last conversation we had with that guy, but it started to really annoy me that he just wanted to talk about anything else apart from.
Oh, he's a simulation theorist. I looked at his thing, like, the minute I saw that he was so obstinate, I'm like, what does this guy believe?
Oh, God.
So it's basically anything goes for that dude. Like, it doesn't matter. He lives in a what if.
Yeah, but he was slowly starting to piss me off. I have to remind myself that I have to be cordial.
Simulation earthers don't want to talk to me because I use simulation earth as a way of debunking the globe like years ago. It's not that you don't want to try and pull that crap on me.
What do they mean by simulation? What in this simulation is the Earth flat or is it a globe? I mean,
it's a way of hand wave. It's a hand waving form of agnosticism. I believe there's probably a creator because it's so complicated, but I don't want to actually, tether my beliefs to anything and say that I believe anything. So I'm just going to be really up here in obscurity in the metaverse. Yeah, it's probably just a simulation or something, dude. But whatever.
Even though I know things to be true, I can't really know things to be true.
Yeah. Imagine not believing that you're sitting where you're sitting.
Yeah.
Like, for real. Like, being completely sane with no issues wrong with the organic computer in your head, but just not believing that you're actually sitting where you're at. It's a bit ridiculous.
Out of curiosity, have you ever had a dream where you believed you were sitting somewhere or falling?
Not after I learned how to lucid dream.
I guess the question is then, what's the difference between waking
when I was a child and I wasn't when I was a child and I wasn't in control of dreams, then there were times where I believed they were real until I woke up and was like, oh snap, okay. But then after I learned how to control dreams.
I got you. So if lucid dreaming is something that we can just do and we're in a reality where we're just dreaming and that's our reality, this waking reality, the simulation thing for me, it's like, I mean, this could be just the physical world, but I don't know. The lines start to get slightly blurred once you realize about dreams or lucid dreaming, and there's just whatever you're currently experiencing is reality.
I mean, I don't know if this is a definitive answer to that. I mean, yeah, possibly.
I mean, I'm not saying either of you are wrong.
I muted myself. I'm sitting here coughing a lung out. My bad, guys.
Oh, no, sorry. It's just like if we're thinking simulation, I think that covers more ground than some sort of matrix or brain in a jar thing.
Yeah, it does. There's so many different versions of it. But here's why I don't believe that it's a simulation. Our simulations are designed to copy what this thing is. It's something better than a simulation.
Oh, yeah.
Better than a simulation. That's all. That's all I could say. It's better than a simulation could ever be. You're in the computer, and the computer is alive.
But I guess it's weird that, because even if that's true, regardless of if it's a globe or flat, it's two sort of, for lack of a better term, realities exist.
You already know. You already know, though. You've been at your goals.
Oh, no, I know, but I'm saying this is beyond that point of like, simulation is just, it could be, I mean, even if it's flat and it's or a globe, but you're still having this other reality adjacent to that flat or globe. So it's sort of like, that's, to me, whatever you're doing is dream, and science can't do shit really about dreams unless they've done something I don't know about. So it's sort of
if they can record somebody's dreams and play it back and let me see what's in there, then all right, we got some tangible evidence. Prove to me that dreams exist. Yeah, it gets weird then. Like, oh God, I can't put a dream in a box and show it to you.
But everybody knows they're quote unquote real, right?
They're real for the person who had it.
And as the person who's having it, it's like that can even not only just, sometimes you're dreaming, but sometimes you wake up and realize, oh my God, I just won the lottery. Where's my ticket then?
You know why this is a rabbit that we don't like chasing. Is they always they try and hand wave away everything.
I know it becomes a topic of the nature of reality at a certain point, and it's sort of beyond. But I hear you.
And you still question: do you exist, or are you just like the imagination, like a thought, your imaginary friend of some other entity or some other crap, or is everybody you've ever interacted with a program generated by some scientist in a lab? There's so many thought experiments with it. It gets weird. But that's exactly why I know so much about it. It's fascinating. It's interesting. But also, I've already spent my time in that realm. I know what it's about. Oh, yeah, go for it, man.
All right, so I don't think, simulation, all that crap is real, right? Because when you think about it, technology actually hasn't been around that long for that to even be possible.
Unless the simulation would be set in like the 90s, like on the Matrix, and make people think that they're in the past and not in the time that could produce it. That's what I'm saying. I hate this subject because there's so many ifs and what if this and maybe this. Exactly. And then anybody can kind of like, but to anything you say, because it's a simulation and you're in a computer that's as big as you can imagine. It's
I wouldn't call it a computer more say. I mean, could you have biological computers? Like our brain is a biological computer or an antenna or receiver?
I believe it is.
So
yeah,
like,
your brain is a computer.
We are part of the machine.
Well, what reason do we have to doubt reality?
Java Games wasn't quite done, and I don't think that he was done saying what he wanted to say, though. I don't think he'd finished his thought.
Well, technology hasn't been around that long, so therefore, how can we possibly be in a simulation? And also, we only started getting like actual good technology by the 2000s.
You don't know that, actually. You don't actually know that.
2000s. Before 1990, man, we barely had anything. We didn't even have a proper working phone. So
I'll set a premise for this. Hey, Gemsy.
Proper working phone? What are you talking about, dude?
Hey, Gemsy. Remember when they upgraded the system and they added color? It used to be black and white, but then they added color to the system so it's in higher resolution, and now kids don't understand why things are in black and white. But yeah, they used to be in black and white, but now we've got color.
If it's a simulation, guys, how do we break out of it?
Yeah, like that too. How do you get out? But no, like I was just pointing out that there you go. Yeah, we had the tech, but they upgraded it, and now we have color. But the simulation.
Say that it's not,
I think the answer is the same. Regardless.
Computer. Sorry, it's just it could be a biological thing. It doesn't have to be something that someone invented.
Yeah.
No one in our reality would have been able to create the matrix that we are fully in.
You're talking about the ghosts in the machine. Like us being inside the organic computer, kind of like we are the ghost in the machine.
I mean, like if our brain is a receiver and transmitter, or our heart is also a receiver for signals and vibrations and frequencies, you know, that's part of this biological.
Yeah, Ben. Well, see, that's why I said it's better than a simulation.
It doesn't have to be as technological as he's thinking. Like when you say we don't have all this technology, it's not. We could have been.
Who? Somebody else is talking.
I have a daughter.
Sasha.
I have a daughter. How's that simulated?
She's in the simulation too, man.
Yeah, but I made her with my wife, and I was watching the pregnancy. How to say? I was there.
It doesn't matter. Sorry, doesn't matter your experience. It's all simulation, man. It's the argument,
also,
right?
Also, ocean is also simulated.
Yeah, it's all simulated, bro. Yep.
Okay.
It doesn't matter your experience. It's all simulated.
Yeah, they say every single second.
There's no reality. Yeah, no. It's all a simulation of what reality is, whatever that is.
That means that I only thought that I had a sex with my wife, and we made I use my spermatozoid connected with that. Only my thought, and also the doctors who are in hospital, they're also simulated because they brought the child.
Yeah, all simulated.
So guys, the question
Finally, you got it. Finally.
Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So the question arises with what Sasha just said and what was said before that. The question arises: what logical reason do you have to doubt your senses and assume that you're in a simulation?
Just like Morpheus said, if what you think is reality is
take the red pill,
touch, and taste, then it's just messages to your brain, man.
Yeah, if for the same senses that tell me I'm having a dream, that I'm in a dream that's so real that I believe that I'm in that dream for real.
Yeah, if you're in a dream that you don't know you're dreaming, you can be the same kind of dream right now and not know you're in a simulation.
Here's what I hang on a second. Whoa. Hey, I'm coming in here. So, is there advocates for on the flat Earth side for assimilation? I gotta know. I have to know. Is there advocates for?
No.
Are you guys just talking about? Are you guys just talking about the idea of assimilation from a perspective of someone who thinks it's assimilation?
However,
I'm talking about why it's impossible personally, but I can't speak for anybody else.
Sending that probe to Uranus and sending these Mars missions, that favors a simulation.
No, you know what I mean, right? Like, is there people that are in the flat Earth community that advocate for a simulation theory or reality?
No, we're not arguing for it. I don't think. We're just talking about it.
I jumped in kind of like towards the end or maybe midway, but it's almost...
Yeah. No. This is like more of a tangent. We were just talking about it. No one here is like defending it or whatever. I just happened to say... When people say simulation, I don't think it's like some matrix or whatever that people are talking about, but that if we do have dreams, there's things that our brain can be doing that not fool our senses, but for lack of a better term.
Okay, so I've said this in a way that was kind of a more simpler way to look at it. When you enter into a different state of being, you understand that you transition over into a state, or you actually know, okay, now I'm going to sleep. And when I sleep, I usually dream. Now I'm going to take this psychedelic. When I take the psychedelic, I usually have hallucinations. Now I'm going to go under surgery. When I go under surgery, they knock me out and I might have these visions. When you're in a different state, you experience the different state as it were, maybe a specific reality, right? We can all agree that that's probably why people have these ideas. But now, the state that you are in right now, everybody who's speaking to me right now on Discord, if you haven't taken a drug, right, if you're not on something right now, then you could speak cognitively, right, with your common sense and your wits about you. So if you're speaking to me right now, have you entered into a different state where you can see reality in a different way to lend credence to the understanding that this is a simulation? Now, if you say yes, then whatever philosophy that was that convinced you, I call it a mind virus, will latch onto you, and then it'll start to deteriorate everything else around it. So you'll start to lose grip with reality and start to be like the way these globers are. And I'm just saying this as a precaution, because if you listen to them long enough, you start to then think that these deeper truths are real. And it becomes it's a warping of a perception that you have of your senses and reality, where you start to doubt your senses. You start to say they might have a point here. And this is the reason why I usually go over this in the live stream where people are listening, because a lot of times when these guys come in here, I do what is called a reality check. You guys have heard me do it before. When I ask somebody, are you sure that you are doing what you say you're doing right now? And they're like, I believe so. Okay, are you 100% sure? Because I put it to the highest level of certainty that you can possible. And they sometimes answer no. They don't know for sure. I could be in a simulation. And these guys, I have them on recording, they actually say these things, which is scary, right? Because now they're doubting the actual fabric of what makes up their speech to somebody else. Like if I'm sitting at the beach eating a hamburger and I'm telling you I'm talking on my phone on Discord to you guys. Well, if that's what I'm doing, and third person perspective can also say, hey, I see that guy, he's sitting there eating a hamburger and he looks like he's talking on his phone to you guys. So third person perspective can confirm. So it's also, we're not just experiencing this world through our eyes, but also collectively with everyone else. Does that make any sense? So if we're starting to get out of that reality and go into another state, when has that transition ever happened, so that we can have the differentiation part of like, okay, there was a part where I didn't take any drugs, I wasn't slipping in and out of consciousness, I wasn't going to sleep, I just know that it's not this reality, it's another one. So I could see somebody pulling the levers or whatever. Like, if you haven't said that, then there's no reason why you should contemplate a nonsensical idea that it could be something else. The only thing that we know, right, are the things that we can provide as our personal experience. And we can go through and say with taking certain medications or whatever drugs, people can have hallucinations. People's perceptions can be warped. We know this for sure by what we tell them. So it's like, you can convince somebody that some particular item is worth a lot of money when it's really not. So you can warp a perception. You can make them think that the earth is a globe when it's not. But it doesn't make it real. And this is why I'm saying this. Like, for everyone listening, you have to understand, if we don't have a baseline for what reality is, then we're easily swayed by every wind of like philosophy that comes towards us. So you have to root yourself in what is real, and that's going to safeguard you from all the garbage that's going to come your way. Whatever philosophy comes your way, you'll be able to safeguard your mind from anything that's going to come try to take you away from it. It's like these mind viruses are latching on, and if you allow them to, it'll start to deteriorate not just that one thing you think of, but something else. Like, it could leach over into, you might think of it's just, well, I said dreams are physical. That was probably a possibility in my mind, but you know what? Now that I think about it, it could be that this other thing was, and so it keeps festering. And the more you let it fester, the worse it becomes, until you become entirely confused about your reality, like these people are when they come in here. This is the reason why I stopped the conversation and I kind of put it to a point of reflection, because I want people to realize, like, if there isn't a buffer for all this misinformation, if you're not the one speaking truth, then who is? If we're all just a bunch of confused people giving out philosophies and ideas, then where's the baseline? There isn't any. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I come back to the point. And so hopefully this is making some sense, guys, because I'm speaking this with like, I've heard people saying things, and even flat earthers, I could say, they would still think like some of these globers do. There's a lot of residual baggage that comes over from being in that mental state of being a glober that we don't often think about, like some of these old habits, or you know what I mean? Like, there's still some ways that we still think like the way they do. So that's why we can sometimes identify with what they're saying, because we're kind of thinking that way. But if we don't get back to what's real, then we're going to lose touch with reality, and we're just not going to have a way to help people come out of it, if that makes any sense.
Yes, 100%. That's my point, Miggy. You said it exactly how I was thinking it.
Miggy, that
said it
was
better
good.
than I was saying.
Okay, and I want to say something. I'm not arguing with you because you have valid points, but let me make an argument for the simulation. If there was a simulation, if it was a good one, we really wouldn't know the difference. And one reason for simulation is that if you look around, everything is just people are just really stupid, like more than you would think. It's like massive stupidity happening. That would be one argument for. Like people can't be this stupid.
What people? That's not people. That's simulation.
I think most of the propaganda related to it is literally not people, though, and actually is simulation in the sense that it's bots regurgitating the same exact crap, writing fake articles and other garbage, and people read it and think that some person wrote it. You're reading a simulation about a simulation while you're in a fake simulation and think you're in a simulation when you're not even in a simulation.
I don't believe it's a simulation, but it's just like massive stupidity happening on massive scale.
No, it's not. I think what you're saying, having a baseline, I agree. That I hear you 100%. And I'm not saying, I guess whatever we could consider as humans, whatever that we want the baseline to be. But since we technically don't quite know what happens when we die, or there's so many other existential topics that come up.
My point, though, Fuzzy. What we don't know, we don't know. We know. So when we talk about,
I guess we can come up with like a. Well, sorry if I'm breaking up.
No, go ahead.
No, it's just I hear you. We have a baseline, and I can totally agree with that. If we all consider this the baseline, but it's like I don't want to then also be so arrogant to think that I know what the creator has done for us in our mind and who created the mind and I mean, evolution didn't happen to the brain or the heart, as far as I know. So
I think the residual baggage that comes from thinking like the way the Globers do. They want you to be in a state of confusion. And I call it the art of confusion because it's an art form. In order for you to be confused, they have to be able to get you to that point. So the agenda, I'm not talking about a specific person, but what happens is there's hierarchy to like getting you confused. You first start with like learning about things at school when you're like a young child. They teach you all these things. Some truths are good, right? Like reading, writing, arithmetic, some of the things that are valuable. Some of the things that are not valuable are the things that indoctrinate you with. So they start you off early. The art of confusion begins when you're being told things that are not really real, right? So then you don't know how to discern those things. As you start to get older and critical thinking develops, you get to higher learning, the deeper truths start to become a bit more entrenched. They're more complicated. So your mind is able to think of things like, well, how do I know what's happening outside of my perception? And they could be right. I can't know everything to be 100% true. And it would be arrogant of me for me to think that I can say that I know something when possibly something else is happening. But see, the what ifs are never the thing that actual reality is made of. The thing that reality is made of is the things that we understand to be true, that we use our senses to discover. So when the what ifs happen, then it's our mind it's kind of backwards. The arrogance isn't with the people that know things. It's the ones that are saying that we can't know anything because it's all malleable. And so the idea behind that, and like you said, the state of death, well, the state of death is already unknown because you've never died completely and never came back. So that's illogical to think that. That state is another state that happens to our bodies, a transition into it. So we will find out, but we won't come back and tell anybody because we'll be completely dead. This isn't just like saying I died 10 minutes on the table and I came back and whoa, it was like an experience. It wasn't that. It's an actual crossing over into another state that you can't come back from. So saying from a standpoint of saying like, well, what if blah, 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 like you can't ever get to that. The only things that we have hallmarks from the creator is that there's many different people saying many different things about spirituality, right? And we have to, as people, be able to be cognitive in our minds to know and sift through all that. And I'm not going to say which one's right or wrong because that would be like you'd have to do your own research and all that good stuff. But from the state of knowing and not knowing, you have to make a discernment because if we start listening to these philosophical talking heads, then we're going to be like they are. and just like, well, it's arrogant for all of humanity to think they know what's going on, because in reality, what's going on outside of our perception could be a whole nother universe, a whole nother dimension. And then we start to think, damn, this is crazy. What if I am arrogant? And so we start to become more confused like they are, but that's the goal. So long as nobody has a baseline for what is real. And that is, some people, like I said, they advocate for it. But I mean, all I can do is just say, if you start talking about the what ifs and the hypotheticals and the maybes, that has no bearing on what we talk about within a context of our known reality, because we have discovered things with our senses. And outside of that perception, if something else is going on, we wouldn't know about it. So it's the unknown. And to say that, well, something else could be happening, how could we be so arrogant? Like, it's not that. The arrogance comes when you think that something else is happening that you can't perceive. Then you're the arrogant one, thinking that something is, oh man, like something's actually happening. How do you know? You're so certain. People actually tell us that when they come in this room, they're looking at us as arrogant. Wow, how do you know? Like, they always tell us, you know the earth is flat? We're like, yeah, 100%. What? No way, dude. Like, and they're looking at us
smarter than every scientist on earth then, right? Yeah. No, I get it. You're totally right. I hear you, but I think it's the next hurdle is that I'm not trying to argue. I really am not. But it's sort of like, well, what is the creator?
That would have to be left up. That would have to be
that's
left
my
up.
point.
That would have to be left up to the person who taps into the spiritual side of themselves. Like, for us okay, so here's what I would say. Everybody has their own stance on religion, right? I mean, I would just imagine. And so if you have your own stance on religion, what I would say in this room is applicable. Just speak your piece. If you want to say what you want to say, this is your religion, your walk, your faith, whatever it is, say your piece. If somebody likes it and they want to know more, they're going to ask you questions, and then you can take it to the next step. But like, not in this specific chat, but of course, maybe in the DMs or in another channel.
And that's why this just sort of got snowballed into this.
Yeah, but like,
what we were just talking. But yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to be arrogant in that. In my arrogant instance, that like I understand what God is.
No, listen,
that's what I'm saying, because that could be some sort of a. It literally could be. I don't know. Maybe that they how I don't know how God works. He might literally be sort of a matrix or something.
Fuzzy, what I'm trying to tell you is that if you found your way to the Creator, right, and you've said this is the specific religion that you're doing, if somebody else gets convicted in their heart that that's the true way, the true meaning, then they're going to follow it. Whatever the true way is, I would say there is a true way to the Creator. For us to be for us to be arrogant and saying, like, I only know the way because this is what I am saying, then that's arrogant of you. However, if the scriptures that you're reading from whatever book you're reading, from whatever religion you're reading from, says that this is the way because the Creator said so, that's what the Creator said. And you said, look, let me just report to you what the Creator said. Not what I'm saying, what the Creator's saying. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I hear you, but I got it. But I'm not reading from any book right now.
I understand. That's cool. That's cool. So my stance is like this. If somebody tells you, like, I don't know who's going to tell you about religion, but if somebody just sit there and tell you, look, this is what my walk is, my faith, check it out. And you're just like, well, let me take a look at it, right? That it would be up to you for you to be convicted of that faith, that religion, for it to be something you take on. Other than that, you don't have to. It's like your choice, really. Do you follow me? Like, in that sense.
Yeah, but I got it. Yeah. But it's so that's why I'm saying, like, when I say simulation or matrix or something, it literally could be some system or device or even a frequency that the Creator puts you in to make you experience this realm, for lack of a better explanation, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
but I don't know. But I hear you. It all could be,
That's something you conjured up in your own mind, and you're projecting that outward as in, like, hey guys, what do you think? Right? So it's not something that's real. It's a concept that you made up. So your made up concept, now that you're telling everybody's going to think about it. But if it doesn't have an adherence to reality, I can hand wave dismiss it and say, well, that's fine, but it doesn't have any adherence to what I know is to be true. So therefore, you can't keep pushing it like it's the truth. You can just say, this is how I feel, guys. And you can say it passionately, even. But it's not going to change the fact that reality won't change because you made a statement like that. It can only be a perspective somebody takes on or not, which is kind of like the same with philosophy, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, exactly. This whole thing becomes philosophical, and
exactly.
Exactly. No, I know, and that's the problem. But it's just that's how we kind of stumbled into this based on what the guy was saying.
No, I'm addressing the fact that residual baggage from like the globe ideas, but when people come here, check it out, man. It doesn't matter what religion that we are from. We fly under the same flag of truth. Everybody does. We band together from different cultures, different countries, and we're just like, no, Earth flat, stationary, all across the board. Every single person, and it's a beautiful thing. I gotta tell you, man, because it doesn't matter who's believing what, and from that point forward, we start to collectively start to realize what is real, what is not, and we start to amongst ourselves. We can have that discernment collectively, but individually, you know what I mean? Like, it's like everybody's trying to figure things out. But once we all say, hey, wait a minute, we can stand together and we can all say that it doesn't matter what part of the earth you're from, it's the same. So we find this common ground to be able to stand together as brothers and sisters of the human family. And then it makes sense. Then you start to, like, whatever those questions, those what ifs that you have, and like, what if I'm following the wrong thing? Then it starts to be real, because you hear like hallmarks of like what this person's faith is over here and what this person's faith is over here. And then you're like, whoa, I see a bunch of similarities in like all these people. And I can see that, you know, we're getting closer and closer to finding that out. But we're not going to get there with the idea that when we speak of religion in here, somebody's like, oh, I'm a Christian. Oh, you believe in Jesus? You're crazy, dude. Like, or somebody says, you know, I believe Buddha or whatever. And you're Buddhist? Dude, come on, man. How's that real? And then that kind of thing, that's residual baggage from the like non-understanding of how we're supposed to come together, you know, in the first place. So it's that mockery that it's instilled in us. But instead of that, we should band together as like people under the truth and look at those who are wanting to stay locked up in this like worldview that's just, it's garbage, man. And none of it's all nonsense. And yeah, I just don't want people to fall into that trap again, because we already came out of that. So we're closer to like really finding things out together versus, you know, listening to like some crazy guy talk about something that has no adherence to reality. Like, well, the earth could be you could be in a simulation, or what if you're all in a dream, guys? Do you really know if you're in a dream or not? Like, you know, they get people to start thinking crazy ideas, man. I don't see how that's productive.
Yeah, it derails.
Yeah, and I'm only saying this, man, because like it's difficult, because I know I'm speaking to a room with like many different minds and people are thinking of different things. But like I said, the one flag we fly under is the truth banner of like flat Earth, and that gives us at least that much common ground to start a conversation, which is kind of why I always wanted to leave this room open. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm glad that you came in here and explained it that way. They just kind of took control, like, yo, guys, and just took control and explained it that way, because that was important. The guy who started this conversation kind of lit a match, watched it start a fire, and then dipped out like, peace. Like, then the conversation started. Yeah, he left shortly after we started talking, dude.
Well, no, it's all love, man, because like I felt this.
Sorry, man.
Oh, sorry. Did you want to say something, Jedi?
And I'm not talking crap or anything, because he's a regular here, but it was just funny. It was comedic. Like, he was, you know, chatting about it like very normally, but then kind of like lit the fire and left.
Pretty much what happened, Mickey.
I find common ground with all of the flat Earth brothers and sisters in here. Like, we might dispute on some things, but you know, like I always say, every single day you wake up is a gift. So make that day a day for you to kind of refocus, re-energize, shift maybe you were doing things one way, change it around, try something else. But in the way that you can adapt and be agile and find out the common ground you're with somebody, hold on to that stuff, don't let it go, and then keep gaining more common ground, keep gaining more, and the more you start to like figure that out, then you start to become closer to the people that you are standing with, you know. That's the only thing. Like I remember Tim. I'm going to speak of Tim because he's in here, or he was in here. He was speaking of like he thinks that it's not a creator like we think. You know, he's just like, you know, he thinks that we die, we're reborn again, and we die, and it's like, you know, energy doesn't never destroyed or created. It's just like transitions over. So he has a different idea of that. I welcome whatever he has to say. I'm not gonna be like, dude, that's so ridiculous, man. Like, because it's a belief, you know. And he caveated to say that it was
destroy energy.
But what I'm saying though is like everybody has what they, you know. It's not basically my perspective, but it's his, you know. But instead of just like saying being completely dismissive, we're dealing with the faces, the faith, the basis of faith. So the basis is like where everybody believes, you know, their religious stance on like the deity, you know, the creator and such is. So that's a bit different than you know, having. I call it the physical and the spiritual, right? The physical is pretty easy, right? Nobody can debunk that. It's tangible. You can go out and do measurements and all that kind of good stuff. The spiritual, however, it encumbers a lot more to deal with, like what is the meaning of life? Why are we here? Like all this kind of stuff, and that's more spiritual than just the physicality of all this stuff.
Like,
and you know, we can. There's
energy doesn't have to do whether or not the Earth is a globe or flat.
Yeah. So all I wanted to say was the only time I ever hear people bring up simulation is when they can't find a fucking curvature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, don't really know anything anyway, so we're back to not fucking believing we're on Discord and sitting on our chairs and all that fucking bollocks. But it's
we gotta point out
that's part of that science, like the residual overdue of people say, well, not science isn't 100% on anything. We can't know for sure. So that just bleeds into it.
I know this game. I used to use it for the opposite reason, to tell Globers that they can't trust their own eyes when they believe that they think that they saw curvature. So I know exactly what they're doing when they're doing on the opposite side, trying to make people who are questioning the level, the horizon, as though it's exactly the opposite, the antithesis to what I used to do. Like I could see it from a mile away. That's why the entire concept, the conversation is just bunk. Like we should be talking about something real. It's a way to derail somebody's like false intentions for conversation and bring up something that doesn't matter.
Miggy, you still there, buddy? Sorry, mate. Did you finish? I was going to bring up a subject we could talk about if you wanted to.
Yeah, bro.
Miggy was on fire. He was on point.
But I wanted to, because a lot of the stuff I'm gonna tell you, man. I would give credit to like you, Jimsy, like Elijah, like some of us who have stood here at the beginning of all of this. We had a bunch of differences, but the longer we stuck together and we kept treading the same course, we started finding a lot of common ground, and that drew us closer together. So, I mean, we can look at all of our faults and find out what things are wrong, but that's like what the world wants us to do, is to be splintered apart and separated. The more we find this common ground and stand together, the worse it's for the agendas, right? The agendas can't get a hold of us anymore because we're now banding together. And so, and the different ideas and the thoughts that we have, like, they're all meaningful because we make an impact on each other. So anyway, I might start rambling, but I'm just going to allow, if you guys want to talk about something.
I was going to ask you a question anyway, buddy. I just wondered if you were around for a while or you were at work or what you were doing. Did you hear the
I'm making lunch for my work right now.
Did you hear the conversation I had with that gentleman about half hour ago?
You guys. I was going to the store and you were talking about compasses, and he was asking about True North, and I left when you guys were talking about True North, so I didn't know if you answered that or not. I jumped off at the store when you were saying that.
I think it was a little bit before that where we were talking about how we use celestial navigation and angle measuring devices, and how you can't have, curved lines when you're measuring angles. Basically, you can't measure. Basically, we use and navigate across the Earth as if it was a flat, motionless plane, right? What I used to say back in the day when we were doing our shows and whatnot. Remember when we did a couple of bits and pieces where occasionally I'd step up and I'd have to monologue, and then you'd get people to ask me questions. Back in those days, remember those?
Those were the good old days, man. I really enjoyed that. Honestly, when you went off to your rants, that was the best. So yeah, but did you have a point on that?
Well, it was the point when I used to say that we navigated across the Earth using, as if the Earth was flat. Literally, it felt like I was about. As soon as I dipped out of Discord, everybody started talking about using triangles and navigating across the Earth in the way that we navigate across the Earth. The last 2 years that I've been out, man, it feels like that's all that anybody's been talking about. It's literally the best point that you can use, as far as I'm concerned. You only really need two arguments now. One, how you utilize angle measuring devices to navigate across the Earth. You couldn't navigate across the Earth if it was a curved surface. You wouldn't be using angle measuring devices to do so. Right? Question number one. It's done there and then. And obviously gas pressure without a container. Those 2 points, that's it. We're done. We can all go home. It's just remarkable, mate. I think the argument has come along so much that it's just down to that now. That's it. We navigate across the Earth using angle measuring devices. Gas is going to fuck off if you don't contain it. Don't live on a spinning ball in space. That's it.
Yeah, the gentleman that was in here before, Kessler, he doesn't want to get into the part where we always navigated on the Earth previous to the globe conception. So it was always, and he's like, well, I just want to leave this. And I felt like when he said that, I was like, you know how a pigeon just comes and makes a turd and flies away? Like, I feel let me just leave this turd right here with you guys.
That's what he was waiting for.
Yeah,
he was waiting to talk. He was saying that he was going. He didn't like where I was going, even though he loves navigation and shit. All right, well, let's talk about this then. No, we're not going to talk about that, but I'm going to go. But here's my pop quiz, and at the end of the pop quiz, hopefully, I'll get a gotcha question, and I'll fuck off. Awesome. Yep. Well done, mate.
That's how they're
thought he was going to. Sorry.
You go ahead. No, you go.
I was just going to say he thought he was going to poop all over Jedi's chessboard and fly away and get away with it.
That's pigeon chess. Usually, when they can't find a way to break the conversation, what they do is like, well, you know what, I gotta go, so I'm just gonna leave you with this, right? And they always say that, like, I'm just gonna leave you with this, and then once they drop the turd, they're like, all right, see ya, and then they just leave. It's like it's a common tactic, man.
And then he drops 4 different definitions for north, and then starts talking about simulation, and then dips out.
Yeah. Exactly.
He wanted a demonstration of at least 3 flat earthers who had used angle measuring devices to navigate across the Earth. Celestial navigation, right? Okay, everybody ever before we thought the Earth was a fucking ball.
Exactly, dude. I was thinking that in my head when he was saying that. I was like, isn't that like everybody who navigated before the conception of the globe?
As soon as you start fucking measuring, this is something that we used to say that we shouldn't say anymore, right? We're looking up at the sky to prove the ground that we're walking upon. No, we're looking up at the sky using the ground that we walk upon to get angles to shit. If the ground that we were walking upon was curved, we wouldn't be measuring angles to shit. So much so that we wouldn't be able to map the Earth, we wouldn't be able to navigate the Earth, we wouldn't be able to predict shit in the sky. We're using angles to shit. If the Earth was a curved surface, we wouldn't be using these devices. You know what a protractor is? It's that little half-circle thing that you find in your stationery set at school. We know how to measure angles. Don't measure angles when one of those lines is curved. A sextant is a glorified fucking protractor. You cannot measure an angle if any line is fucking curved. If the guy earlier started bringing up tangents, this has got nothing to do with what we're fucking talking about, mate. I'm not getting my tangent line down to the horizon, physical fucking thing that we've debunked, right? We're not doing that. Our calculation is taking into account our altitude above the surface. The calculation takes us down to that surface and draws a straight line out towards the horizon to the GP underneath that fucking star. There is 90 degrees. Problem solved. That's it. We navigate across the Earth utilising the fact that it's fucking flat. If it's curved, we wouldn't be navigating across the Earth using fucking angle measuring devices. Oh, and gas fucks off. Rant done, sorry guys, but in the last 2 years I've been dying to say that.
Jedi, I wanted to really give you massive props and shoutouts for literally just saying a sextant is a glorified protractor.
Dude, that had me laugh out loud.
Oh man,
that was awesome.
Like it blew my mind. Yeah, it was. I was like, Sakatoa, let's go. Yeah, man.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man, these are some of the guys that inspired me to be like the way I am today.
Dude,
like,
that was like, and I can honestly say saying something like that is lightsaber status. Like you say Jedi, and I'm like, yeah, that's a lightsaber cutting off your head right there. Because you can't argue that. Because you say that to people, right? We're using trigonometry. Give me a minute on this one. We're using trigonometry, right? And it's the observation of trigeometry. That means 3 angles. And we all know we need 3 straight lines because you need to connect those things on straight lines. So we know we get a flat baseline. I withdraw. Thank you, guys.
And that's it in a nutshell. As soon as this was being spoken about, as soon as the black swan would remove the physical horizon to tangentialize the shit that we can't fucking measure to and have never done so because the atmosphere's in the fucking way, as soon as that started becoming apparent, and as soon as we started navigating across the earth, and what is it? I mean, how old are we? Right? We do this at school. We measure angles with protractors. We know how to do this in our tests about fucking geometry. They'll give us a fucking protractor, and question 4 will have an angle that we're supposed to measure, and one of those lines will be bent or curved, and we won't be able to measure an angle to it. We've done this for fucking years. I don't know how most of you guys are. I'm in my mid-40s. It's
hey,
not
Jedi, that was perfect. I'm sorry. You're not done. Go ahead.
No, go on, buddy. You're all right. I'm just ranting. You all know.
Hey, in relation to talking about the angles and what you're saying, I just want to point out that you said the atmosphere is in the way, right? And you're giving shape to gases as a sphere. So you're moving away from the sphere, pointing out the angles, but then you throw in the sphere again on the atmosphere. Come on, bro.
Yeah, it's all.
Come on, Jedi.
Yeah, no, you're fine, buddy. I mean, it's just that obvious. And my point to Miggy when we were talking was, I used to say this, but I didn't exactly know what the fuck I was saying. I used to say that we navigate across the earth as if it was a flat motionless plane, because that's how we used to do it. Ships at sea, you'd have a compass, not a magnetic one, a drawing compass to make circles, and you'd have a right angle, and you'd be measuring angles to shit. Now, I used to think, look, you're using charts and stuff, right? You're not going to be measuring angles down and away from you on a curved surface. But I never really thought about it until, say, was it 10th Man started going through it on Nathan Oakley show. I started listening to a little bit of that more. Quantum Eraser, when he was in here, when I used to speak to him about 2 years ago, I was just getting to understand this. And it is the one fundamental point. Look, you ain't navigating across no fucking ball. We haven't ever done so. Right? And even when all of our technology fails, we're going to pull out sextant. And we're going to use an angle measuring device to find our way home again. You're not measuring angles with curved lines. Not when your life depends on it. Cheers, guys.
Are you saying that Christopher Columbus didn't navigate it on a globe? Remember, because we're talking about angles and navigation, right? And the sextant. Imagine they say, hey, Christopher Columbus used a map of the globe. He used a globe to make it to America, right? But he still practically used the sextant and used the angles to navigate. Well, he didn't do it. His navigators did, right? Because he wasn't the one navigating the boats. So they did it.
Yeah,
they did what you're saying.
We just utilize this geometry, right, of our reality. So the other point was we used to say when I was in Discord in 24/7 2 years ago or so, we don't look at the sky to measure the earth. Yeah, but we're utilizing the fact that it's level to get these angles in the first place. So that's a fucking good place to start, I think.
Kiwi, you gotta say something else about this. You say, I knew Kiwi was gonna say something. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, no, I wanted to throw in the idea that, like, you know, we want to observe the top of the building, right? We know that building was built. It has a 90-degree angle where it meets the ground. So I'm going to take a ladder. I'm going to lean that ladder up against that building. It's going to complete a triangle. It's going to have a peak. I can climb to the peak of that triangle and investigate the top of the building, right? So we have a sextant. I'm standing on the ground. I'm observing the interior angle that the ladder is creating at the ground. And I'm using that flat baseline where that flat baseline intersects the the building line construction, right? 3 angles, and they're all straight lines connecting. Sorry, withdraw. Thank you.
No, you're fine, buddy. Talk about it.
Yeah, I agree. It's about time someone spoke up and said that, Jedi. Not enough people in this server use that argument. Absolutely.
Just job done. It's just job done, innit? I mean, I'm just going to repeat myself. I don't want to, but it was when the guy earlier, about an hour ago, Kessler, whatever his name was, started bringing up Columbus. at that time, people thought they were going to fall off the ends of the Earth anyway. So everybody thought the Earth was flat, utilising angle measuring devices to, I don't know, get to America or the East Indies or not. Whatever Columbus was fucking trying to do, whatever anybody was ever trying to do when they were navigating across the ocean, they were utilising angles to stars in sky. I mean, we can take the argument further back, right? Al-Biruni, when he was using dip angle corrections from the top of a fucking mountain to the horizon that has apparently descended. All right. But before he did that, he had to figure out how tall the mountain was in the first place. He used trigonometry to do that, requiring 3 fucking angles. A triangle from him to the top of the mountain, down to the surface of the Earth, and back to him again. 9 degrees underneath that mountain. Yep. Angles. And then presupposing that you're on a fucking ball. Done.
Before, and his only rebuttal will be, unless a flat earther has done it, it can't be true, which is really frustrating. But yeah.
Everyone did it.
I know it's the way it is done.
If you're using angles to shit and trying to, I don't know, guess how tall a mountain is, or a building in the distance, or a fucking tree, yep, angles. Done. 3 straight lines. Utilising measuring the Earth to be level.
That's the thing that I think that pisses off a lot of people. When you bring in simplistic, like high school level math, like, hey, you stick to the facts and use these exact things, these exact equations right here that we can all understand. That's too hard. That sounds like work. I don't want to do homework. It's like mental laziness, and then they end up acting like the people who are doing the work are either nerds or idiots, and that's completely ridiculous. When y'all start dropping the facts and actually using the equations, the math, like, it's great. There's so many people who just kind of shut up. They get completely silent because they have no idea what you're talking about, and they get intimidated. They're afraid. Oh no, big numbers, weird equations floating in my head now.
Kind of every argument in history kind of removed. So Al-Biruni and Aristophanes. Aristophanes, well, he's getting angles to shadows on the Earth, right?
Yeah.
What he's doing. Just done there and then. So we just removed Aristophanes and Al-Biruni. Can't bring them up again. Or if you do, it's going to be a learning process, and you won't bring it up again after that learning process.
It's not going to be nice to find out that measuring your shadow, not the good way to go, my friend. Not to determine the face of the Earth.
No, not at all. Just say the word angle to me one more fucking time. I dare you. I double dare you. Go on.
So how did he level the stick?
I don't
know. You have like
Just
2
wanna take
sets of bubbles, like spirit levels on each side to level the stick.
Sorry, mate. I'm lost. I got distracted.
You got to level. All right, surveying, right? If you're doing surveying, you have to like plumb the machine. You got to get level to shoot the laser in order to have the laser go to this diamond-looking prism that refracts it back. So if you don't have the stick leveled for your shadow, how are you going to get an accurate measurement of any of it?
We utilize this.
Yeah, you can't just stick a stick in the ground and be like, "Oh, Earth round." It doesn't work that way. You have to level the stick and do very precise measurements in order to get. So, yeah, it's a silly thought experiment at this point.
What they do is they just jump over and start using, I don't know, spherical trigonometry, right? Because I'm going to take this angle measurement. I'm going to take this measurement, and from that point onwards, I'm going to use spherical trigonometry because the Earth is a ball. I'm just going to do that because the Earth's a ball, and I'm going to apply that type of math to it. Okay, good, but that's not proving anything. That's just you using math in your little jumping over the fucking point and whistling past the graveyard.
Yeah,
that's all it is. So as soon as they start bringing up angles, it has to be a presupposition that they're on a ball from that point forward.
with enough math, you can calculate why the Earth is an inverted concave spheroid, and everybody's on the inside of it, and outer space is in the core of it, using universal compression in order to put everybody where they are. You can use math to make everything go any direction you want if you push it hard enough.
Yeah.
I collect worldviews.
Literally.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm just saying they literally claim to have no straight lines to work with to even get angles. All lines are bent. The surface is curved. Their line of sight is curved. Space-time's curved. Everything that they're claiming is curved. So what straight lines do they have to work with to get angles?
So if they're claiming everything is curved, then they should have a valid base point to be able to create a straight line then. Oh, well, we definitely know what curvature is, then make a straight line. Make one straight line.
This is a funny thing. So when you get to this part of the discussion, this is this is why I stopped going over to Gem Pandas, because I considered it to be a waste of time after this point, where, and I even talked to them after this a little bit, but it came down to the conversation with me and that Glober over there of okay, so I'm asking you to construct a straight line with solid materials and demonstrate where the Earth is deviating from it, because that's what you're claiming. You're claiming the Earth is deviating from it because it's a ball. And then the conversation boiled down to me and him just arguing about how to reliably construct a straight line. And basically, with solid materials. And basically, he said that he didn't have a reliable way to do that where he was 100% sure it was straight. And I was like, well, dude, that's your fault. That's your problem, because I just observed the Earth is flat. You're claiming it's a ball. I'm asking you to figure out a method to construct a straight line with solid materials, an object with solid materials that's straight, reliably straight. And you're saying you don't have a method that you can rely on to do that. So you can't prove your ball to be true via direct measurement.
Right. Well, they can't. They think level is equidistant to the center of mass. So what are they going to do? They can't establish anything to be a straight line.
They have to imagine that there's nothing level in existence in order to create that scenario. There's nothing flat, there's nothing level, there's nothing straight in existence in order to think that. That's so weird.
I mean, at that point in time, I guess I should have asked him, so, the beams that make up your, the structure of your house or apartment, or, the railroad tracks near where you live, are those considered straight to you, and over what distance are they not straight? What doubt, at that point in time, it's just straight up mental illness. It's does a glober really, or does that glober really consider anything to be straight, reliably straight? I don't know. It's weird.
I mean, if nothing's straight for them, that sounds pretty heterophobic to me, but I digress.
What is a ruler to those guys? What is a yardstick to those guys? Is the yardstick straight or not?
Have they ever watched a mason lay brick? Come on, man. You can find level and straight and get things in order. It's possible. It exists.
And then the question would arise, how large does the yardstick have to be for you to not feel so confident that it's straight anymore? It's just crazy.
Oh.
I mean, it's almost the same question as, so you consider water to be level, but over what distance is water considered to no longer be level? And it's just meandering nonsense that we get from the Globers when we ask that question.
They don't understand how to factor in the fact that flowing of water is also seeking level. So if they find any adjustments, waves, or bowing to the water, that also contradicts their whole thing. Oh, well, there's curvature here, but not here. It's curvature on the water, but not on land in the same amount of distance. But tides coming in and out, and certain flows of how river, obviously water moves. It's gonna do certain bends as it's finding its level. but it's still going to find its level. You know, like they'll point at a drop of water on a leaf, or see, it's bending. See? That's surface tension, dude.
I mean,
it's like holding on to itself because it's attracted to its own kind, like most things are. Everything has to be fantastical for these people. How can I imaginate something completely abstract and disconnected from reality and then use math to claim that it's true? Look how perfect balls are. You see this sphere, man? Like, aren't they great? The gods would not put us on anything less than perfect than this. So surely this must be what we live on. Let's tell everybody. Oh crap, dude. He tried to tell everybody and they just burnt him at the stake. Dang. I'll keep my mouth shut and slowly kind of feed this crap to anybody who'll listen. The irony is that's actually the historical narrative that happened. I think of that there were certain people that did actually get burnt at the stake for making such a heretical claim. Valid response. You guys are a bunch of like amoebas living on a giant floating ball in the darkness of the void. And then the church is like, what? Blasphemy! And it is, though. It is blasphemy. It's kind of like based. It's a pretty based response.
The church wasn't playing any games back then.
Yeah, back then they had everything on point. Now it's all wonky and weird. And they live on a ball, too.
They were God-fearing. Blasphemy. Just kidding.
God-fearing blasphemers?
No, when they called it blasphemy, right? Someone started talking about these globes, saying reality wasn't real, that what you experiencing and observing and testing and demonstrating, that's not what's happening.
Yeah.
Blasphemy. Because the thing is, the whole build that we depend on, our lives, the whole build is dependent on certain foundations and certain laws to say. So,
this man speaks of a floating oblate on a sea of devils. It's funny though how people react to stuff and how the reactions, even though we change how we react, the reactions are still almost identical.
To me, there's no question the set of foundations that everything depends on, and the fingerprint of design, and it's just too obvious to me. Go ahead.
When you're done, I was gonna. No, I'm waiting until you're done, and then yeah, I was kind of like raising my hand.
And the dysfunctional manner that they behave themselves of trying to mess up with truth and lie, because there's a bunch of these people just out there just messing with people. It's just, and just putting this propaganda out there and message. Yeah, it's kind of. Yeah. It's kind of rough. What they're pushing. Yeah.
The burning of the burning at the stake for saying that the Earth is a globe type thing. Now that the cult of heliocentrism is the church of the world, anybody who says anything outside of that, it's a witch burn. That to all the flat earthers should be burnt at the stake is the mentality.
You're subhuman. You're like a soup something.
Yeah. Yep. And it doesn't make it right just because people did that before. I'm just saying that it's the same exact behavior, tribalism, and let's throw a rock at what we hate.
But you gotta remember, for for a lot of people, when you label something flat Earth, for them that means something. Like words mean something. The label comes with a baggage, and if you label yourself something, people are gonna use that label to say whatever they're gonna say, right? But the thing is, that reality is way more than labels and imaginary beliefs of the mind of how the whole universe works. It's way more than that.
If somebody doesn't go through experience ego death, then they're going to live in an us versus them mentality where they're self-centric and they're trying to defend their own little pocket, their tribe. And it's always us versus them, and they're the bad guy. Well, who are they? Who are them? Look closely, they're you. But they don't want to look at that, so they wear their masks and act like they're something else.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
This is Cold Sun.
How's it going, man? I hope all is well with you.
Not too bad. Just woke up.
Not too.
Cool. Got some rest.
Had to recharge.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Do you guys go out there and get the sunlight to recharge? Because now that you mentioned that recharge, I've been thinking about it.
Yes.
Going out there and getting the sun on your body, it's a way of recharging, in my opinion.
Yeah.
3 times a day.
That's if it's out there.
Sunrise, high noon, and sunset.
It has to be out there.
Amazing. Those three definitely. I like it. Yeah.
Yep. You don't have to be out all day, but those 3 times are the most important.
Yeah, you're right. I like it.
Yeah.
And then I'm resting, obviously, because you gotta rest.
Staying hydrated, lots of oxygen, and those 3 points of sunlight are really important. They obviously healthy diet and other things, but those 3 things as a basis, if everybody has those, they'll be generally good.
I got a question based upon that oxygen. Is it argon we're breathing or oxygen?
I think it's air. It's not just oxygen. We're breathing air. A bunch of different things mix in the air.
Yeah.
That's what we're breathing.
It's mostly nitrogen.
Soup.
Carbon dioxide.
Argon? It would be argon then, correct, or no?
Whatever's in your...
Tiny amounts. But it's mostly oxygen. Mostly nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon dioxide.
I can look up the nutrition facts for the oxygen we're breathing.
That's funny.
It's like a soup of everything. But it is mostly just kind of the stuff, that makes us live. Otherwise, we'd be dead.
Right. Well, when you look up oxygen and you look up argon, it says argon's the 3rd most abundant.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting.
They put argon as an insulator between windows when they seal them up and put them in new windows in people's houses, and it helps protect between the radiation messing with stuff and that's a layer that they put on the glass. But that it does help insulate them and keep cold in or hot in, depending. You keep the temperatures from flowing through. Used to work at a window place. It's just interesting that you mentioned argon. I think that's what they put in the windows.
You guys were talking about stuff yesterday about people. Anyways, the gravity. What 2 masses form together and become a mass? So argon would be a mass that self-assembles, right, in our atmosphere.
Noble gas.
Yep. Wouldn't that be considered something that a mass that's 2 masses that assemble together, to make one mass again?
How do you assemble the base component of something?
Well, it's obviously in the air, and it assembles itself from whatever.
It pulls with its own kind of goes to where it needs to be, finds its level.
Which is kind of cool. It's pretty interesting to me.
Yeah,
I find it pretty fascinating.
Second law of entropy still holds.
Yep.
Period. before
I'm not trying to
anything
go
like
there.
where
I'm not
you
trying to
have
go
to
there.
have containment of mediums, or else you will have mass confusion. If I pour water on the table, I'm gonna hope it stays together. Otherwise, I've got a mess to clean up. Thank you.
I was thinking,
Exactly.
yeah, but I was thinking that his point, that pointing out that argon's so common, that should be factored into all of our equations as well, because mostly people just think about like hydrogen and oxygen, but
Yeah.
argon is the third, so that should be factored into everything. How does that affect the environment? How does that affect what we see? How does light pass through it? Like, there's a lot of things related to that is important.
Good point. I've never actually heard anyone bring that up, so I just decided
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a really good point, and like I'm just saying, like you got a definite good point that people don't ever talk about. Argon is actually everywhere.
And it's actually pretty useful in science work.
Yep, it's used for a lot of stuff.
Yes. Who was just talking? Because that guy's a gravity expert. I didn't see him light up. He was just talking about how his water mass. Who was that?
That was me, King's Clown.
Yeah.
I try to stick to the laws as much as I can when it comes to mediums.
I think talk a lot about gravity.
All he saw was some king's crown sparkle, glisten in the darkness. And he's like, "Who is that king that spoke?"
I'm just the clown. I'm just the clown for the king. No, I stick highly. I do not tip my hat to gravity at all. I highly believe that. No, not I believe. I know for a fact that in order for gravity to exist, I have to invoke some form of a force in order for it to start happening. I have to pick the item up in order to observe it drop. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I'm not about to base my. Hold on a minute. Last point. Hold on. Last minute before I withdraw. The last point I'd like to make is I'm by no stretch of the imagination willing to base a design of a universe or whatever you call it on that foundation. Thank you.
Right. I was just saying that I will say that when that subject comes up, that you steamroll every time. Like there's just, it's like, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it when you come on there.
At least I'm quick about my steamrolls. Thanks.
What's that?
I said I try to be quick with my steamrolls at least.
Yeah, I know. It's a good time when you come on there and you hear someone talking about gravity. You're on point too. Doesn't take you more than 5 minutes to hop on, no matter what time. See this. When did this happen? 1:30. What you guys had? You had someone on there around 1:30, 1 o'clock. Oh. Oh, you guys had another simulating argument on there today? Simulation argument?
We were talking about it about an hour ago. Well, I don't know whether it was an argument. It was more of a conversation amongst ourselves because somebody come in and asked a question.
Right. I mean, an argument is a conversation. Gotcha. Right? I don't know. Mate, this is my mate. I know one is one. Conversation.
Yo, Cold Sun, actually, man, let me quickly, I apologize. I haven't gone accustomed to your voice yet. So when you mentioned gravity, my hair stood up. So good to hear from you, Doc.
That's what I was complimenting
the gravity talk too, huh?
I was like, you're great at that. That's what I was pretty much complimenting you on.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Again, you being on the community and being online, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Teamwork, baby.
But I can't say, I kind of clash a little bit with when the guys get drunk at night and I just kind of cut out when they come on. So, other than that, everything's pretty copacetic.
Well, that's again like the only reason I can speak the way I speak is because of the time that I've spent again here just learning, listening to the conversations and just growing the experience of like literally just observing how the conversation unpacks. And when you step back from that point, you start to realize that you gain your points that add to your arguments, and you start to just literally speak with your chest from understanding things. So it'll all come in due time, man. Like you get the foundation of it, which is. Pardon me.
Get in where you fit in.
That's the thing, though. Like when Kiwi was coming in here, and we were talking about different points, his points got sharper. Now he's like, you hear him in Tartaria, you can appreciate the fact that he doesn't go through the way he used to, and it's like everything cuts like a blade. So it's not like the way that he feels the way that it is now. It's a bit sharper. So his perspective it's different now. So
like one of the things that I'll never forget is how I tried to walk somebody's hand through how gravity doesn't. And I'm like, well, if you're in Boston, you weigh this much. If you go up to Denver, you weigh this much. And I'm like, wait a minute. And that was my first 6 months later. I'm now stating, no, you have to pick up the microphone to drop it. Stupid. Sorry. But no, I appreciate you guys, man. It's a team chain work thing. Let's go, baby.
What's up, Miggy? How are you?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm just fixing my lunch so I can get off to work. I have to get off here in just a moment. But yeah, it's one love, Kiwi. You know, like it's all for the greater good, so that we can, you know, people take.
Hold on a second. Before you go, I'm just gonna say before you run with the word, I'm literally sitting down to eat, so that's absolutely hilarious. I have to. Yeah, that's funny. Go ahead, man.
Synchronicity. Yeah, no, I'm just saying that we usually give like instructions in here, and when we do hand it out, it's not to chastise like the people necessarily, like in a bad way. It's to correct people so they can become sharper and stronger in their arguments. Not so like we can put people down. It's to lift you up. There's in no way, shape, or form when a flat earther's in here, we want to like bring them down. We're kind of seeing their arguments from a perspective of a third party, and we have already heard our own selves say the things that you guys are saying. So we're kind of just like kicking it back to you, like we know where you're going with this, and if you continue down this path, they're gonna undo your argument because you're on their playground. So we're giving you the advice, and it happened earlier just with the gentleman that was in here. So for us, it's easy to spot that. So when you see that correction coming, just be like, oh, let me look into that, you know, like kind of thing. Because when you start biting back, like, oh, no, you guys are nuts. I'm going to stick to what this is like the way to do it. Then it's not effective because collectively, all together, we've already been around the block. So, and these guys, we understand their thinking. So, like I was mentioning the different archetypes, if you were listening to me talk about it the other day, but you can almost like when you engage with somebody, you can almost detect what archetype they are, what character, if they're a contrarian, a sophist, you know, like you can just start parsing them out to like, oh, I know you, you know, like you're just a logically fallacious, you know, constantly speaking nonsense guy. So you're able to have discernment in that, and then with that, you're able to guide your conversation in the direction it needs to go. So.
Roger that. What do you do for work?
I work at a meat packing plant, but I've always done manual labor all my life. But I've never felt, you know, my heart has always been in logically consistent, you know, conversation. So this is I guess you can consider my intellectual home. I guard it just the same. Like,
oh, I know you do.
I'm a bulldog in here when it comes to like somebody coming into the house and messing with my group. Like you will see me, I will change my demeanor. But anyway, yeah.
I've already seen it, bro. I've already seen it. I mean, yeah, I can vouch for that for sure. It's definitely the way you are.
and somebody messed with Miggy, you gotta face with me, okay? I'm his bodyguard over here too.
Freaking SD, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna have to head out, man. You guys have a great day. I'm gonna head to work.
Take care, Mix. Speak to you soon.
Take care, brother. Take care.
Guys.
Good one, man. Be well.
Was that Jedi I was just speaking?
Yes, it was.
Oh, okay, curious. Okay. Hey, were you over with Nate every once in a while?
Nate, who do you mean?
Oakley.
Maybe for about 2 weeks, about 4 years ago.
Yeah. I was just curious.
All right, buddy.
I just by your voice. Your voice is very distinct.
Yeah, I used to be on the server about 2 years ago for about 2 years.
Yeah.
I've recently come back over the last couple of days, mate.
That's supposed to be the moon, printer.
I noticed T-Wad has space herpes. If I send him a friend request and he accepts it, would I get it?
Only if he sends you like an emoji or a GIF that has to do with kissing.
Yeah, the year of the Nathan Oakley took off. Those guys took off on the sextant for a long time.
I got 30 minutes for lunch and it's dead quiet in here. Let's see what's going on. Who is in here that I don't know? Got Diesel Boy, VC verified, and images, which means he's talked to somebody. And Richie, I think I've seen you before. And VC verified. I'll bet you're a Glober. I'll talk to you. Who else? I don't care if my microphone sucks. It just means listen closer. Bob Weber. Never met you before. Something tells me you're valued, though. No, you're a Glover. What's up, Bob? What's up, Cold Sun? What's up, Jedi?
What's up, buddy? You good?
I'm good. I'm on a lunch break. I got 30 minutes, so I was just looking to get in a quick lashing. Made a few memes today. Sorry. Let me get that turned off. Oh, my God. Mm. That's who in here. You know, I've talked to Setu before. I think I've talked to Seb. Who's Sasha? Is it Sasha that does drop over distance? Hmm.
What's made it so?
Hmm?
Drop check.
What's that?
Dropping check.
Sasha is not get beget.
You can realize that with liquid helium, you know.
What about Billy?
Russia will never speak about liquid helium.
Liquid helium?
Yeah.
Why not?
Because I'm not get beget.
That's funny.
Because I don't know anything about that. And I don't have anything about
The thing about helium superfluid is that if you consider the properties, I got nothing else after that.
If you consider the properties, the property you said it's super in fluid.
Is anyone here good on photographs, like expert, or can explain them, or about the sun?
The sun is observable when you just drop your pictures.
I was just curious.
I mean, something that you can observe but you can't go and verify. All you can do is just make observations. It's just like art on a wall. It's like, what's your interpretation of it?
Exactly. But I was just wondering, I'll just show you. Instead of talking about it here. Yeah, I'll drop them.
So what's your observation on that?
Well, that's taken from a weather balloon.
Mm-hmm.
The different type of mediums that the light's trying to break through.
What about the aperture of the lens?
It's just a regular. Well, it's actually a video lens, video camera. But
how many lenses are inside the camera?
There should be two. There should be three on a regular camera. Should be, yeah. So, but again, I'm not too familiar with that. I'm just taking a little of what I know, and I was just curious. I just thought they were quite interesting. I've got tons more than that, but it just.
Well, what do you think's going on?
I think it's the gas, like they said, the mediums of the gas that is trying to break through. The gases that it's breaking through.
Yeah.
But there's quite the spectrum and shapes there, So I just thought it was really interesting.
Why do you think it's breaking through gases, and what kind of gases do you think it's breaking through?
Well, I mean, if I was to give you that information, I'd have to take the time and find out the shapes and things of what colors give and shapes through. I've seen an experiment done through lasers and laser weight, like the waves of a laser, like the vibrations, and inside like a water or glass or whatnot, it would give certain shapes, so and colors. But anyhow, other than that, I couldn't tell you because I don't know. I'd have to do the research on it, and I was just wondering if somebody could help me out with that a little bit more.
You can talk to Jemsy about his picture of a bubble. He took a picture of a bubble and all the different colors that you could see inside the bubble. But I'm going to tell you again, like I said before, dude, I think it's like lensing. I don't think it's going through a gas medium and causing that. I think it's the direct imaging of the sun and the direct light going through the lens that's causing extreme like extreme lensing. Like it's too much for the lens to handle, and so it's breaking up the light.
Yeah, I agree with his statement that's what it looks like to me as well.
It's interesting.
Now, if you want to say it's like the like it's going through different gases and that's being broken up through the gas medium, then you're going to need to do the research on what light does through different gas mediums. And you're
I
going to
believe that would look more like the aurora borealis.
Right.
Well, you got the northern lights. Those are full. That's electricity.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm saying it would look like.
That's not the direct sun. That's indirect sun. You're catching like a glancing blow from the sun.
It's kind of through a medium.
Right. I find it interesting how the colors repeat itself, but in shape. So if you look at the sun, which is this is there in the middle, and then you go back from it, the blue dot, and from back from it, it's like almost like a mirrored image of the colors, but in shape, which is kind of interesting too. I don't know. Again, I just find them very interesting. There's got to be more to it than that, I would think, but. Yeah.
You see how the symmetry on the shapes are? Like, that's what he's talking about, how it breaks down in the lens. There's symmetry to it, so it's not just an effect that's being projected across the medium. It seems more like image distortion, like in the actual lens.
Like if you look up spectrophotometry and how prisms work, you'll see that this is doing the same exact thing. It's prisming.
Right. Well, it seems like there'd be something to give behind it. I don't know. I guess I'll do more research on it myself. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess I was looking for the quick answer.
Well, the quick answer would be my answer, and your answer you have to do research on.
Right. Gotcha. Right on. If you look at there's another one too. So from the second one down that I gave you from the first, which at 242, it actually, so you have the sun there, and then you have those big discs behind it, and you have literally a thin light going from the sun, and it literally looks like it does a 90. Like it literally looks like there's an angle there, and it's completely different from a lot of the other ones. And again, I understand what you're saying.
Like I'm gonna show you two different pictures that I have of like an area with the sun. Like I took two pictures because I was trying to get the crepuscular rays, but because the sun was in one of them, I got some like not sun flare, but like lens glare, whatever you want to call it.
I've actually got of crepuscular rays.
Oh, I do too.
Okay.
You're welcome to share them if you want. I'm just letting you know that by all means. Right. But if you look what I just put in the chat right now.
I see it.
Like, you see the one where the sun is hidden behind the clouds right underneath the light pole? You can see the circle up at the top. But enough of the sun is blocked out that you're not getting a lensing effect. And then the one below it, the sun is shining through really hard. And what do you see? You see a orb down at the bottom of the picture, and that's from lensing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I know. I follow that.
And then the beams in the back they stay the same though, and they don't change regardless of that lens. Like they're still there.
Right.
Just noting that the angle of those particular.
Right.
Well, in the pictures that I have there too, it obviously shows you that the sun is not 93 billion light years away or whatever they want to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so crazy.
And then you've got two to compare that it's not lensing that you're seeing because that isn't. Like
Like I would go off into venture on this speculation. This would be more plausible in the observation because the air is less dense up where your picture was taken. Like there was more extreme lensing going on, which is why, like in my picture, I can only see like some slight variation in the colors, where your colors are spread out further because the light coming in is so extreme that it presses out further. Yeah. I could definitely see that going on, but as far as like the gases changing the color, I mean, I'll show you. I've got pictures here of different noble gases when they're electrified,
Right.
And
Super cool.
yeah, I mean, like that's something that would be more of an atmospheric presence. I say atmospheric, but like that's the reason why daylight appears as daylight. The sun comes through, it electrifies the air. That's just a speculation, by the way, for anybody out there who wants to jump on me about it. But it makes sense to me, like as far as like trying to explain it. You know, you want to get into the theoretics of everything and everything. I'm not versed in that, but for the sake of the conversation of knowing that noble gases are electrified and that they light up differently, that could be a plausible explanation for why the air lights up the way it does during the daytime when the sun moves through. But
so what should be a neon, actually, right? Well, then speculation of neon is kind of interesting too.
Well, these are all the elements that are natural are found here on Earth or in the air.
Right. So have you ever heard let's see, a topic of neon being discussed as far as like scientifically, as far as I can get with it? Have you heard any? It's kind of interesting because it shows the same colors of this in the atmosphere, and they call those neon, I guess, because they are of noble gas, which is kind of interesting too. But
neon sunsets.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how they talk about it.
It's interesting that the sky will look like the argon, the glowing argon, sometimes when there's a full moon.
Yeah, and then the moon, especially, obviously, it's giving off its own light, just for the fact that when there's clouds or something out there, some type of medium to bust through, you can see that it's just as the sun.
And I'm not even proposing correlation equals causation or anything. I'm just noting that the colors match the colors.
Right. Like xenon and krypton, like seem like the most visible light during the like high noon type resolution.
So
and then you would see like a neon helium argon color, more like at sunset.
Yeah, and sometimes at sunrise. But, yeah.
But it's funny how like bluish it is at sunrise.
There's so many sunrises that look like xenon and helium to me, and then so many sunsets that look like the neon and the krypton.
Yeah.
I just dropped a picture. That's a picture of a star I took at night.
Did you Photoshop it and distort it?
I took just some color to it,
or something like that?
just to bring out the star itself. But I didn't like. That's about it. I just took the lighting towards it, the lighting aspect. I didn't bring anything else into it.
I mean, like I'm looking at it, and it's hard to even tell that's even a star, dude. Cool art, though.
Well, when I zoom into this, you get shape. So that star is like it's a diamond. I don't know. I just share it with you. Yeah, I did mess with it. Obviously, you can tell.
It doesn't matter, man. It has shape.
But I thought it was interesting. And that video I dropped, I don't know if you guys have seen that video. They called it, the name of it Sundance. You can clearly tell that it's below a cloud, and but there's something definitely strange going on there, because you got light giving off a presence of itself, and then another orb that's been bouncing around and not giving off any light. And it's clearly not a flare, because my camera's moving around, and the flare that you would think that is the flare isn't moving around. And
it is moving around because he's behind a window. It is moving around because he's behind a window. I actually recorded that, and I wasn't behind a window at all. I was out on my front porch, and it doesn't move around at the same time my camera moves around. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not. I wasn't behind a window. I'm looking at it, dude. I'll pause it. I'll take a screenshot. I'm looking at it, and you're behind something.
I'm telling you,
I can
I'm not.
see the reflection.
I'm not behind anything.
Is there? Wait, let me see. Where are we?
I'm outside. I'm outside on my front porch, bro. 100%. Yeah. No way I'm behind it.
Is the lens clean? I'm just thinking of variables. Like, is
There's
like the lens...
something that's reflecting back, and I'm seeing something behind.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I don't know, dude, and it's just the whole thing.
That's all sun glare, dude. That's all lensing, dude. Like honestly, it's cool imagery and everything like that. I don't think it's a topic for discussion in this chat.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, I was just sharing it. Gotcha.
No, yeah, I mean,
you can, again, in this,
and I just don't think it's. But
again, it's also below the clouds. Again, this whole thing here is all below the clouds. In here with us, not 90 million miles away.
I see a lot of glare, dude. I can't really make out anything in there.
Have you seen the one where I the moon with the moon that I had?
No.
Are you interested?
I mean, I'll take a look at it.
Okay. It's on my YouTube. It's Couch Ninja 2997. I've only got a couple on there, but and then you just go there, and then you'll be able to see it. And I'm shooting it at night, so you know, the video quality isn't that great. You can see what's going on, but again, it's at night, and it's hard to shoot anything during the night out of a regular phone video. Here, maybe I can send you that. Here, I'll send you the link actually.
Again, lens glaring, dude. Like you probably have a filter on your phone or something like that. Are you doing this?
No, man, I don't have. No, these are legit, dude. You can totally see how it comes out from behind. Huh?
I was going to ask about any form of like environmental factors, like between you and that, or any type of glare that might be on the actual lens. But I haven't watched the video yet, so I'm about to do that right now.
No, I guarantee, honestly, 100%, dude. God strike me down, whatever. Dude, I'm telling you, that's just straight me filming. That's it. You can even hear me talk. I sound like an idiot. This is the only one that I didn't filter out the audio on.
It's not even that. Like on my camera, I have a cover, and that cover has something that protects the camera on the cover of the phone. So like. I'm saying there's other natural effects that can likely explain what I'm seeing. But I'm gonna watch the video.
I've seen that with my own eyes. Okay, like I moved I'm on my phone. I could see the two moons with my own eyes. I'm telling you. Listen to me talk. If you hear me talk, I sound like a complete fool because I'm just freaking out. I even say it. I go, oh my God, I see this with my own fucking eyes because I'm sitting there looking at the phone the whole time. And then I go to, move the phone away from my face.
I mean, it's extremely grainy, dude. It's extremely grainy.
I told you at night is,
Bro, no, look, dude, I'm going to show you some pictures I've taken of the moon at night. And I can tell you right now, like, you can take good pictures. I'm going to show you this one first. This one I took with my iPhone. All right.
But I'm telling you, I didn't do anything though. I could see it with my own eyes as well, so it couldn't be anyone.
It's not good imagery. It's not good imagery, dude. I'm sorry, you can't make anything out with it.
But your argument was I was, it was my camera, and I told you I seen it with my own eyes. So how do you explain that?
Well, you can't prove it with your camera.
Okay, that's not what I'm asking you, but. You said it was because of my camera. I'm telling you, I saw it with my own eyes. So
this picture was taken with my iPhone. It was a sunset. The moon was off in the distance. I just happened to get a good clear. I just happened to get a clear. Bro, I'm about to show you what a night picture looks like from a good camera, and your camera sucks. I'm trying to be nice, but now you're making me mad.
But it wasn't. But I saw it with my own eyes as well. I'm confused, bro.
That's great. Go buy a nice camera and take some good pictures.
Okay, that's not my point. But
look, dude, hold on here, buddy. Listen, when you're saying the words "I saw it with my own eyes," and you're not talking about like any physical measurement or sample taken of anything involving any kind of claim, it's kind of just falling into the realm of subjectivity. So you got to remember, globers come in here all the time, quite frequently, and say to us, "Oh yeah, I went to the beach and I saw the curvature of the Earth with my own eyes." You see, that's subjective reality. They're just, it's just an opinion. It's not like an actual tangible measurement of anything.
Well, for me, in my experience, it was definitely real. But yeah.
Well, yeah, and hey, buddy, listen, I've seen some things with my own eyes that I can't explain.
Right.
But
yeah, and
that's it. Period. Like, end of story. That's it.
Gotcha. All right, no problem. All right. Man, but that brings it into a whole different aspect of, well, then, I mean, how do you know if you're seeing a phenomenon then? Like.
Well, some of us, we go out of our way and spend money on nice equipment and make the sacrifice to, like, because we're tired of being told that we're crazy. And so we go out and we buy this really nice equipment so we can make these observations, have evidence, and then present it to the world.
I'm just trying to, but yeah, hey, that's it.
So to answer your question directly, how do you know if you're seeing a phenomenon? Well, there's different types of phenomena. So the category I just described would be the more personal thing. So if you're not pointing a camera in any direction, and let's just say a light appears somewhere and you don't know what it is or where it comes from, and it moves from one place to another and then disappears or whatever, something like that. Okay, so that's a phenomenon, but you know, you can't replicate it. You can't snap your fingers or flick a switch and make it happen again and have people around you witness it. You can't make it happen again and pull out a camera the second time around. It's a fluke, you know, like that's a good way to describe it. It's a fluke. And so you don't really have an explanation for it if something like that were to happen, but it nonetheless would be a phenomenon. But like, you know, I'm just saying it's like, just because you can't, just what I'm trying to say is just because you can't prove what the cause of a phenomenon is doesn't make it not a phenomenon of one kind or another.
And I want to say this also. When you're saying you saw it with your own eyes, were you looking at the camera view and said, "Oh, look, I see it on my camera with my own eyes"?
No.
Or are you looking up and you're literally seeing two moons with your own eyes, looking down, and you're like, "Oh, my camera is doing the same thing"?
Yeah, exactly. That what you just said right there. I looked up at it and it was doing what my camera was doing too. Exactly. If you watch my whole video, that would already be answered for you. Like if you watch the whole video, you'll understand exactly what's going on because I actually just said what you said right there. In the moment.
Keep in mind what I just said applies to the moon, sun, and stars. We don't know what these things are made out of. We just were taught stories about it, and most people believe these stories about it. And, you know, it's a phenomenon that goes on, but the explanation of what powers the sun, you know, nobody knows.
If you watch the whole video, bro, you'll see that it actually just doesn't make. It actually comes out. The second, whatever you want to call it, the second moon, whatever came out, the reflection, or however you want to call it, the lens, whatever, it actually came out little by little behind, like, say, another, I don't know what the hell it was, but it literally creeped out.
It looks like it's hitting another cloud for me. Like the moonlight's hitting another cloud is what it looks like to me.
It was pretty weird, though. I mean, I'm just saying, it was fucking weird, because I was like, oh shit, I can actually see it with my own fucking eyes. What the fuck? I'm looking up, and I can see it with my own eyes. And that's when I was tripping. I was like, wow, okay, because I've never had that happen before, you know? Like, usually it's just through the camera, right? But I could actually look up and see it, and I was like, fuck, oh my god, it's a hologram or something, right? Which would be then a hologram, like you're talking about, a reflection off a cloud or something, which would make it pretty much a hologram at that point. So I just thought that was a trip. Our sky can actually make holograms in, or that to me was very interesting alone. Just the fact that I was seeing it with my own eyes.
I mean, I watched the video. I don't think it's what. I mean, I don't know. Like, I'll probably sound like a jerk, but I think you're trying to make something out that's not there.
I'm what now?
You're trying to make something out that's not there.
I'm just telling you.
I think you're seeing things. I think you're seeing things for the first time, and you don't have an explanation for it, and that's a good thing because you're like, okay, I don't have an explanation for it. You're being honest with yourself. But then, like, I don't know. Like, I think you're putting a lot of emphasis on it, and
just telling you my experience. That's all.
Did you see my pictures of the moon?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I see your pictures. Those are some good pictures. See them.
Right. I'll tell you this one picture I have of a sunset where it looks like the sun is above and below the clouds. Now it's not. That's just the way the light is hitting it. But that's what it appears to look like.
It's weird how the moon can have colors just like the sun does, but of the whole moon of itself has a color spectrum.
Light has a spectrum.
Right.
And these are from my phone too. Gizmo knows already though. He's already jealous.
I'm so fucking jealous, dude.
What kind of phone is it?
Galaxy S21 Ultra.
I like the red moon. No.
I like good pictures. Galaxies always.
They do take good pictures.
Even all the way from like the number 3 and 4 number. Dude, it's amazing actually how good quality they are.
Look at the picture I just posted too. It looks like there's the sun above the cloud and below the cloud.
That's because you're getting the vanishing against the surface twice because of the cloud there.
Be the hot spot.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I would say the sun is in the lower position on that one, and the top one is just another hot spot.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Yeah, this red moon that I took, that one's from smoke in the air from supposedly there was wildfires going on in Canada, like 1,500 miles away or something like that, and it filled our sky with. Well, it made our moon look like this for about a month.
Oh wow! Now the stars just need to fall.
Wait. So where was that red one taken at?
In Wisconsin, and there was fires in Canada that was putting smoke in the air, and you could smell it, you know. And I guess just the weather was blowing all that smoke over us.
And the one below.
But yeah, for about a month, you know, you could smell it. Same thing happened though when the Patrick Cudahy is a big company. They do like bacon and shit, right? There's a huge in Cudahy, Wisconsin. There's That's where their big plant is, whatever the meatpacking plant. And it's got to be 25, 35 miles away from me, easily 35 miles, probably 30, 35 miles away from me. But it started on fire one year because there was a veteran who came back to visit for 4th of July, and he'd stolen a military flare and brought it home and launched it off for the 4th of July, and it landed on top of Patrick Cuddy and set the place on fire.
Allegedly.
And for literally like 2 months, for like 60 miles around, easily, probably more, it smelled like bacon the entire fucking time everywhere you went.
Yeah, that had to have been fucking gnarly.
It was delicious. I was always hungry though. I was always hungry. I was always craving some breakfast.
If anybody knows about meatpacking, though, it's definitely Lou.
And you could put bacon on anything. You can really put bacon on anything and it tastes good. Pretty much. Just about anything.
I'm just messing with you, Lou.
All right, Jizbo.
Forever and ever. Fuck, I don't want to go back to work. I wasn't trying to be rude, Cold Sun. I just wanted you to understand, like, you're playing on your own speculation. Like, you're playing on your own emotion, and you got to be careful with that. For Occam's razor, if you think something is completely elaborate, look for the simple answer first. Rule it out, dude.
Right. Well, yeah, I did with that. I was just seeing it with my own eyes, and it wasn't on my camera. So, I was videotaping. So, obviously, something was happening that wasn't of the norm at all. And so, at that point, I was just like, "Holy shit, that was really weird experience."
Okay.
Yeah, and then I was like totally out of body, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I felt like I was freaking out. You know? Yeah.
Were you on drugs?
Yeah, I've already moved on from it.
Were you on drugs when you were watching it?
No.
Oh, okay. You did say tripping, so I was like, huh.
Yeah, you said you were having an out-of-body experience. I'm like, how are you having an out-of-body experience?
Because I thought I was tripping when I saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah, I gotcha. It just threw me off because, sometimes, if you're using a little hallucinogens or whatever, they can give you some sort of audio-visual effects.
It's just silly. I would never even bring it up then.
Well, no, but some people, like, even on the atheist side, what's that guy's name? One of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse of atheism.
Valid question, yes, of course, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's really into using drugs and then calling that science. He fried his brain, but I mean, like,
yeah, the Germans did a lot of that crap only for mind control, But hey, study the mind on what it sees, and
was it Sam Harris? If I got it right,
I do to make a boring Tuesday afternoon more interesting.
Yeah, sure. The last time I took a hallucinogen was mushrooms. That was years and way. I can't remember the last time I did that. A while ago.
Hey, you gotta point out that what you observe, you say you were in drugs, and so yeah, there's no observing phenomena in the sky that is observable. You don't need drugs to see it. There's phenomena that happens in the sky. That's why people look at it.
Gemsy hot mic.
Hey, Gemsy, show him your picture of your bubble, dude. That picture you took of the bubble, and walk him through what you were observing with that, because he's got some pictures of the sun at a high altitude, and because the way the light is coming in so dense into it, and there's not that much gas in the way of that light, that, like, the spread of the light spectrum is even further and more pronounced in his picture. And he was wondering about an explanation of that. And I was telling him it's lensing. It's lensing from from the extreme amount of light that's coming through, and that your bubble picture also gives a great explanation on like
Yeah,
the way.
let me find the bubble, and then you guys can analyze it, because I took my daughters make the bubble. I took the picture, and you can just analyze it yourself. Well, we all seeing what I'm seeing.
I got to go back to work myself, so I apologize that I'm short, but
Mic check. Likewise.
Thanks for showing up, buddy.
Yeah, I know he.
Mic check.
Mic check. Mic check.
Mic work.
Right. Sorry, guys. Sorry to interrupt. To who I need to speak to in order to have permission to publish on a text chat?
Okay. 1 second. Let me.
Yeah, I can vouch for George. I know George very well.
I vote to George.
Hey guys.
How are you?
You should be able to see it.
George.
Hey Miguel. Hey guys.
How are you? Happy New Year. He has been on Quantum's keyway. Sorry, Quantum Eraser shows. Yeah, live streams. Yeah, it's okay.
I've heard George before. Yeah, you got perms to post right now, George. You got it.
Cheers, guys. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Just don't say anything you want. I mean, just keep it PG-13. Related to that server topic. Posting. Wait. DJ joined the call. DJ, you've been unmuted, DJ. You can unmute your mic. DJ. DJ 39453.
Sorry, dude, having problems my end. Do apologise.
Cool, man, cool. Welcome to the server.
Thank you, dude.
Hey.
Hey, DJ, I'm gonna give you VC verify since you open your mic, and that's gonna let you open your mic later on. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
If you have any questions, you can open your mic and ask away about the topics.
Thank you, Jamesy.
Yes, sir.
Sorry if I killed the conversation, guys.
No, come, George. So you did study on Portugal, yeah? You know, first years of school.
Yes. All my studies is in Portugal, yeah.
Yeah. So you know, the first time I hear about flat Earth was on public school. I don't know. You know, first 2 years, I think. You know, studying history. But then they say, and you know, the Portuguese navigators, they saw the end of the Earth. You know, of course we know it's ice. Yeah, so that was the first time I hear about flat Earth.
Yeah, absolutely. And they use the celestial navigation to do so.
Exactly.
The celestial sphere is part of our Portuguese flag. It's right in the heart of it. The same applies to the Brazilian flag. It's the celestial sphere, which is a flat Earth model.
Awesome. And then, Jamsey knows about these guys from Brazil. So I, like 2015 or 16, no, I think it was 2015. So I saw, few some
Talking
guys
about the convex
Yeah.
documentary.
But
Yeah.
before that documentary, I saw another video, and I saw, maybe I will search for that, because I saw they did like in Portugal we say maquette. The architects do these maquettes, these models. So I saw
Model.
yeah, so I saw this. They did one, and I saw the continents on on the same level, with water, and then the ice around. So that idea, stick in my mind, and then I went to do my normal life, and then one day, when I was traveling from Lisbon to Porto, so there's a coast by train. So there's a coastline, you can see the ocean far away, and but it has a, it's not just a few seconds. It's like maybe almost a minute. So at that time, because when you are watching, on the TV or some movie, you don't see this perfect level, on the horizon. So so when I saw that, I know this, they do this railways level, and I'm traveling, so I'm seeing the horizon never curving. Where is the curvature? That was the moment I did wake up, and then I did the connection. The Portuguese navigators, they did talk about flat Earth, so for them it was a normal thing. But then, like I think from the 1700s, the United Kingdom decided to hide us, because they did found the real North Pole, the magnetic pole. So yeah, and they decided to hide this from us until today. And then Antarctica too, and then all the countries around, they are in Antarctica Treaty. You are cutting. Roboting.
Yo, Miguel.
Yo, Kiwi.
What's happening, dude?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, my friend. I've got 3 images that I lifted from the interwebs today. I'm gonna put them into the voice stream or into the live stream. I think that you would be very appreciative of them. Let me know what you think.
Mic check.
Okay, now it's okay. George, welcome, George.
No worries, man. I was saying I'm from the islands of the Azores, Central Atlantic, and I'm from the Central Group, which is a group of five islands, and we know as locals, for a fact that weather permitting, you can see islands on the distance as, I don't know, 50 miles, 75 miles away. But it's weather permitting. That is obviously for us. If you don't know the dimensions of the model, the supposed model, it's just an everyday observation. But it would be almost I wouldn't say every day an everyday thing, but if you have a good clear day, you can see with no problem whatsoever, with no optics help or anything. Black swan images all over the place. So for me, it wasn't a big surprise, if you know what I mean. I was shocked with gravity and things like that, but yeah, the behavior of water, it's level.
They can still talking about gravity, but there's no curve, so no curve, no globe.
Oh yes, that is correct. You cannot have a globe without a curvature.
There was a guy the other day. I did post, that meme. Let me get. So about the Suez Canal.
Yes.
So I did post that this one, and then it's just it's someone that like is more anti-flat Earth than a glober. So I did post this. He asked me did you did a deep investigation on this meme? I just asked him that's my question. Show me the Suez Canal curving because I have a photo and it's not curving. Let me get it. So let's see. Water.
No offense or anything, but you sound just like Watto, man, on Star Wars. You sound just like him. I don't know. That sounds cool, but anyway.
Yeah, my voice. Sorry. Okay, so let me see. Suez Canal. I have it. I have curvature. I have so many folders. So Suez Canal. Like here. So yeah. So I have this photo. It's from above, but I don't see any elevation there. So, and there's a time lapse Heliosceptic did this one. I have sometimes I post a video, a guy in the cargo. So, yeah.
I think you're touching on the spots right, but just looking at the wrong direction. You're talking about elevation angle, so you should be looking at the surface and not from above. Obviously, before they opened the canal, everything had to be surveyed. So the data must be out there.
Yeah, I have another folder, but I have because there was an article. It's from an article, a newspaper, and it talks about the Suez Canal. Let me see if I found it because it has that they have no curvature. Suez. Sometimes I post in let me see here. But I did post another folder. I have to look it out. Okay, Suez.
What I love about the first picture, Miguel, is looking at the banks on either side of the actual canal, right? So you have the walls, which are the container of the medium, which is the water, obviously. And you know that those two walls have to be higher than the medium, which is the water that they are containing. So when you step back and you're like, okay, well, I've got you pinned on left and right, and as we go down the canal in the video that you show, you start to realize how linear this entire thing actually is.
Exactly.
Great piece.
So let me see folders here.
It must be.
I just heard something hilarious on TV. This dude accidentally said, "I stand here with unqualified support." I know he didn't mean to say unqualified, but the fact that he so confidently said, "I stand here today with unqualified support," and starts talking about like McCarthy or something, and I'm like, dude, you're on national television. Get your words right before you speak. I caught the clip too. I'm about to cut it out and then I'll share it here.
Yeah, is that Tom Cotton, right?
Yeah, he said unqualified support, but he was saying it so boldly and confidently, like in support of what he was saying. But then he said that the people who supported him were unqualified, and it was hilarious.
Yeah, it's a legal term, which means that you've made no quid pro quo with them.
Oh, so what is he just like covering his ass by saying it that way or something?
Yeah, it's legalese. It sounds weird, like plain English. It sounds funny, but unqualified means that, say, if you were to speak on my behalf, you are doing so, and I haven't given you anything in return. So I get that's what he should have said it better. Yeah, but it's unqualified is illegal.
The way he said it though makes it sound like he and everybody with him's an idiot, and they're not qualified to even support.
Yeah, they're just a bunch of nincompoops, right?
Yeah, it's a really bad terminology, but it was hilarious the way he said it, like so confidently. He starts off talking about tax breaks and stuff like the Trump thing and whatever, but then he's like, I stand here with unqualified support. Like, okay. I mean, what is qualified anyway?
Yeah, well, qualified could be like, say, I'm speaking on your behalf, but your daughter is married to my cousin or something like that. There would be a qualifier there that someone could use that suggests that there could be
connection or reason.
Yeah, or there could be some reservations. Like, I support you, but I've only known you for 10 months. Would be a qualifier, based on my 10-month acknowledgement. I'm just threw a number out there. I know you've been here much longer than that.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever, right? Based on the 18 conversations we've had and all facts and evidence, I can qualify my support in this framework. That I haven't seen anything that this, whatever, and then they could go on to some more legalese that means nothing. Oh, there we go. More
that's the exact. Stuff like that right there is exactly why people end up confused, because they'll say things in certain ways that if you were to say it in normal conversation, that's not what that means. But then you say it in their legalese, like you said.
It's like where people are confused. They don't know what words mean anymore because there's a legal definition, a scientific definition, a physics definition, a chemistry definition, like a plain vernacular definition. It's like common language. It's like how many definitions of the same word? What's the definition of is? Where Clinton was able to outmaneuver an impeachment because the team couldn't define the word is.
Yeah. If you can start like getting people running in circles, chasing their own tail over the definition of what words mean, the conversation doesn't go anywhere and you win. It's like the pigeon taking a crap on the chessboard.
Yeah, just bog down the system until go ahead, George.
If I can say something about that, you guys are not wrong, but I think it's beyond that. The problem that we are facing with the language is the words that we are using meaning something else, that the word doesn't mean that, it means something else. Words like level, horizontal, vertical, stuff like that. But not just that. Yeah. We are still, as flat earthers, asking people, does the earth move? Now, let's think about that question for a second. What is the earth? Do people actually mean ground? Because the ground cannot be flat, can it? The ground is what? The ground is the top of the mountains, is the bottom of the valleys, the bottom of the oceans, the ocean beds, the river beds, that's all part of ground. So it cannot be flat ground in order to contain all the water that is supposed to live on. Anyway, so when we talk about the ground, we cannot be talking about the same thing as the earth. Earth is the realm that we live in, composed not just from the ground, but the waters as well, and the skies, the heavens, whatever you want to call it. It's these three elements that give us the earth, as we know. Not the planet Earth. There is no planet here, it's just Earth. That makes me a flat earther. But it's the equivocation of the word that we use, earth and ground to mean the same thing when it's not quite the same thing, if you know what I mean.
I agree. I mean, Earth is a place that humans have inhabited.
Yeah, we get the flatness from the water surface, isn't it? Sea level. I mean, the clue is in the name of it. So why are we questioning it still if sea is level?
Exactly, and sorry. So I never did the connection because on the school, I did the calculations according to sea level, but never thought about that. Can the sea be level and they not account for covered? And even
By the way, thanks for
sorry.
I was just gonna say thanks for clarifying that other thing before what we were just talking about. Like defining what words mean and what people are saying is really important, and I appreciate that. But yeah, back to what you were saying, Miguel. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro.
Yes. Welcome. So I did a long time ago, like 20, 24 years, like something like that. I saw my friend. He was doing electric installation on a wall. So he did use a hose, with water inside. So he built a water level. So we could, make know the level. He has a spot, the first spot, and then to know another spot far away level, he use this water level. And if someone uses this, for a mile, or you can use it with sticks, or or something, even on the city. Show me the curvature. Because according to
or
the
you can
globists,
open a trench and flood it with water.
Yeah, exactly.
Make sure those sticks are level though. You got to actually get them straight. You can't just stick them in the ground. You get
but
those level too.
Yeah, but if you if you use it on a salt lake, a flat surface, 1 mile or two, and you use sticks of the same height, something like that, and with the water level you get you can get level spots, so and then you can use a laser, pointing level even level the laser, and you cannot see curvature.
Yeah, but if people don't know this, I mean, I'm sorry for those who don't know this, but if you walk on the same level, yeah, no matter which vector you're going to go, you're never going to change in elevation because you are on the same level. In order for you to increase or decrease elevation, you need to change your level, either up or down. It's not difficult.
Exactly.
In order to start at half level, you have to start from a plane.
Yes, but level is deeper than that. Level is in every single vector.
Right. Yeah.
Around the pivot point. So it's not just one horizontal. No, it's in a horizontal plane, and on a plane, in every single vector, you have no parts higher than the other. It's leveled.
Level to level to a parallel, which we enact 90 degrees. Then, so perpendicular would be 90 degrees to a level line, correct?
Yeah.
I did post what because I'm Portuguese, but I did post what I was mean, to say. You can.
I must say that without the level line, You don't have the 90 degrees.
How do you establish level?
Well, okay. To establish a level plane, normally we use water to do so. In celestial navigation is called surface level. In other words, horizon. And that's the horizontal plane required for the elevation to happen from it. Which we all know what the elevation angle is, don't we? It's a right angle triangle. Can only happen on a flat plane, horizontal plane.
And now you're talking construction stuff I've been doing for years. That's all I've ever done. Right. Level is a tool to show a flat plane from one point to another. That would give you 2 points of level.
You know, yeah, you are correctly. And if I had hoods, with water inside, I could do this like easily 1 mile or 2, and you will not see curvature between these 2 spots, and you can use even a laser.
Actually makes sense because so if I was to have a flat line, say, it would be 1 point to another, but a flat level plane line would be level of plane, which would be 1 point to the other, which makes level. Interesting. It's undeniable.
And surveying requires laser leveling.
Right.
Laser precision leveling for surveying plots that people live on. I used to be a rod man for a surveying company.
I used to do this stuff all the time myself. I mean, 20 years in the industry, 20 years.
Yeah, man.
By the way, I did saw one video. They were constructing railways, and they use laser to level and to know what. Let me see.
Very precise.
It's so funny because this follows also in your 3-point perspective. The 3 point being you as the observer, and the 2 points being as the horizon.
Okay.
That's correct. And when you have to increase or decrease elevation, it needs to be very smooth.
Yes.
So,
I mean, it's so plain to see. Haha.
This is the video I saw yesterday. So there's in this video, there's a time they use, to know the level sideways. So, yeah.
It's a cool picture. Almost looks like the moon in the background. It's a cool picture.
So they make sure it's level. But anyway, there are sometimes I think that tunnel between UK and France, they did maybe it decreased, but I don't know the elevation of the railway. But
you think they account for curvature?
No. I did post about the Suez Canal. So. I don't know if this is from a newspaper, but I don't know yet the source. But anyway, it says some of the English engineer firms who were invited to tender for the construction of the Suez Canal declined because they thought it would be impossible to hold up huge sandbanks on the Earth because on the Earth's curved surface. And then the Lesseps, the French engineer who finally did the job, assumed that the Earth was flat and conducted the canal accordingly. So they never account for curvature.
Of course not. It's from the surface of the water, from sea level or the canal level. Yeah, they find the depth of the seabed, and then they will know that you need to go deep that in order to achieve this piece of engineering. They would need to go level from both sides in order to meet.
There you go. I dropped a picture exactly what you're explaining.
It has to be, because we use the ground position system. They call it GPS. They can call global whatever they want, but GP is the ground
position system.
Earth measurement from a level that gives you a triangle and can pinpoint a location in space. Lines of longitude and latitude.
I have this. I'm gonna post steps here. So triangulation between towers.
Yeah, that's a whole nother subject too.
And if you
And for my
You're cutting it out. Roboting.
So yeah, if there was a zone, so at it has some mountains around, but if you go a little down, it's like a valley. But if you go just a little, you don't receive GPS. How can that be possible? And so yeah, I did lose signal with other towers.
I got a picture for you that relates to that.
Am I coming through now?
George, you are 100% okay.
Right. I was just saying, be careful with the terminology that you're using, because that is trilateration. The triangulation not only is from the towers, is also elevation from sea level or below sea level. So you're going to pinpoint something in free space.
Drop that picture you're speaking of.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Which is a really cool picture. Again, it's only in perspective of the observer. Every time, everyone has their own perspective in their own bubble, so to speak. So, but thing that is in play is the horizon, the level of which perspective you are seeing, the plane you are looking on. According to being on Earth, now there's a whole different perspective of being up above, looking down, because then you're looking into a 2D, not 3D, of the level plane surface that we live on.
Yeah, that's a representation of celestial navigation, isn't it?
Navigate, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you have three lights in the sky.